for being there too, because we're part of the Brit team. And as you know, I just want to make this review mention that there's a little contest going on in the Brit team, okay, among some of the other ladies. Okay, I won't mention those other ladies. I only say that we want to make sure that Bill definitely wins. We don't want him to lose. We can't let the old man down, as we put it. Okay, and don't quote me on that. Whatever you did. I want tape. You don't have to quote me. I just play the tape for him, I guess. Okay. But anyways, that's August 27, 28, 29 in Knoxville, Tennessee. And as I mentioned, it's a real important one. Okay, the next function will not come up until January, and that's in the announcements also. But just keep that in mind, because remember, growth in this business is very important, and the growth is dependent on what you're doing, and it's also dependent on the process of duplication. And of course, if you're the leader in your organization, then you're going to want to do what's best for your people. Isn't that right? So let's all do what's best for our people. Now, August 31st, Toledo Open, down in Vermont Inn again, okay, Reynolds Road. That's 8 p.m. on the Tuesday. That's Kevin Bush showing the plan. Okay, so we want to get to that one if we can. September the 4th, which is a Saturday. This is an announcement for the wood team only, okay? In my opinion, it's worth going silver just to get there. Absolutely. So, you know what? There's plenty of time between now and then. This is only August, okay? There's plenty of time between now and then to get to silver. No question about it. Don't think that you can't get to that goal by October, okay? Council upline, obviously, but don't count yourself out, all right? Because I'll tell you something, it can be done. Okay, if you can dream about it and think about it, you can do it. No question about it, all right? Now, November the 6th, in Sandusky, Ohio, a leadership with the one and only John Crow. Yeah, you heard it right, okay? John Crow. He's going to be there, and he's going to be talking like I'll tell you something, anything that comes out of his mouth, you know it's going to be good. No question about it. He's the master of building depth. He's the master of a lot of other things too. He's exciting, I'll tell you, no question about it. And we have a rare opportunity to be able to see him up close, up front, okay, Sandusky, Ohio, on November the 6th. Now, this may seem like a little premature, but January the 7th, and the 8th and the 9th, we need to plan ahead. Planning is the utmost importance in this business, isn't it? If you plan ahead, okay, you plan to succeed. If you fail to plan, what do? You fail. That's the bottom line. January 7th, 8th, and 9th, Dream Night, Richmond, Virginia, at the Richmond Center. Okay, that's that's a very exciting function. And I'll tell you something. You need to make arrangements. You need to figure it out. You need to get work arrangements. You need to get children taken care of, or however you got to do it. As I like to say, beg, borrow, and steal, man. Get there. Okay? I don't care how you do it. Don't steal. I don't like to say that. But you understand what I mean, okay? You need to get there. Okay, we don't want to break it. You steal what do you mean, steal my case? Man, okay. Okay, very good. Anyways, that's the announcements, and I think we've got a lot of good things to look forward to. But I'll tell you one thing. Today we got something real good to look forward to, don't we? We've got a couple here today, and I'm going to let Kevin do all the intros, but I'll tell you something. Kevin and Yvonne here are going to come up here right now, and these are our fearless leaders, okay? Kevin and Yvonne, who we really, I tell you, I adore, Holly and I adore, and I know everybody in this room adores, because let me tell you something, they've set the example, they've made the sacrifices, they've done all the things that maybe some of us haven't quite done enough of yet. They've done all that stuff, and they're just continuously making more sacrifices so we can have a much smoother path, a much easier way, setting the way for us. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up Kevin and Yvonne Bush.
Getting the speed from, man. And say, yeah, we are again.
Yeah, we are.
Let's give her the mic, you know what I mean? But anyway, guys, I'm telling you, today is an absolute fantastic day. Best day really of our life as far as the business goes, that's for sure.
That's right.
And guys, this is the way I look at it. This is a great beginning right here. This is the beginning right now of you know, the rest of our lives, which is true anyway, no matter where we're at. Isn't that true? Today's the beginning of the rest of our lives. But guys, I'm telling you what, we've got a couple here that Yvonne and I got to pick from the whole world of Amway, the couple we wanted to come speak here today. And Bill said, as far as doing a test rally, you just pick your speaker. And immediately, as soon as we found that out, first person in my mind was Kirby and Kathee Morris. And Yvonne will tell you the exact same thing. As soon as she had the opportunity to pick, boom, Kirby and Kathee. Now, Kirby and Kathee and I's relationship goes back to a night in Columbus, Ohio when it was snowing real hard. And Yvonne and I was fixing to leave to drive home. I guess I gotta get this closer. Did that come through good, Manny? Okay, and we was fixing to leave to come home. And, I mean, the weather was bad. The roads were bad. And Kirby said, yeah, ice and snow. And Kirby said, hey, Kev, why don't you all just come over to the house and stay? Well, you know how everybody's usually just nice anyway. We thought they was just offering, and we said, well, thanks, but we'll just drive on. He said, no, really, y'all come over and stay. Well, we figured out after a few minutes they were serious. And so we kept him up eating pizza and no telling what, and Yvonne just, you know, kept Kathee awake, and we just dug them for information, and we knew right then that this was a couple that was team players, that was in the bridge system, exactly mentally where everybody should be, that they don't want to help just from them down. They want to help the whole entire Brit team, as well as the world of Amway. And so, guys, I'm telling you, that's what we've got here to speak for. So I'm going to let Yvonne say a word just for a minute, and I'm excited to have Kirby and Kathee here, man. I mean, Kirby's looking at him, look like a bulldog back here. He's ready to jump up here right now. Guys, we stayed out. We kept him up last night, you know what I mean? But you can tell he's on that new diet now, all that low fat. And he's just so fired up, he don't need sleep, you know what I mean? But anyway, here's Yvonne, okay, real quick? All right.
Well, I'm excited too. I was thinking, not too long ago, I was listening to Paul and Debbie Miller's Fall Into Place, that tape, where Debbie does a lot of teaching on it. And I can listen to that tape and think of Kathee and her teaching. She is an awesome teacher. And I haven't listened to a lot of women, you know, being able to have the opportunity to sit and just, you know, listen. I listen to the tapes, you know, things like that. But when I hear Kathee teach, it's very detailed, and she tells you what you need to know. And when I listened to the Fall Into Place tape, I think of Kathee. And when I was thinking about that whole concept, I thought, that's pretty neat. You know, usually you're thinking of someone and saying, oh, you remind me of a diamond. Well, I was listening to a diamond, I was thinking of Kathee the whole time. So I'm real excited for her to share with you. And when they came in last night, I just sat there in the booth. We were over at the Big Boy, and we sat there for hours. It seemed like we were there for a few hours. But I just was absorbing, because they were just giving and pouring their hearts out, and at the same time listening to our needs, you know, our wants, and just being there. Even though we haven't been around them for a while, we see them at functions casually, but I mean, to get with them and talk. It's been a while, and yet for them to come in and sit down with us, it was like there was nothing there that we had to try and make up or create. It was just a natural flow, because that's how they are. They're just wanting to give, you know, so I'm just really excited to have them here, and that's who we wanted. We're really thankful. And they have a lot of other things they could be doing this month, you know. I'll let them tell you what's going on in their organization. But to take time out and come here, I just think it's great.
All right. Well, Kirby, Kathee, we don't want to tie this thing up too long, but let me tell you, we're just fired up, so we're going to bring them on up now. And here I was the other day at Bill Britt's house, walking down the driveway, talking to Paul Miller. And I said, hey, Paul, I just want to mention to you real quick, we got Kirby and Kathee coming up. Kirby Morris, I said, we got Kirby Morris coming up. Here's the rally. Right away, Paul shook his head and he said, oh, yeah, Kirby and Kathee? Okay. Right then, I said, boy, we're in good hands now, man. Even Paul knows who they are. Guys, I'm telling you something. They are tied in through Terry Taylor, okay? Stan Sherry first, Terry Taylor, Paul Miller, right to Bill. And, guys, the information you're going to get right now is absolutely hot. So I'm telling you, you've got a notepad, tape recorders, videos, turn it all on, right? Q-tips, man, use those first. And here it comes right now. Kirby and Kathee, we're fired up to have you here. Glad Craig could come over too with me. And guys, I'm telling you, here they come. Let's bring on Kirby and Kathee Morris.
clear the chairs out and have a big dance, man. I'm ready to go. Sure is glad to be here. Sure is glad to be here. And I'll tell you, this is a real honor for us. We appreciate all the accolades and everything, and we appreciate you guys. I mean, received this real well. Your leaders are top flight. Had a real nice room to come home, or basically it felt like home. We came home to. We appreciate that, and you know, you guys are doing a fantastic job. It's your first rally. I mean, you're supposed to really screw it up. You know what I mean? It's your very first one, so it's supposed to be a mess. So, but you've done absolutely great. Your leadership is right on track, and this is a real honor for us because, like Kevin said, you know, he could have called anybody, and he called us. And someday, when you guys are, you know, moving up and building a business, somebody's going to call you for their first meeting, and then you'll know how we felt. And we've done other many rallies and things, and you know, when you do somebody's first, though, that's an honor because they think enough of you to have you in. And so we hope to do the very best that we can today. And we've got it videoed here, and Craig has a great editing machine. If we need to edit out something, we can do that. But we hope to just lay it to you straight. I really don't, I'll be honest with you folks, I don't have a lot of notes, okay? I'm going to give you basically what I give to my guys, because that's what he said to do. And so you're going to get the whole load today. And hopefully that's what you came to hear. Because we're going to show you how to build a business, basically. I will say this, you're a very fortunate crowd to have Kevin and Vaughn and some of the leadership that's in this room. You know, hopefully we can kind of put back a stamp of dedication back on them because you guys are tied right into Bill Britt. You hear it all the time, and you know what? Sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. All right, and but I will tell you why it's good because Bill can get you special favors and special people down here to talk to you because he has special connections, if you know what I mean. But we're going to be talking about that today, and I just want to tell you that you guys are part of a very, very dynamic group. You guys are growing. You got some good people. You got some people loyal, hung in all these years, and you know, we'll be talking about that. But let me give you a tip. You keep hanging in, and you keep building this thing, and it's going to work. All right? Because Stan and I and Kathee, just a few years ago, we were a room just like this. Okay, and hopefully we can relate to you on that level. But without any further ado, let me tell you about my wife. Kathee's sharp gal, real sharp. She handles a business that last year our gross volume was over $2 million. And we now have, I don't know, I guess with Mexico, how many does Mexico got down there now, Craig? 15,000 people. We got one leg with 15,000 people. And, you know, I've never been to Mexico, so Craig gets all that credit, but that's okay, I'm the upline, if you know what I mean. All right? And we've got a large U.S. group, and things, you know, we'll be in diamond qualification September, and things are really happening. Kathee runs all of this, okay? I mean, she does an excellent job. She takes care of her business that does that kind of volume. There isn't a day that if we answered the phone as much as it rang, we wouldn't hardly get anything done. So, you know, we have safety valves like an answering machine, inbox, that kind of stuff, so we can get something done. But Kathee handles it all. She takes care of it. We get calls from all over the United States every single day. And I'm not bragging, I'm just telling you the truth. Because she takes care of it. She handles details here in Chicago, Middletown, Dayton, down south, wherever, Texas, on and on and on, wherever it's at. All right. And besides that, she takes care of 3 kids. We have 3 wonderful kids. We've got a 5, 4, and I guess about a 10-month-old. Yeah, almost 1. She's almost 1 now. And she does all of that and then takes care of me on top of that. Okay? And I'm probably the biggest job of all. But Kathee's wonderful. She does a fantastic job. Love her, you know, with all my heart. And she's a perfect gal for me. God matched me up with a good one. And I'll tell you what, here's the deal, guys. Listen very closely to what she has to say. And that's also the men. All right, you know, sometimes the men shut down when the women are talking. If you shut down today, you made a mistake, guys. I guarantee it. Okay, so you clean out your ears, you take notes on this one just as well as what I say. Okay, and ladies, take heed because she runs a big organization that's getting bigger every single day. So that, my lovely wife, Kathee Morris.
This is the short. Okay. But good things come in small packages, right? Hi, everybody. Boy, I tell you what, we are just so happy to be here. And, you know, like they said, we were over at the Big Boy last night talking to Kevin and Yvonne. And when we got home, I couldn't go to sleep. We were up watching a movie. I said, we better go to bed, we better go to bed. We're not going to be worth anything tomorrow. But we were just so excited because we see such big things happening for this group. I was just so excited. I thought, boy, you know, they talked about their business last night. And I said, these guys, they're just right on track. You know, this thing's just going to explode for them. And that really excites us because anytime anybody makes it in this business, it's just that much easier for the, you know, just opens another door, another window for somebody else. And I was just so excited. I just thought, you know, I kept telling myself, I've got to get to sleep, or I'm not going to be worth anything tomorrow. And I couldn't. So we finally went to sleep, and I don't know how late he stayed up, but I couldn't sleep. This morning I woke up at 7:45. No kids. I woke up at 7:45. I thought, I must be, you know, crazy. You know, it's my one chance to sleep in, and I couldn't sleep. So I got up, and I was, you know, getting ready. Didn't bother Kirby though. He said, like he said, he felt right at home. He slept till noon. I'm like, you better get up, you better get up. So, but I don't know how late he stayed up. So, of course the phone rang because my mom couldn't find the formula for the baby or whatever. But anyway, so I was just, you know, I guess I just didn't need a lot of sleep last night. I was just so excited about coming here and sharing with you guys and just letting you know what a great upline you guys have. Like those guys said, we sort of made friends. I was trying to remember, and the way I can always remember how long ago it's been is like how many kids did I have? And I really don't remember. I remember what house it was, but I don't remember how many kids I had. So I know it's at least been 4 or 5 years ago that they stayed all night with us, and we just stayed up talking. We had just the best time. And we just knew then that was a special couple. You know, just to make for you know, there was just something that just clicked. We really didn't know those guys that well. We just, you know, come and stay all night, and we just stayed up all night eating pizza and talking, and just built a really good foundation for a friendship. Seen them at Go Diamond a couple times. They had the girls there, you know. We saw them and met Kevin's parents and stuff, and just, you know, we see them all the time. We're always, you know, is Kevin gonna be at this function? We're always looking for them and everything, looking for their smiling faces, and you know, just talking to him last night. Those guys, Kevin and Yvonne, you know, they're in the game. They are really got their head in this, and they, you know, their best interest at heart is their group, you know, is you guys. And everything, you know, Kevin's like, well, what about this, what about that? And everything is what's best for the group, and what, you know, not what's best for Kevin and Yvonne, but what's best for the group. And those guys have really got this thing figured out, and they are in there, you know, 100%. And you can just tell that by talking to them. I mean, you guys see them all the time. You can just tell they're excited and fired up. So. Talked about a lot of things last night, you know, the way they do things, the way we do things, and, you know, everything's pretty much the same. And it was really funny, some of the things that we're doing, and I was telling Yvonne about, she says, we're getting ready to do this. This is what we're getting ready to do. So what we decided is I'm just going to go ahead and teach what we do, and a lot of these things maybe a little bit new to you, but it's the same things that they're going to be starting in September. She said, you go ahead and tell them about it, and we'll just pick up the ball from there after you guys leave and continue with this stuff. So if you hear something a little different, just, you know, just take it in, and then if those guys, you know, decide to do that, that's great. I don't think it's going to be anything really drastic. You know, everything, the business is built pretty much the same everywhere. So if you hear something a little different, just don't do anything until you get to go ahead from Kevin and Yvonne. So, boy, I really don't know where to start. I told Kirby, I said, you know, I could talk all day on this stuff. I like to talk. Both of us like to talk. Sometimes that's a challenge, but you know, there's just so many different things. I really don't know where to start. And they're like, well, tell them this and tell them that. And I'm just like, okay, I don't know where to start. So I'll just sort of jump in here and have some notes that we usually do for rallies and stuff. But they said, no, we want you to tell them everything. So I don't know. We'll try to get it all in here. Anyway, just I don't know where to start except for, you know, one of the basic things in this business. And I know Kirby's going to talk about it. And that's the 8 steps, you know, to be a team player, core player. Hang on, let me move this here. Okay, we'll try this side approach here. Okay. Anyway, we talked about the 8 steps, and I'm going to talk about the 8 steps from the woman's point of view. And if you're already not in there 100% with your husband, I suggest that's something you strongly think about, you know. And it's happened to me, you know, there's a lot of times where we were building the business, and we've been in a couple years, and you're just sort of like in a management phase. Okay, I'm doing the SA1s, and I'm doing the Collins, and I'm doing pickup, and I'm doing bonus checks, and you're just sort of doing the stuff. But you women need to get in the game 100% too, and not only support your husband, but sometimes I sit down and I think, okay, what can I do to make things work better, make things work faster, help somebody out? And what I decided to do is I'm going to make a system for the gals, just like the guys have, you know, the system like you do the phone calls, and then you do the one-on-ones, and you do follow-ups, and all the little things that you know you're supposed to do, and you sort of have a system for it, and you do the same thing over and over again, so there's no question as far as what you're supposed to do. It's predictable. The guys pretty much know what their roles are in this business, what they need to do. Well, sometimes I sort of felt like the gals were just sort of doing a hit and miss type thing as far as, well, you know, okay, we need to get some customers. Well, we need to do this. And there was really no set system for the gals. So what I sort of did was like, these are the things we need to do. And I sort of set up a system per se for my gals. And it's really nothing new. I just took what we had at hand and sort of said, okay, let's do this, then we do this. So I'll just sort of talk about that. First thing I just want to talk about these 8 steps from the women's point of view. And the first thing is 100% product use. You know, that's one of the 8 steps. And I talk about that first because I really think that the woman has the most control over that. Most women buy the products or the, you know, the food or whatever for their household. And some of the guys who grocery shop, and I don't know, but the majority I would say does this. So it's really up to you. You know, your husband's building this business, and one of the ways to show that you're backing him up and you believe in him is to use your own products. Yeah, I know there's probably some colognes and makeup or shampoo or something that you like, you know, before you got in the business and you find it really hard to change. But like Dave Severin said, you weren't born without your favorite fragrance, so you can just learn to like this other one as your favorite fragrance, okay? And, you know, we came out with the new La Collection Classique selection, and that stuff is awesome. I mean, you know, the men's fragrances and the women's, that stuff is really smells nice. And they have stuff that smells similar to these things that are out on the market. I really don't know any of the names of these brand X stuff anymore, but, you know, you need to show your husband that you're on his team and turn your house over to 100% product use. You know, I was telling Yvonne, you know, the direct formulary stuff is no longer available right now because they're changing the label, and there's been a period of time here where we can't get it. And, you know, medicine is sort of something when you need it, you sort of have to have it. I told her I had it's really a negative product, but since we can't get the positive product, I guess it's okay. But I tell her every time I open the cabinet and I see that product in there, it makes me about half sick because I can't see it in our household. But we had to have it, and we couldn't get it from our own business, so we had to go out and buy it. And it just makes me almost sick to see that in there because I know that ours is much better, but we can't get it right now. But I'd go to any lengths to make one of our products work. I might use 3 or 4 of our products in a combination versus going out and buying something. I mean, I'm just that lazy that I don't want to go out to the store and buy it. I'm just that committed that I want to use our products. And you know, your downline will know if you're not using the products. And all it takes is one negative product in your household, and they find out about it, and you've ruined a lot of credibility. I can tell you a story of when Amway first came out with plastic wrap. They had a brand called Stretch Tight. It was in the Personal Shopper's catalog, and we bought that. And as you guys know, that stuff lasts forever. And the next year, they came out with the Amway brand plastic wrap. Well, I still had the Stretch Tight plastic. Like, in fact, I was over at my grandmother's house like last week, and she pulled out this box of Stretch Tight. I said, "You got to be kidding me! You still have that box?" I mean, this has probably been 3 or 4 years ago. And she said, "Yeah, I still have it." You know, she bought it from us, and so we had this box of Stretch Tight in our kitchen. And, you know, I bought it out of the catalog. It was a positive product, and I still had it the next year. And we had some downline come in, and we were, you know, having food and stuff over there, and they were helping me clean up, and they saw this box of Stretch Tight in the drawer. Well, they didn't know that it was in the catalog the year before. All they knew that was Amway has, you know, plastic wrap, and that this didn't look like Amway plastic wrap, so we must be using a negative product. Well, you know, that sort of spread around the house real quick, and then it sort of, you know, all this and Kirby like sort of caught wind of it. He's like, "What's going on?" They said, "You guys have a negative product," and you know, they got really upset about it. And you know, this is our big leg. They were in from Chicago. It's our strongest leg, you know, our first directs, and now they're rubies. And he's like, "No, we didn't. This is, you know, we got this out of the catalog. I swear." You know, and you're like looking for an old catalog to show them. And you know, so he says, "Throw that away right now." And buy some, you know, the ones in the catalog this year. I was like, okay, you know, I mean, I never dreamed it, you know. I bought it out of the catalog. I didn't even think about it, but I'm almost radical about it. In fact, one of the single guys in our business one time had been to do a in-home shopping appointment, you know, what they now call the priority service thing, and he had bought back, like they had a bottle of Joy, so he wanted some dish off, so he said, "I'll buy back your bottle of Joy. It's half full. You paid this, you know, you've heard of doing that before." So he buys back this bottle of Joy dishwashing liquid. Well, he came out, he did that before product pickup, so he comes over to my product pickup and he sits this big bottle of Joy on my drain board. And I was down, doing pickup, and I came upstairs and I saw that. I said, who put that there? Who put that there? And they were laughing. They were all waiting for me to come there and see this bottle of Joy. I thought that was really funny that they did that to me. And he says, I'll throw it away. I said, don't you put that in my trash can. I don't even want anybody to see that in my trash can. So they thought that was really funny. That's just sort of the attitude, that I have about using our own products, and I'll just do anything. Kirby keeps teasing me. He's like, well, what do I have to do to get a bottle of this new cologne? Because I just keep forgetting to order it for him. And he says that, one of our directors is our next door neighbor, and she's our secretary. He says, I'm going to have Lita order it. And I said, okay, but I have to get, diapers and all this stuff next week. I just keep forgetting to order it for him, so he keeps teasing me as far as, I won't even order products for him as long, I have my stuff and all this stuff. So he teasing me, but anyway, a lot of times we'll do without if we don't have something because I forget to order it because I just refuse to use negative products. Anyway, you should be that committed, and your downline will duplicate everything you do. They'll duplicate all the good stuff, the right things you do, 50%, and all the bad things you do 100%. So, if you're using a negative product, I'll tell you the last product I switched over when we first got into business was Glister toothpaste. Now, I was a dental hygienist, and Glister toothpaste was not approved by the American Dental Association, so I wasn't going to use it until I found out that Colgate and Palmolive and all these companies that there's only 5 toothpastes that are approved, at least there used to be, and they pay the American Dental Association to, research their product and approve it. So I thought, well, it's not. I thought the Dental Association tried all the toothpaste on the market and said these are the best ones, but they actually pay the association to approve their product. So I thought, well, that doesn't hold too much clout. So then I started using their toothpaste. But people have silly reasons, and you just need to find out why and help them overcome them. But I just can't talk enough about 100% product use. You can ruin all your husband's efforts and work just by one negative product, and you're downline, seeing that. It just ruins your credibility. You're telling people, come in this business, I'm going to help you build your own business, I'm going to help you financial freedom, I believe in this business, and then they walk in your cupboard and they see Mary Kay products or, Clinique soap or Frito-Lay, Fritos instead of, Critics' Choice or whatever. So we have so many different products in this business. If you're a health nut, you order everything out of the health and fitness catalog. If you're a junk food junkie, then order your food out of the personal shopper's catalog. There's something for everybody. So, they got enough junk food in there to kill everybody in here, but, isn't it great, it's like the kids, it's almost like, okay, I can't eat this stuff, so I'm going to give it to my kids, let them enjoy life. But, they're little, they need all that fat and calories, they burn it off, they never stop, but, I don't feed them bad stuff, but they just get to eat a lot of stuff that I try not to eat. But, 100% product use, I just can't, talk about it enough. We have this wonderful priority service program that Amway has for us now, as far as, the customers can call Amway directly on their credit card and get it delivered right to their house. It used to be, you spend all day Friday and Saturday delivering products, and now you don't even have to bother with that. So, there's just so many ways to use the products and get those out to the public. Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is tapes. We talk about books and tapes and functions, and Kirby almost always has the guys, with the night owls and different things talking about the 8 steps, and you always hear them talking about books, tapes, and functions. And I think a lot of you gals think, well, as long as he's listening to the tapes and reading the books, then I don't need to do it. Well, that's not so. In fact, I'm going to talk about 2 of the steps, tapes and books. I'm going to talk about these at the same time. And you gals need to be reading the books and listening to the tapes just like your husbands are. First of all, you want to be growing together in this business. You go through a lot of times mental Olympics. In this business, just getting your attitude straight. A lot of people are employees, and you sort of have to get the entrepreneurial spirit, and learn how to run a business. And your attitude has to change a little bit as far as that's concerned. And if you're both reading the books and listening to the tapes, you're going to grow together and be, as Dave Taylor says, be on the same page. Instead of, he's over here, he's all fired up, and you're like, I don't want to do this. So I think if you're both reading and listening to tapes, that's going to help. The second reason that I think is really important is right before we went direct, all we did, we had phone calls, and I told Kirby, I said, are we going direct? I thought we were in, we had a business. I felt more like a psychologist because everybody had challenges and they were calling and you're trying to counsel these people. And you just wonder sometimes, but they say that's going to happen. So if a lot of stuff like that starts happening in your group, you're probably getting ready to go direct. But it's so important. If we hadn't read the books and listened to the tapes, we wouldn't have anything to tell these people. They sharpen up your people skills, and the women, you probably need the people skills as much or more than the men, because you deal with the other gals or even the single guys or whatever at pickup, and it's just a known fact that women are more emotional than men. They're logical and women are emotional. When you get a bunch of emotional women at pickup and something's not quite right, you better have good people skills to get that handled. So, also too, your downline, I can talk to somebody for 5 minutes and tell, what level their people skills are at just by things they say and how they handle, different things. And your downline knows what your people skills are. And if you want them to come to you as a leader and come to you for counseling and advice, then you're going to have good people skills. They're not going to feel comfortable doing that. So, you guys want to be direct and diamonds in here, and to do that, you're going to have a large business and you're going to have to do a lot of counseling. And in order to do that, you're going to have really good people skills. So I love to read all the relationship books, and Fascinating Womanhood, and, The Art of Understanding Your Mate, and all those things. I think those books are a lot easier to read, and I think women like to work on their marriages a little bit more than men sometimes. And those books are easy reading. But I also, at the same time, I usually have 2 books when I have to keep in people skill books so I can handle the business. And you need to make sure you're reading people skill books. Now, if you haven't read any and you need to know some to read, my favorite one, this book I got the most out of, but I felt it was the hardest to read because I had to make myself read it, but I got a lot out of it, and that's How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I'll tell you a story about that book tonight. But and another book that I thought was my very favorite was How to Start a Conversation and Make Friends. And that book not only tells you how to start conversations, but how to keep them going and how to end them. You ever start a conversation with somebody like you're contacting, and you keep talking and you're like, how do I get out of this conversation? How do I end? Well, see ya, or something you feel really awkward. This book covers that. It talks you a little bit about body language as far as, when you're talking to people and, you don't stand like this and try to make, contact and just different things like that. And if you read this book, when I read this book, I could see Paul Miller because it talks about nodding and, sort of doing this, and if you guys ever watch Paul, he's always doing this, and I thought, I know Paul Miller has read this book, and it made me feel really good, because I knew he read that book, I went where he's at, but that's a good book, with skill with people and people smart, there's just loads of them on your book list, so you guys make sure you stay in the people skill books, as well as your husbands and stuff, so, and if you're, I keep talking about guys and gals, and if you're single in here, hey, you can do this business too. Don't get hung up that you're single and you think you need everything special and different. You just get out there and do it. I built the business as a single for a little while, probably, 8 months to a year, somewhere in that vicinity. I'd have to sit down and figure it out. But, I'd sponsor some people, had a pretty good sized group. But, you can do it too. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be like, well, I'm single, so this is different for me. You just get out there and do it because it's out there for you. I can't tell you how many single emeralds were, the last function, you got Stan and Randy Haver, and we have a whole slew of them. So, and you gals can do it too. And I tell you right now, Bill Britt's looking for a single diamond or a single emerald gal. And if you fill that bill, you'll be writing a ticket because he's looking for one. He's told us that numerous times. But, and it's out there for any of you that are willing to put the work in to get it done. So, now back for with it. Anyway, books and tapes, you guys need to do that. As far as the functions go, if you look at the 8 steps, it says attend all functions, comma, husband and wife. You both need to be there. I've missed 3 functions, and that's because I have 3 kids. They were all born on a function weekend. I don't know, some of those functions, I don't know, are they 9 months apart? I don't know. Anyway, that's just the way they all happen to fall. I got 1 family reunion baby and 2 free enterprise babies. So that's just the way it happened to work out. And I thought that was a good reason not to go. But Kirby went. He went to every single one of them that I stayed home. I either had the baby like the day after he got home or like the day before he left. So I just sort of made sure that happened. But that's just the way it works. So, so you need to be there with your husbands and learn what they learn. And, like you said, Paul knows Kirby and Kathee because every time Kirby's there, I'm right there, with my smiling face, don't forget me, I'm here too, and trying to get a chance to talk to Debbie and everything. So you guys need to be there. It's the same thing, growing at the same time. And if you want to come home and teach your women, what you learned or you carry the excitement and, you're telling these new people, this is a husband and wife business, you build this thing together, you work together, and then they see him going off and you're staying home, that doesn't quite, mesh with what you're telling them. So people, you know, they really don't forget a lot of times what you tell them. You're going to help them in the business, and you know, you do this together, and you get to spend more time with your husband, and they need to see you going together. So, you know, a lot of times they're a little bit funny about leaving the kids and stuff, but, you know, we've left our kids and we've left our kids, and they go through different stages. This one cries and we leave, and the next time this other one's upset because we're leaving. And, you know, they're all going through all these different stages, and this time I called in with a 5-year-old. I was like, where are you? I missed you. I'm like, Jared, you're fine. You know, grandma and grandpa's there. You stay with them, whatever. And so if you ask him, you know, I'm like, now, do you want to go to Disney World? Yes. I said, well, then we have to go do this meeting. He's like, oh, okay. So if you ask Jared, where are you going, Jared? He said, we're going to EDC and we're going to Disney World. And he knows that for a fact, you know, because he's heard it a million times. So, and so they started Q12 this year, you know, we're going to Orlando again, and we're staying at the Disney Beach and Yacht Club. So they started sending all the, you know, pamphlets and everything, because, you know, you have one more month of qualification, and then they start making your airline arrangements and all this stuff. So, you know, I told Kirby, this is next year, now this is what the gal at Amway told me, and she said next year it's definitely going to be on the West Coast, probably at Palm Beach. So I said, we have to take the boys. They've never been to Disney World, and we put off taking them because they've been young and everything, so they're sort of old enough to go. This year, now we were going to take the boys. I was going to leave the baby at home because she's not old enough to go, and he said, well, I would sort of want to take my parents. So now it's turned into, we're taking his parents and my parents and all 3 children. So this has turned into a big thing. And so he's already started, when are we going to Disney World? When are we going to Disney World? You know, and we're going in November. This is, August? So I was like, well, it snows outside, we're going. So he wakes up every morning, it's not snowing. No, it's not going to snow for a long time, Jared. You know, you're trying to explain this to a 5-year-old. So it gets, you know, you just have to tell him what's going on, and he understands. It's just hard for him to understand and wait. But, you know, don't use your children as an excuse. Use them for a reason. And, you know, sometimes I've talked about this till I'm blue in the face, and the women are just like, yeah, but my child, you know, I can't leave, my child's different, you know. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I've heard that a lot of times too. And everybody thinks that their child's special, and everybody's child is special. But, you know, that first one's really hard to leave. And we have a couple in the business, and they're getting ready to go 4,000, and probably this month. And I met her through an outside situation, and they lived about 45 minutes away, and Kirby just didn't know if he wanted to show them the plan. And I said, they'll drive in, because she was bringing her little boy in for, you know, therapy and stuff twice a week and all this stuff into Columbus, and they'll do it. And so he finally, you know, showed them the plan. They got in, and I was like, the only thing is I don't know if she'll leave her son or not, you know, because he's real clingy, and I mean, went through a whole year, like that you take him to play group, and we'd go up, you know, to group session and stuff, and he would, you know, hang on her legs and cry the whole bit. It'd take her half hour to get away from him. And I'm thinking, this is the only thing I don't know if she'll leave him to build this business or not. But she came up to me the last function. She goes, I can't believe this. I called home, and she said, we were at family reunion. She goes, last year at family reunion, she took him, it was her first function, and she took her son with them. He just turned 4 like in January, and she took her sister to babysit. Well, her little boy sat at the door of the hotel room the whole weekend and cried every time they went to a session. And, you know, and it was really hard for him. So she goes, I called him this year, and he said, don't come home, I'm having too much fun. So, you know, they learn, and that, believe me, they're flexible, and they'll get over it. And, you know, so another thing is, another way to look at it is, you know, in my opinion, my priorities are God first, and then Kirby, my husband, and then my children, and then this business. And so a lot of them will say, yeah, but you just said the business is your 4th priority. And I said, right, but my 2nd priority is Kirby, and he needs me here to help him with this business. So therefore that comes before, you know, my children. So he needs me here, and that's where I'm going to be. So believe me, when I say your husbands need you here, they need you there at the opens, they need you at the night outs, they need you at the functions, they need you there. Because there's lots of times, you know, I don't know, Craig was at the function. We had a rally last Saturday, and his wife couldn't be there because of a very good reason, and he looked so lost. I said, you guys, please take care of Craig. He is just so lost here today without Karen. But, you know, they really do depend on you. They might, I mean, a lot of times we go to functions, and I think, gee, maybe I'll see Kirby in the room tonight because he's off, you know, chasing Paul or Terry or whatever. And that's fine, too. And you think, you know, yeah, he really needs me here, but they do. And they might show it in different ways, but Kirby has a hard time sitting still at those functions because he just wants to get home and get this thing going. But you do need to be there, and I just sort of look at that as like one of my top priorities is whatever he needs me to do in this business, I'm going to do. So, okay, this, I don't know, I'm on like 4 or 5, whatever, I've lost my numbers, just sort of mix these up here. anyway, showing the plan. Now you think, now what do I possibly have to do with this? The guys, the ones out showing the plan, and what do I have to do with this? Well, the thing you can do to help your husband with this is give him the freedom to go out and do it. And you hear that a lot on the table. What does that mean? Well, yeah, he can go out. I'm not sitting on him or keeping him home or whatever. He can do it. Okay, you're giving him the physical freedom. Are you giving him the mental freedom? Are you like, where are you going? I'm going to go out and show the plan. Okay, don't worry about me. I'll be all right. Are you bogging his mind down and making him feel guilty every time he walks out the door? Or are you like, I'm like, okay, what's your schedule today? Why have 2 one-on-ones and I'll follow up on this then? Okay, what time do you need to leave? Do you need a white shirt iron? Do you need this, a dinner, or whatever? I try to make sure he has everything he needs before he walks out the door. He knows he doesn't have to worry about it, that I'm okay with him going out and doing whatever. And, he's got to pay. If I need him, I just page him or whatever. And he needs to know that you're okay with him going out and that he doesn't have to worry about you at home just like crumbling apart because he's not there, every night of the week to sit there and hold your hand. I mean, that's what we got married for, to be together, But, you need to give him up a little bit now so you have him in the future. I mean, I'd rather go out now while your kids are little, and I'm really tied up with that. And, when the kids grow up and maybe they're gone, and we'll have all the time in the world to spend together. So, fortunately, our kids are still small enough now to where when he's gone, and that's okay, mommy's home. But they're going to be getting, the oldest one's 5, he's getting a little bit up there, and he wants daddy to play ball and all this stuff. And Kirby doesn't go to a job every day, but he's really hitting his business hard, so he does have a lot of freedom. We take him to the zoo a lot of times during the day, but he's gone, a lot of nights out building a business, and you need to understand that that's not a permanent situation. And if you really believe in this business and you really believe it works, then you'll understand that, and the husbands will understand it. They'll go out and get it done, and it's a temporary situation. If you don't, 100% sure this business is going to work, you look at it a little different because you think it's going to be a way of life. And if you really build a business and get out there and do it, it won't be. It's a temporary situation. So, you gals need to keep that in mind when you think they've been gone too much. And there's times I've been like, Kirby, get your calendar out. We need to schedule a family day here. The kids are sort of wondering where you've been. And there's a lot of times I have to sort of slow him down and remind him it's time to take a block of time out for us. So don't be afraid to do that, but I don't expect him to go to every PTA meeting and every, little thing that I have to do with the kids or whatever. So I give him the freedom to do it and, get some family time scheduled in. Of course, Sundays, the majority of Sundays, family day, we usually go to church and we usually go visit my parents or do whatever. He might schedule something later that evening, but you do need to have some time for the family, but don't be whining and complaining every time he wants to go out the door to build your future. So. Next thing is accountability, and I think what goes hand in hand with this is predictability. Kirby needs to know that I'm handling all the details. He doesn't, he needs to know he doesn't have to worry about whether I got all the checks collected for products and tapes and stuff, and he needs to know that all the details are taken care of, and somebody's not going to come up to him and say they haven't gotten products in 3 weeks, or something's not going right. He knows I'm down in depth taking care of everything, not just my front line, but I'm always down in depth checking. And if there's a problem or if somebody comes up to him with a challenge and he turns it over to me, he needs to know that I'm going to be taking care of it. He doesn't have to check twice. That whatever he's done, I'm doing it. And he doesn't need all these details on his mind. I want his mind clear to go out and create the business, and I'm going to stay home and manage it and keep it together. That's one of the hardest things. A lot of people build this business, but keeping it together is another trick, and that's where your wife comes into play. It's very important. So you gals need to, don't be complaining about, oh, pickup was so terrible today and this and that. You need to just be handling it. He doesn't need to know every single thing. There's a lot of times situations he's like, how's pickup? It was good. It was all right. They were fine. Well, how's this person? They were fine. If I start telling him well, she said this and she said that and blah, 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 then he sort of gets a bad attitude about working with that gal's husband. It's sort of like, why should I take time out to work with him if she's this far off track or she's, whatever. So he doesn't need to know every little thing. So I don't tell him everything. But, if and I said this once, and one of my groups took it really to heart, and they weren't telling their husbands anything. And I was like, oh, no. And a situation, these big situations were coming up, and they didn't want to affect his attitude, and they weren't telling him. So, you gotta use your common sense. If there's a money situation comes up, like somebody didn't pay me and I'm having trouble collecting, they didn't show up to pick up and I've called them and they haven't, brought the money, or somebody bounces a check and they're having trouble collecting money, then that then becomes Kirby's detail. You don't ever argue with your downline because it's not gonna get you anywhere, and gals, you never get into a confrontation with the male, okay? If it ever comes out of that, that's Kirby's ballgame. I don't get into confrontation with them because, there's this ego thing that's out there, and I don't even want to start getting into that, and you might think that I'm a chauvinist pig or whatever. I'm just old-fashioned, and that's the way it works, and, you can believe whatever you want to. When it comes down to it, that's in play, and I just let Kirby handle that. They're going to take it better coming from him than they are coming from me. And if it turns into a money situation, then that's for him to handle. Like I said, if it starts snowballing into something that I feel like starts getting out of control, then I turn it over to him. But the small stuff, the petty stuff, he doesn't need to know about, as far as, pick up and, she said this and she said that and all that stuff. He doesn't really need to know all that. Now, I'll probably, hopefully I'll have time to get into this, is, the things that you do need to watch for to let him know. I'll get into that next, I'll make sure I get that. The next thing is counseling upline. You need to make sure you're talking with your growing up line. Now, my growing up line is Stan, and, a lot of times that's been a little rough because he's single, and I haven't had the female gal or whatever figure to talk to, but that's okay. He's been there for when I needed him, and he's given us pretty much everything we needed. I mean, he hasn't been a big help on the artistry or anything like that, but, if you've got a bunch of single guys above you, you don't have a female offline, then you take initiative and do whatever needs to be done. You don't have to, I've told some of my guys, you don't have to have, this person's permission to get your downline gals together and go out and have lunch or, go out shopping or whatever. Get your girls together and do things with them. Always be counseling upline. Don't do anything new unless you check upline, and you should be talking to them on a weekly basis. We have a couple directs, and I talk to them at least once a week. And I talk to Stan once a week. I counsel upline with Stan every single week. It might be a minute, it might be 30 seconds, it might be half an hour. But I talk to Stan every single week because he's my upline, and he handles the details in his business, and sometimes we need to talk about things for a while. Sometimes it's just, Stan, is there anything I need to do? No. How's everything going? Everything's fine. Are you sure there's nothing am I doing everything going okay? Am I doing everything I'm supposed to do? Is there something I should know about? No. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Talk to you next week. It might be that, or it might be, well, we got this going on, and what do you think about this? And we might sit and talk for half an hour. So you need to be counseling upline, and I would say at least once a week, touching base. You might just be touching base with them, or you might get into a lengthy counseling session. Just, we don't have very many situations that I need to counsel upline. They pretty much told you guys are big boys now. You figure it out for yourselves. So, you don't need to come, you know what the answer is, you take care of it, but until you get the okay from your upline as far as that goes, you need to be checking upline. So, also too, if the situation comes up where, you have somebody 2 or 3 down in depth and they come to you with a situation about the people in between you, like they feel like they're not handling something properly, you have to remember, your number one priority is never to discredit, that person in front of their group. So, if there's somebody 3 or 4 down, they're telling me this person in between us is not doing this right or that right, you don't ever say, well, I'll talk to them or get them straight out. You say, okay, let me check with them and see what the situation is, and I'll get back to you. You never discredit that person, because there's always 2 sides to the story. And once you've done that, then you've ruined that person's credibility, and that person's still going to be their upline. So you want to make sure you always back up the upline person. Even if they're in the wrong, you still back them up until you find out what's going on. And even if you end up having to fix a situation, well, there was a misunderstanding, we get everything straightened out, everything's fine. You just never discredit anybody in front of their downline. That's very important. Paul Miller says you never demotivate anybody, because that you're messing with people's dreams and their livelihood and stuff, so you have to be very careful with that. Okay, 10 customers. That's what we used to say before we got priority service. We usually talk 20 customers now with the new priority service program. And, just get out there and do it. This is probably like the least favorite part of the business that I don't like doing as the customers, but, I made myself go out there and get 10 customers. Kirby sort of said, I wanted a dishwasher really bad when we lived in the house we used to live in, and didn't have air conditioning, didn't have dishwasher, whatever. We sort of grown up since then, but I wanted this dishwasher, and he said, when you get 10 customers, you can have, I'll buy you a dishwasher. So I had this picture on the refrigerator of this dishwasher, and that picture was yellow and old, because I just thought, he'll get me the dishwasher, you know, I don't have to get these 10 customers, he'll get me the dishwasher, because I really need one, and I really want one, and he'll let me slide. So I had 8 customers, wouldn't give me the dishwasher. And I thought, man, you might well, you know, I got 9 customers, he would not give me the dishwasher. And I thought, I just can't, I know he'll get me, he just wouldn't get it for me. So, I had 9 customers and we moved. Well, the house that we were moving into had a dishwasher. I thought, I got my dishwasher, you know, I only have 9 customers. Well, I load the dishwasher all up, I'm all excited, I turn it on and it doesn't work. And I thought, okay. And so I call, you know, and get a repairman to come. Well, we can't come out till Monday. I was like, I can't believe this, you know. I'm moving to this new place, dishwasher doesn't work. And, you know, so they're going to be out Monday. Well, guess what? Monday morning, I got my 10th customer. Monday afternoon, the dishwasher came out, fixed the dishwasher. I did not get my dishwasher until I got 10 customers. So, you know, whatever, set your goals and don't give in until you reach them. So get your customers, and you know, a lot of times I hear these guys saying, well, he won't go out and build the business, and he won't, you know, I can't get him to do this, and he's not doing this right. You guys need to be working on yourselves, and I bet almost all those women who are saying this stuff and complaining and criticizing, they probably don't have their 10 customers. So you need to work on yourself first and make sure you're doing what you need to do, and you know, your husband he'll be grown and whatever and do whatever he needs to do. So you concentrate on yourself and get done what you need to get done first, and then you just pray that he's counseling upline with his growing upline, and hopefully he'll straighten him out. So that's the 8 steps from my point of view, women's point of view, and yeah, I just sort of feel like the gals in here, you can further this business along, hit your goals. You have as much to do with it as the guys. I'm like on this crusade lately, all the nuts and bolts and stuff we've been doing. I said, I'm on a crusade, and my crusade is wife's right in this business. You know, you have things you need to do in this business, and you know, I don't like wimpy women. I'm like, no wimps in my business, and you women, you know, you can do this business and you can build it too, and there's things that you need to do that you can further along your goals in the business as well. You know, yeah, well, I can't get out there and show the plans. There's not a whole lot I can do to help get direct. That's wrong. There's a lot of things you can do to help the business go along. Like I said, you need to hold it together. So I told you I'd talk about real quick the things that you need to watch for to make sure you tell your husbands. And I sort of call these the red flags in the business. I sort of look at it like I don't want to say the spy. I am the information gatherer for Kirby. He is so busy out there building a business, and you know, after the opener, he's talking to all these people, meeting them and everything. And I just sort of go around, hi, how you doing? You know, and sort of listen, you know, what's going on, and I gather information. And sometimes I hear things. It's like, uh-oh, better make sure I tell Kirby about this one. So I sort of write some of this stuff down, and every week, and you know, this really goes along with training your gals too. It's real easy to tell somebody what to do. You know, you need to do this, 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 and this. And a lot of people resent, you know, they don't like to be told what to do. And even in lieu of that, you need to be trained. Like I said, you need to be train your mind to think in certain ways. And when you own your own business, you have to have to think different than if you're working for somebody else. And a lot of times, my gals will call me with questions and stuff, and I won't answer their questions, and I'm sure it's very frustrating to them at first, but I'll say, well, what do you think you should do? Well, what about this? And I just ask them a series of questions to get their mind thinking in the right direction. And I told him when I used to call Lori Taylor and ask her stuff, and she would do the same thing to me. She hardly ever answered me. She would ask me questions. Well, what about this and what about that? And you know, I'd be answering these questions, and I'd be answering the reason I called her. It would come, you know, I'm like, well, I guess I just answered my own question. And she would just laugh. And I just thought, well, you know, what is she doing? But what she was doing was teaching me how to think for myself and think these things through for myself. She could have given me the answer. She knew the answer, but that was the easy thing to do, and that would have taught me nothing except for to keep depending on her for the answers. So, you know, when you're talking with your downline stuff, you need to keep this in mind and maybe start training them how to think in the right direction and think for themselves and work these things through for themselves in their mind. So every week when we have call-ins, I asked my front line, I always keep track of who added a standing order or who even dropped a standing order. You can ask me any leg of my business and I can tell you just like this how many standing orders are moving. And Kirby can tell you just like this how many standing orders are moving because we talk about it every single Monday night, which is when our call-ins are. We always talk, I said, so-and-so added 2, this person dropped 1, this person added 5. I tell them exactly, what's going on across the board as far as standing orders goes. That's a very big indicator of growth. So if somebody in your group drops a standing order on one of your legs, then you need to make sure you tell your husband. And I always tell them if they add, that's just a little cherry on top for him because it's great to see him grow. Another red flag is if I see people that don't come to pick up, like they may have been coming, real regular, and then all of a sudden they quit, they don't come for a week or 2. That's sort of a red flag. Somebody needs to get on the phone, either Kirby or I, or somebody needs to get on the phone and call these people and see what's going on. Chances are situations arisen that we weren't aware of. Or it might be nothing, but you need to call and make sure what's going on. So these things you need to look for. They stopped coming to the opens. Opens are getting really big now. It's hard to tell who's there, but I know Kirby really has a hard time telling who's there because he's showing the plane or Stan's showing the plane or whatever. But where was this person or where was that person? I haven't seen them for a week or 2, and it's just another red flag to get down in there and call that person and see what's going on. Just things you need to watch for. Late bonus checks, somebody's paying bonus checks late, you need to get on top of that immediately. That happens once, they get a warning, and it happens the second time, then we work around them. It's just something you don't play with us as people's money. You have 24 to 48 hours to get that check out, and you need to be spot checking down in depth to see if the people are getting them. A lot of times people are afraid to tell me, I didn't want to get my sponsor in trouble. That's what I hear a lot. I didn't want to get him in trouble. Well, what about your downline? Your downline's expecting this check and you're worried about getting your upline in trouble. What about, your obligation to them and paying them their checks? So sometimes people can go as far as paying them out of their pocket and they don't say anything, so you need to be checking down in depth. And a lot of times, I've seen this 100 times, say this is a leg here, and how's everything going? Everything's fine, everything's fine. How's everything going? Everything's fine, everything's wonderful. How's everything going? Everything's fine. And they've all asked each other if everything's fine. Then I asked this guy right here, and he says, terrible, I haven't got a bonus check for 3 months, and he just starts unloading all the stuff, and you're like, so then I go back to the next person, they said, I just asked, and they said everything was fine, and I've seen that happen, and I believe them, but sometimes they just, you have to get down to an objective person before they'll tell you what's going on. So the key is you always check down in depth. I like to try to know everybody in our business, and if I, after the opens, I'm walking down the hall, and I see somebody in our business, and I'm not on a first name basis as far as when I say hi to them, they know that I know who they are, or vice versa or whatever, then I'm going to stop and talk to that person before I go over and talk to one of my directs that I see all the time or talk to all the time, because I want them to know that I'm interested in the business, I'm available for you to talk to me if you need to. At the same time, if they're coming up and asking me questions, how do I return the sweet shot or whatever, I don't answer that for them. Well, you know what, you need to ask, Carol or whoever your sponsor is. That's another thing as far as delegating leadership. Don't answer the things for this person's sponsor if the sponsor can handle the answers. You want to make sure that the credibility and the leadership gets put in place. So if somebody asks me a question or calls me with a question that should have been directed to their sponsor or their upline, I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to tell them, you know what, you need to call Carol because I know she knows the answer, and she's your sponsor. You need to give her a call because she'll probably know that answer better than I am because she's your sponsor. And so I don't ever discourage calls because people need to call to learn when to call and when not to call. So I don't ever say, well, don't call me unless, this or that. So if somebody calls me, that's fine, but if they call me with an inappropriate question or something that could have been answered by their sponsor, then I'm just going to redirect them back to that point. And that way they learn when to call and when not to call, and who to call and all that stuff. So it's just a learning process. You don't ever want to, what do you mean what do you call me with this for? You don't ever want people to get the impression, oh, don't call Kathee, she's too busy, don't call her. And then in the meantime, a big situation's going on that I should have known about and probably could have, nipped in the bud had I known, but don't call Kathee, she's too busy. So I don't want people to get that impression. Kirby and I are there, we get phone calls every day. Sometimes we're out doing stuff, I always return the phone calls, but you don't want the impression that you're, at least in my opinion, that we're unreachable or whatever. We're here for everybody, but then again, I can't handle everybody's questions, detailed type questions that can be handled by upline sponsors. So needs to learn to redirect things, so that person builds some leadership and some credibility too. So, I mean, I can handle everything for everybody, but then we would have no leadership in our downline. So you don't want that situation either. If somebody's not attending functions, like in my planner, I could tell you how many people we had at the last, 5 or 6 functions I have. And this, this dream night, we had this many people here, these legs had this many there. I just keep track of that. And at every function on Sunday, I write up a sheet for Kirby. We had this many tickets sold. Here's our front lines. This is how many tickets they moved. This is how many standing orders are moved. And this is how many tickets they sold last function. So he can keep track of our growth, and then he can go steal a couple minutes with Paul or whatever and counsel, with our group. So that's something that I keep track of for Kirby. And it just really helps to keep things on track because, you see somebody that dropped or, in their ticket functions or function tickets rather, or they stay the same, whatever. That's sort of like a little red flag as far as something, they aren't growing or something. So just all these statistics and stuff, I'm terrible with numbers, but I just sort of keep track of everything, and I give it to Kirby, and he can decipher it and go from there. But I'm just, sort of there to get all the information he needs. A lot of times when Kirby, he's like, okay, I'm going to work in this leg and this leg and this leg with this person or whatever, and he'll a lot of times say, are they ordering their own products? Is shampoo and deodorant and mouthwash and SA moving through this leg? Or is it all catalog stuff? Or is it, he'll ask me a lot of times what's the balance of their order. And, I mean, it's real easy to tell, well, this leg is doing good, but they don't ever order any hair care products in this whole leg, So, probably the chances are the front line's not using hair care products, and neither is their downline. So, he a lot of times asks me that. So, you just be on top of your business and, know everything what's going on. So, if he has a question, he can ask me. Now my frontline girls, they know every week when they call the order in, and if they order kits or something, they know I'm gonna ask them whose leg are they in, who moved the kit, because I don't want to keep track of who's moving kits in an organization, where they're going. So if we don't see a standing order increase or see some PV increase or something, that somebody's dropping the ball somewhere, they're moving kits and nothing's happening. So okay, I need 4 kits, and I need to add these many standing orders or whatever. I'm like, where are the kits going? I don't know. So after a couple of weeks, I don't know, then they have to go back and call the person. They start asking their front line, well, whose kid is it? And then after a couple of weeks, they start asking. So then you have where everybody's asking, where's the kit going? And everybody in the group knows what's going on because they're getting asked the same questions. So instead of, I don't know, and call them back, they're going to ask when the person calls in. You're retraining them, how to keep track of their business. So then everybody in the group used to keep a track of it, and then people are aware. If you don't know what your numbers are, how are you going to double them? You're how are we going to double our group? Well, double what? How many did you have last function? I don't know. So if you don't have these things in your head, how are you going to double them? So that's real important. If you see a little Napoleon brewing somewhere down in depth, you need to let your husband know. And if you don't know what that is, that's somebody's like, this is my group. I don't want you doing this for me. I'm going to handle it. I don't need your help. This is my group. That's a little Napoleon. They don't want your help, and that's a big mistake. You better get down in there and build some downline relationships with the people underneath that Napoleon real quick, because they probably aren't going to last. They'll either change or they won't make it. So you should always welcome help from your upline. I mean, we wish Stan was working in our group more, but this group's sort of secure, like for him. And he still does work it sometimes, and as well as Terry and Paul, you can come down, but. Always welcome help from your upline, because they can always sprinkle you with credibility and edification and everything, something you can't do for yourself. So, in the same breath, you need to make sure you're edifying your upline, because if you aren't edifying them when you need them, then the credibility is not going to be there. And nobody can give you the credibility that your upline can. So you need to make sure you're edifying your upline, and I'm sure Kirby's going to talk about this, about being loyal, being a wingman, and all the accolades of that, and that's just so important. And Stan tells me to do something, I'm going to do it. I don't ask questions. He says, Kathee, if he told me, Kathee, go out and collect 1,000 empty milk jugs, I'd say, okay, well, where do you want them? And when do you need it by? I'm not going to say why or whatever, and I'm just going to say, okay, guys, Stan wants us to collect empty milk jugs. Let's go get them. I'm like, whatever. It's just you need to sort of have that blind faith, childlike faith. And you're upline. Now I know, the Stan's not going to do anything to steer us wrong. So if he wants empty milk jugs, I'm going to go get empty milk jugs. That's a stupid example, but just whatever. I just do whatever, and I have, in fact, one of the couples that we sponsored, and she just, like, you tell them to do something, they would do it. It was just so wonderful. You sponsor these people, they just start building business. And she called me, and she said, I have to ask you a question. I really hate to ask you this, but, you know, you told me to do this, and I'm doing it, but then when I told my downline to do it, they asked me why. And she said, I don't know why, because I never asked you why. And I was like, oh, and I started laughing, you know, and it was great. She didn't have to know why. Her downline wanted to know why, and she had to call me and ask me why, because she just did it because we said that was the thing to do. And that's the type of blind faith you need to have. You know, hope without faith is nothing. You hope you go direct, but if you don't have the faith in the business and everything, you aren't going to make it, because you're even very far on hope. You have to have faith, you know, to get that hope somewhere, you know. And a dream is just a wish without any action. So you're going to give your hopes and wishes. You need action and faith to get there. So make sure you're doing that too. Boy, how am I doing on time? Am I up? Okay, we're going to have a 10-hour night out tonight to cover the rest of the stuff. Let me just do one more thing real quick, because I think this is really important. And that is one thing. I was talking about the system we made for the gals, you know, as far as what to do next and this and that. And the little system when we sort of worked out is, you know, I go wherever Kirby goes. If he's doing a follow-up for somebody, then I'm going to work with that person. Whoever he's working with, I'm sort of working there too with the wife. So if he does a follow-up with the guy and then they do the kit opening, after they do the kit opening, we started doing this little thing, and it's really helped our retention rate as far as like how many people stay in the business and start ordering products. And we actually, you know, sometimes you sponsor people and they do nothing. This has helped our retention rate as far as like when we sponsor them, they actually start ordering products and building the business. And I just schedule an appointment about 3 or 4 days after the kit opening and get together with the gal or whoever's going to be doing the paperwork. And a lot of times they say, well, my husband can't make it. I say, oh, we don't need him. I just want you there because I'm going to show you how, you know, to order and get some of the stuff done. Plus, I want to build a good rapport with her, a good relationship with her, so she feels free to ask me questions and everything. And I just get together with her and go over a lot of the details. And I've got a list of like 18 things that I go over. And I'm not going to have time to go through all this. Maybe I can do this at the night hour or whatever. But basically, I just get together and I show her how to order. I make sure she sees all the catalogs. You know, there's only one catalog in your kit. And if you don't ever show them, there's a health and fitness catalog and a spring-summer catalog and all this stuff, they may not find out. They probably find out through trial and error. You know, maybe they'll see it in the anagram, or maybe they'll see one, somebody else with one or whatever. But if you don't tell them, they probably aren't going to find out for a while. And there's so many, you know, wonderful products in those that they need to be, you know, that are available. So I just show them things like that. I show them order organizer, and I show them, we go over our business guidelines as far as what our business guidelines are, you know, check policies and pick up and call and all that stuff. And a lot of times, I just feel that people are very relieved to know that there are set, you know, policies in the business. It's not just whatever. And I think if people know what you expect from them, they'll be more than willing to give it to you. But you know how it is. Any of you guys ever had a job where you go and you just never know what it's going to be like that day? You know, it's like, I don't know what to expect that day because these are the bosses, or moody people, or you just don't know what's going to come that day. That's sort of it makes you very apprehensive because you just dread doing it. But if you know what you're supposed to do when you go in there, it makes it a lot easier. So I sort of feel that that's the way this business is as far as like our business guidelines go. I always make sure I talk to them about standing order. I mean, I promote standing order at when I get together with this person. If they're already on standing order, then I talk about standing order. And I usually get the person signed up for standing order that night. You know, they sign a purchase agreement form. If I don't get them on standing order at this get together, then I make sure I tell Kirby so he can get them at the secondary follow-up. Somebody, you know, if they're going to build this business, they need to be on standing order. And then I also promote Ambox because we use Ambox unbelievably in Columbus as far as information. You know, what's backward for the week that's not going to be on your order and just different things like that. But so I really wish I had time to get into this, but Kirby's got so much to share with you, so maybe get a chance, maybe even cut the rally a little short so I can get into some of this. But there's all the stuff I had and I didn't get to talk about. Like I told you, I can talk her real quick. You know, sometimes the ladies say all the tapes are for the guys and stuff, but I just want to let you be aware of this tape. This is a 3-tape set thing. It's by John Jenny Bell Crow's All Their Lady Diamonds on here. It's excellent, excellent tool. The number is JC19 and it's $19.50 for the whole thing, the case and the 3 tapes. And they talk about everything on here. They talk about kids and they talk about retailing and they talk about, you know, things, that the gals need to do in the business. I highly recommend it. And she talks about the Capps books on this tape. So these little books, and these are just wonderful books. They're by Charles Capps. And there's 3 of them, and 2 of them are like 95 cents. The other one's $1.25. And these are excellent books. So I'll just sort of promote those real quick. And another tape that's really my favorite is RP 303. It's a double, and it's by Jack and Ray Dory. And make sure you have paper pencil when you listen to this tape, because they really get into some nitty gritty. It's an excellent tape. So I'm getting evil out back there because Kirby needs to get up here because he's got so much to share. And you guys, he knows this business. He is in this game, and you need to get you need to get around him and just get like the faith he has in this business. You know, we're telling people, okay, we're Pearl, we're going to EDC in '93, and they sort of look at you like, yeah, sure, you know, you're going to jump from Pearl to EDC. And, you know, and a lot of times I was telling Kevin and Devon, I said, they'll come and ask me, like, yeah, he's saying that. Let's ask Kathee if it's really true. And I'll say, Kirby said you guys are going to EDC. I said, well, you know what, we got a diamond in the bag, and if Kirby says we're going to EDC, I know those other 3 will come from somewhere. And they're just like, okay. So, you know, like I said, we got a diamond in the bag. Looks like September is going to be the month we're going to start qualification. It's really exciting. I can see them. I can, you know, see the legs there. There's no doubt in my mind they're going to go direct, and it's just really exciting. And you guys will get to that point where you just see it. I mean, for so many years we went on blind faith. Stan said it was going to happen. He had so much conviction, so much excitement, and that's really what we relied on for years, is his excitement and his conviction, and just, you know, faith in him. And faith in the system. You know, our upline's like, you know, 10 however many hours away, so it was just really Stan. And you know, he was like, what, I don't even know if he was a pin when we got in the business. You know, when he went 1,500, we said 1,500. We thought he was, you know, triple crown. You know, we couldn't believe he was only 1,500. So, but you know, he was always so excited, and he had so much conviction, and we just, whatever he said, we just followed him wherever he went, just had faith in him. And like I said, we just went on that for so long, and then to actually see the point where you just know it's going to work because you see everything in place. It's just really exciting, and that'll happen for you guys too. You need to be thinking about who's Kevin and Yvonne's first direct. You know, you need to be claiming Emerald for these guys because we can't wait to go on the trips with them. And you need to be thinking, you know, you need to claim it. We're going to be his first, second, third direct, whatever. Be bold about it, claim it, keep talking it, and it will happen. And here's Kirby. He can tell you all the nitty gritty about all this stuff, and you guys just listen up because he's got a lot to share with you.
All right.
Okay, I need to turn this thing on, right? Is that right? Yeah. Here we go. Is it on? Yeah. Cool. High-tech stuff, okay. All right, now I should turn these mics off, I guess, some of your feedback, is that right? They're off. They're off? They're off. Oh, we got even higher technology back there, okay. Okay, here we go. Fasten your seatbelt. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty here. We're not doing the normal, this isn't the normal rally protocol type stuff, because usually in a normal rally what you do is you give them the fluff, and when I say fluff, I'm not meaning to make it seem less important, some of the generalities that you cover in the business, but basically Kevin gave us carte blanche to go ahead and give you specifics, and that's what we're going to do. So I'm talking to you today just like I would talk to my group, and so if I offend you, that's okay, you know. If you're cross line, it doesn't matter, you know what I'm saying? Won't affect my income one bit. I'm just teasing. If I offend my downline, you know, I got to sweat a little bit, but anyhow, no, I'm just kidding. A couple things I want to get into real quickly before I get into some number crunching here, because I've got about an hour and a half, and I've got 2 timers on me here so that you guys don't get rigor mortis in your seat, and hopefully we're going to be right on time. Before I even get kicking here, we're going to be doing an evening session, and we're going to probably talk a little bit about our story very briefly, okay? And then we're going to get back to some more teaching. Because, I mean, you know, look, I hate the story part anyway. I don't like doing it. I'd skip it all together if it's up to me, because I can talk about Amway all day long. I hate talking about my heathen days and what I used to do and all that stuff. You know what I'm getting at? It's kind of like, it's like they say, well, you got to air your dirty laundry to give them hope, you know. Well, I don't want to give them that much hope. It's embarrassing, you understand what I'm getting at? So I don't even like talking about where I came from, you know what I mean? So we're going to be talking this evening. Now, after this evening is over with, basically, Kevin's got me for the day, and there's 24 hours a day. If you want to stay up till tomorrow morning, I don't care. We're going to do a night out. And I'll sit here until the last cat's hung, and I don't care. You know, we're going to get this thing cleared up. We're probably going to get some pizza. You know, we're out some pizza tonight after the session's over with. So if you're like, I love pizza, you can ask Kevin before he went on the wagon on me. The night we were there, I guess we ate, I don't know how many pizzas we ate. We ate like 5 Dominoes or something, you know. So he went on the wagon. We can't do that anymore, but we may backslide tonight, you know what I'm saying? So we're going to order some pizza. And if you feed me pizza, I'll talk to you until the pizza's gone, you know what I mean? When the pizza's gone, you got to give me more pizza. I'll talk some more, you know. I like pizza. So anyhow, I'm here for you guys. I'm here to serve you, okay? I'm here to do the very best I can do for you. Why am I here to do that? Because I have the utmost respect for Kevin and Von Hutch, okay? And why do I have that? Because I've seen them hang in all these years. And I've seen them go through things. I've seen them have Bill Britt as a sponsor and Bill and Peggy Britt at a top flight. You can't get any better, guys. But you know what the problem is? They're not there, okay? These people are famous, all right? They go around the world. Here we have Kevin and Von just hanging on by the fingernails, and they try to get some help from Bill, and Bill will give you all the help he can give you, but the man can only go in so many directions, so many ways. You understand what I'm getting at? Now, I'll give you a tip of where you're at right now. I think Britt was up here, 3 times in the last, 6 months or 9 months?
Just here,
That was a good place to stand, wasn't it? Where am I getting that feedback from? This mic? Okay. Simon, I can't go walk past that line there, so I'm gonna need that board over there. But let me tell you where you guys are at, basically. Bill Britt came up here 3 times in the last 6-9 months. Well, I'll be honest with you. There's large diamond legs. I'm getting up there once a year. So now if he's coming up here once every 3 months, it seems to me like that's what he's looking at, once a quarter. Something's up. Okay? So that means that Kevin and Yvonne have paid the price long enough to get this man's attention and to start getting some big time help. Okay, now when this kicks in, you guys are going to be on a gravy train ride. Now I'm telling you. You know why? Because listen, 5 minutes with Bill Britt can change your entire life. 5 minutes. And you guys are going to get some one-on-one type training. And you want to know why I want to do the very best for Kevin and Yvonne? Kevin and Yvonne know this business. Now, they edify us, but look, they get it from the top. They get to hang around with Bill and Peggy Britt. Now, Bill Britt knows Kathee and I from a distance, but we don't get one-on-one time with them. And I would venture to say, if Kevin dropped his guard, he probably knows more about this business than I do. Okay? Why isn't he bigger? Why? Because he was unplugged. He's at a distance. He doesn't have the support we had. You understand that? You see, support in Amway is everything. And we don't have your upline right there to help you, to give you that big hand up when you need it, but it's a long road to hoe. All right? So I'm here to help these guys because I have that much respect for what they've accomplished in the last few years and just for hanging in there. And you want to know something? They're going to be big, and so I'll help them now, so maybe they'll remember me when they're big. That's a selfish type of thing, you understand? And look, but it's the right thing to do. That's what it is, okay? In this business, we stand apart from the normal business world because we're people helping people, okay? And you always keep your arms open for other people. And you always do your best to help other people. And, you don't run any closed meetings. You don't run any, kind of little cliquey type groups and all that stuff that people do. And people do that in the M1. You know what I mean? Sometimes they get in there and they do that kind of junk. Don't do it. You always give a hand out to everybody, and you always remember where you came from. You understand what I'm saying? And if somebody calls you for help, I'd recommend you give it to them. And if you keep that attitude in this business, you're going to be big in life. You understand what I'm saying? Actually, if you keep that attitude in life, you're going to be big in life. Because that's what we're commissioned to do. I would recommend, all right? Now, I'm not an expert in that area, but that's the book I read, that's what we're supposed to do, I understand. So why am I here to help Kathee and Mom? Because they deserve it. They deserve everything we can give. Why am I here to help them? Because they asked, and we're honored. And why am I here to help them? Because it's the right thing to do. So I hopefully can be a servant to these people and give them the very best that we've got. Okay? So I'm here to the last cat's hung. You understand what I'm saying? And we're going to give you the best we got. And I'll be back. I told him, I said, we're starting some stuff here in Toledo. And Carol Zeitz is getting this thing going. And we've got some other people that maybe we can get them out of the mothballs. I don't know. Do you think that's possible back there? Huh? Okay. We'll pull them out of the mothballs and give them a precordial thump, and maybe we can resuscitate them. You understand what I'm saying? Is that right, Doc? You got it, buddy. So we're going to see what we can do. And I'm excited about Toledo. There's a lot of things going on in Toledo, and you guys got some stuff happening here, and it's not too far away. You guys got a grand opportunity. There's nothing up here, folks. Okay, it's not like the South, where it's Mecca. You know what I mean? You got a lot of opportunity here. You need to seize the moment and seize the movement and seize the opportunity and make something of it and make a lot of money. Okay? We're going to be talking about a lot of money because this is business. And you got in this thing. This isn't a social club. It's not a religion. It's not a church. It's a business. And we're here to make money. And that's what we're going to talk about. The other stuff's are serendipities. If you get involved with this business because of the people and what they believe in, there's other things that you're going to get out of it. Like relationships, like some values, and like some things that you can carry on through life and make life a better place. All right. So, we're here to talk about business. All right. Now, the only thing I can tell you about this business to get started off with is it's a struggle. Okay. Amway's a love-hate affair. Amway will, when you get involved in this business, it'll cut you open, make you look at you, and sometimes you don't want to do that. And sometimes people run away from that. I've seen people get in this thing and they get all excited, then they realize they can't do it very well. Why? Because they got to change. Okay? And when you got to change, sometimes that isn't always fun. And you have to kind of cut you open, take a look at what's inside. And some people just kind of zip it back up and go down the road because they don't want to see what's inside. So Amway is going to make you look at you because this is a business of your own. You don't think the same way in your own business that you do out in the world, quote unquote, in terms of having a job. A job is a safe, comfortable place to be. Somebody gives you a paycheck every week just for showing up. Okay? You can show up and have a bad day and still get paid that day, can't you? That's your job. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if the doc has a bad day, it's a bad day for a lot of people. You understand what I mean? But the point is, most people can just kind of skate through the day, can't you? Buddy, I tell you what, when you get your Amway bonus check, it don't lie. And if you skated that month, it'll tell you. And if you skated that day, you'll know it. So everything that happens to you in your business is a direct reflection of you. Who you are, what you did, your disciplinary actions that you have with yourself in terms of disciplining self to do what it needs to do every day. Your bonus check never lies, people. Whatever your bonus check is, that's you. And if it's no good, doesn't mean you're no good, it just means you need to improve on what you're doing. You understand what I'm saying? You need to get some more knowledge. You need to get some better habits. You need to work a little harder. Okay? That's the way this business is. That's why people either love it or hate it. How many of you guys have been out there showing a plan and somebody just gets all fired up when you mention the word Amway? Ah! They want to jump on you and kill you. Think they're possessed or something. You know what I mean? Because it's a love-hate affair. People get in this thing, they get all excited, they want to build it, And you know what happens? They can't, because they have to change to do it, and they're not willing to change, and then all of a sudden, their dreams are shattered because they realize they're not cutting the mustard. Who are they going to blame? Amway or themselves? They always blame Amway. So you see, Amway is a love-hate affair. The people that get in it are willing to change and see where they've come from and where they're going, and the people they get associated with, those are the ones that love it. Why? Because they see the big picture. That's why. Folks, I'm proud to tell you, I'm glad I don't have to do Riley's story tonight too much. Why? Because I came from a rough background. I really did. I was going into medical school. Did cancer research for about 3 or 4 years. Loved science. I was a biochemistry major. I was getting a PhD, and I was going to get what they call an MD PhD. All right. And I liked school. I loved science. I loved academics. But I wasn't a lab rat. Couldn't stand in the lab. Couldn't count cells for the rest of my life. You understand what I'm saying? So I got interested in clinical medicine. But before that transition happened to me, I was a heathen with a capital H. And I had a lot of things, a lot of rough edges I had to round off. Did a lot of drinking, did drugs, did the whole 9 shot. Man, I did the whole thing. The whole thing. So you know what? Amway changed me. Why? Because the people I associated with, the principles that they teach. In fact, if I'm going to be a business owner, I have to be a better person. If I'm going to affect people's lives, I got to be making some decisions. You know what I'm saying? There aren't great men, they're just great decisions. Does that sound familiar? Some of you guys know who that is? Okay. All right, now let's get down to some nitty-gritty here. Okay. I'm going to talk to you basically, what I'm going to give you right now is really what I call my secondary follow-up. Kevin wanted me to go through some details of how to get the business going and what you can expect and how do you structure and what's important to width versus depth and how do you develop it and that kind of thing. And, we've got basically, about an hour and 15 minutes to cover about a 3-hour topic. So I'm going to be giving you the Cliff Note version of it, you know what I'm saying? So I will be expanding some more on it tonight. Take some notes today. If something doesn't make sense to you, hang around for the night owl and we'll clarify it. Because hopefully, if it's okay with Kevin, what I'd like to do is have a session where at the night owl you can ask me questions and we can get it out in the open. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'd rather do that because I don't know, I just want to keep rattling on. You guys are being polite listening, but you're wondering, when can I go home? You know what I mean? So we'll get some interaction there so that you can figure out what you want to do. Okay, is that fair enough? Okay. First thing we're going to talk about is a thing called 4x4x8. All right. How do you build the Amway business? First 4 most important steps that you can go into is this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, is that dark enough for the back? Should I use a different color? All right. Is that good? Okay, good. First thing that you've got to do in the Amway business is you've got to learn to associate. All right. What do you mean associate? That means this. If you want to learn how to do something, you've got to get around people who know how to do it. Okay? Right? When we go to medical school and stuff, and I'll be relating to Jerry back and forth because I spent 12 years at college, pursuing this stuff. All right, you fight hard for residency, don't you? A residency slot, you'll kill for it. Why? Because whatever that doc is, that's what you become. You understand what I'm saying? So whoever is your mentor in life, or mentor in whatever it is that you're doing, the person that's your teacher, that's what you're going to be. And if they're not good, guess what? That's probably what you'll end up being. So you got to choose wisely the people you listen to and associate with. Does that make sense? What do you guys tell your kids? Hey, don't hang around those bad boys. Well, why are you telling them that? Because they'll turn into bad boys, that's why. Or bad girls. A lot of times kids don't understand that. Well, I like so-and-so. I want to go hang out at the game room with so-and-so. And that's a bad place to be. If you let your children associate with people who are not right, you know what's going to happen? You're going to doom your children to a bad future. Do you understand that? Right. That's why as parents, you've got to say, no, we draw the line here. Those are not the people you want to hang out with. Right. So in Amway, if you want to be good, what do? You hang around people who's done it. Man, you guys want to hang around with Kevin Vaughn as much as possible. Don't ever take them for granted. Why? Because they're connected to the source. And you guys, now listen to me very carefully. If you make this mistake, you might as well just turn your kid in today. Okay? I'm serious. Hang it up. You're not going to make it. You take your upline for granted, you won't make it, I guarantee you. I don't take Stan Sherry for granted one single solitary minute. What reason do I have to listen to Stan Sherry? I had 450 quarter hours of college. I had every science class known to man. When I took my medical admissions board, I scored in 14s. You know what that is, Jerry? Remember that? MCATs? Okay? I was one of the top in the nation. Hot shot. I was 27 years old, and this 19-year-old kid sponsored me who flunked out of college. Okay? What reason did I have to listen to Stan Sherry to build this business? I didn't. Never once in my Amway career have I ever questioned what Stan told me. God granted me the wisdom to keep my mouth shut. That's one good thing I had. And one thing I did learn from all that school is that when somebody is your mentor, you don't ever question. You shut up and listen to what they have to say. And I have never questioned Stan Sherry one time. You know what it's done? It's made me a fortune. Because Stan, even though he was younger, less educated, and less positioned than I was, he was still more knowledgeable about this business than I was because he was my upline and he's connected to the source. And I associate with Stan every minute that he'll allow me to do it. I'm in his face. You understand what I'm getting at? Now you have to develop that kind of dogma in the way that you interact with your upline if you want to make it in this thing. Don't you ever take your people for granted. If you do, you're done. Turn your kid in today. Alright? That's the way it is. So you must learn to associate in the Amway business. Why? Because you're all Amway stupid. That's why. Is that straight? You're Amway stupid. If you're not direct yet, you're really Amway stupid. You understand what I'm saying? And if you aren't making at least six figures with it, you're really stupid. Because that's the whole thing about this business is making money. And if you guys are dragging yourselves around this thing, ain't making money month after month after year after year after year, something's not right, isn't it? So you need to learn how to associate with the people who can teach you what you need to know. And don't just let it go through one ear and out the other. So association is a key element of this business. You've got to associate to make this thing happen, folks. All right? Your leadership always edifying and never taking for granted the information they have. And especially Kevin and Yvonne because they're plugged directly into Bill Britt. I have to go EDC to get what he gets on a regular basis. Okay? I really don't like that. As a matter of fact, it makes me mad. But hey, you know what? You want to know something? They had to work to get to where they're at because Bill Britt didn't pay any attention to Kevin and Yvonne in the beginning. Why? Hey, the man's worth multi-billions or millions, excuse me, but it's going to be billions very shortly. He's got literally tens of thousands of people. Yeah, they're personal by default, okay? But the point I'm getting at is this. The man had some other irons in the fire, if you understand what I'm saying. Okay? Now, because they've stayed the distance, they're going to get to associate with Bill Britt. That is golden. You guys are turning the corner of where you're at in terms of information flow. Get excited. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? This is your first mini rally, isn't it? Who authorized it, Kevin?
Bill Britt.
Bill Britt. That means he's got the eyeball on you. You understand what I'm getting at? Your businesses are ready to change. And for you guys who've been hanging around for a while, wondering if this thing is going to work, wondering, did I do the right thing? Should I maybe cash it in? Or maybe I ought to slide to this other group here. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff starts creeping in your head. No. You paid your dues. Collection day is here. Okay? It's coming. So, you know something? Kevin gets associated with Bill Britt. Yvonne gets associated with Peggy Britt. And I'm going to tell you something. Because of that association, your association with those people is golden. Don't ever take it for granted. Association is the key to Amway. Okay? Second thing is duplication. Don't do new things without checking up on them. Alright? Don't do new things without checking up on them. If you do, guess what? You'll trash yourselves out, okay? You guys are independent contractors, all right? What does that mean? That means you file a 1099, and then you can receive a 1099, you file a Schedule C. Is that right? If the IRS takes exception with your particular tax return, who do they contact, Amway or you? All right, answer the question. Who do they contact? You. You don't work for Amway. You're not an employee. The IRS is going to burn somebody down. You're the one they're going to burn down. You understand what I'm getting at? So that means you're responsible for your own business. That means you better duplicate very closely what we know works and what we know is legal. All right? When do you know, or when you don't know, if down the road here, because Amway is getting huge, that you might be sitting there doing a one-on-one with an FTC agent? Do you know or do you don't? You don't know. Now you start quoting some stuff and then doing this and oops, I forgot to give them an SA 4400. Who does the Attorney General's office call? Amway? They call you. And then you take your tax lawyer or you take your lawyer down there and you try to explain why you're botching up your business because you didn't duplicate what your upline told you to do. You understand? You want to die? Innovate, don't duplicate. You want to be frustrated? Innovate, don't duplicate. You understand what I'm saying? Duplication is key to this business. Don't ask why we do stuff, just do it. Why? We don't have time to tell you why all the time. But here's your safety net, folks. Here's your safety net. If I sponsor the doc here and I do something to hurt him, what did I do to myself? Bang! Shot myself in the foot. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to tell you wrong things. Why? Because we're going to kill our business. And we're going to kill our income if we do that. Does that make sense? Now, does that mean that everybody in Amway leadership always tells the right things? No, there's some idiots out there that have burned their businesses down. But they won't be around very long and you'll know who they are. Okay? Very quickly. Does that make sense? Kevin and Yvonne is not in that category. Duplicate what they do and listen to what they say. And don't be asked the question, well, why do we do that? Why do we do this? I don't understand this. Quit asking questions all the time and just do it. Alright? Because we have a duplicatable system. If you'll duplicate it, it'll work. If you don't, it won't. Does that make sense? Alright? Third thing is this. Is that you've got to work. Alright? You've got to work. What do you mean work? Work. I hate to cuss, but that's the way it is. Alright? I don't like to work either. I'm basically content, man. I can lay up that hotel room and watch Big Valley and Bonanza and all those good old westerns. I like westerns. You know, order a pizza, hang loose, man. Right. Just veg out on that bed, you know, just kind of sit there and enjoy it. All day long, man. I'm the biggest louse you ever saw in your life when it comes to relaxing. When I relax, buddy. I'm like, I don't do anything. You know what I mean? But we all have to work. Now, when I work, I'm a worker. As a matter of fact, I'm a compulsive type worker. I'm what they call a workaholic. All right. When they unplug me, I'm totally unplugged. But when I'm plugged in, man, I'm on this thing hard. Now, I'm not saying you have to be compulsive and workaholic. I'm just saying this: you got to be consistent. Okay. If you want this business to work, you've got to work consistently. All right? Every week, you look at what you accomplished that week. How many hours did you invest in your business and the creative end of your business? Now, men, if you're labeling tapes, it's not work. I'm sorry. Okay? That's just basically shuffling. All right? That's doing the moonwalk. All right? When you're doing work, gentlemen, you're putting the O's in front of the people. You follow me? That's work. So if you're consistent on a consistent basis, you're going to make a lot of money in this business. I would much rather see somebody put 4 or 5 hours a week, every week in their business, than some hero goes out there and puts 20 hours in this week. How many people did you get in front of the plan? I got 15 people in front of the plan this week. That's fantastic. Man, everybody give this man an applause. All right? And then the next 2 weeks, he goes on sabbatical. And then he comes back in and puts 5, and he's just up and down and up and down. Don't do that, people. Work consistently. Get into a work habit that you can maintain, and that's how you grow Amway. All right? That's how you make it happen. Do it every week. Don't go up and down and up. Run a level that you can hit and run that level. And then as time goes on, you get used to that, inch it up a little bit and go into a little higher level. But maintain a level of consistency. That's how Amway builds itself, okay? That's how it gets going. Does that make sense? All right? Don't be hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. Just run a schedule and run it every week. Fourth thing is that you've got to educate yourself. Now look, if all you are in here is a retail type person selling a few products here and there, or if you're a wholesale type individual where, just kind of buying the stuff, taking advantage of that, it doesn't take a lot of education to do that, folks. It's pretty benign, existence in Amway. I mean, there's not that much to do. You follow me? But if you step into the entrepreneurial arena of sponsoring people and bringing new people on into this business, guess what? That's a whole other can of worms. It's going to take a better education than what you've got. And we have the system whereby you can do that. We have books, we have tapes, we have functions. Those are the lifeline, the bloodline of information that you need to know how to interact with these new distributorships and give them the necessary information to grow. You take on a huge responsibility when you sponsor somebody. And I take exception to people who kind of get in this thing and sponsor one or two people and then just kind of fall over dead. You know what I mean? It really makes me mad. You know why? Because if I sponsor the doc here, okay, then I've told him, I said, hey, look, Jerry, what I'm going to do, buddy, I'm signed up to you, and I have made a commitment to this man that I'm going to stand in his corner and help him. Now, the thing I hate about society today is that it seems like nobody's word is worth anything. And then when I say I'm going to back him up, and 3 weeks later I'm in the valley of the shadow, I hate that. I hate that. These people don't have the guts to stand behind somebody when they bring them on board, man. If you sponsor people, then by golly, you stand behind them. If you're not willing to stand behind them, then don't sponsor anybody. Do you understand? And I feel this way. If you're not willing to do what it takes and get the knowledge you need to help these people, then don't sponsor anybody. But if you're going to sponsor somebody, then you give it your best shot. You understand what I'm saying? You take the responsibility of what you need to do to help these people grow. It's kind of like having kids. If you're going to have kids, then you take the responsibility. Do you understand? Right? I don't even want to get into that stuff, but I'm going to tell you something. There's too many people out there that just, they have no responsibility. It's just like, whatever feels good, let's do it. Now, I don't believe that. And if you're in business and you do that stuff, you'll never make any money. Ever, period. Because people won't trust you, they can't depend on you, and you'll have nothing. You'll have a whole handful of nothing. Alright? Everybody follow that? So if you're going to sponsor people, you need to educate yourself. We have books, tapes, and functions that you need to do to get that done. Alright? And I'm going to tell you something. It's the most wonderful program I've ever seen, folks. After all those years of college, I've learned more in the last, 8 years now than I ever did in all those years of school. I'm serious. About people, about money, finances, success, and things that I really can improve my life with. And things I can really learn to help other people with. Okay? Medicine is a great profession, but man, it's kind of like John Sestina put the big hammer on me one time. I was in his car. Stan and I, John Sestina showed me the plan originally. I'll be forever indebted to that man for what he did for me. And he helped Stan and I get started, and one day we were in his Mercedes, and I was brand new to business, and I was all full of it. Because see, when you're going to be a doctor, one of the things they train you to think is that you're the right hand of God, okay? And you're actually God's right hand, and people should bow down to you more or less. And they kind of instill this arrogance within you. You understand what I'm getting at? And so I was in the process, if you understand what I mean. And I remember riding along with John Sestina, and John Sestina was talking to him, and he said, one day, Kirby, he said, you may find out you might be able to help people more in Amway than you can even in medicine. And I looked at him like, man, you've been selling too much soap, buddy. I looked at him, I said, yeah. I said, you know what, I'm going into the emergency room tonight. Basically observed everything, and I said, next battered body we had come in there has had a bad car accident. I'll tell you what we're going to do, John. we're going to show them the circles instead of giving them life support. Now, how stupid, what kind of comment do you think that was, John? I think you've lost touch with reality, buddy. Man, I just went straight for the jugular, you know what I mean? Wrong move. John Steen is no wimp. You understand what I'm getting at? He looked at me and he says, you know what? He said, you're right. He said, in that capacity, he said, medicine is unbeatable. He says, let me ask you something, Kirby. He said, after you fix the body, what are you going to do with the rest of your life? I said, well, that's not my job. He said, I know, but that's our job. You fix them for a day, we fix them for a lifetime. I said, whoa. This man's serious. You understand what I'm getting at? So I love medicine and everything, but I've learned more in the last 8 years about the whole ball of wax than I ever did in all years of school. Okay? It's a great thing, guys. It's a great thing. Educate yourself. What's the second four of the 4x4x8? Okay? What do we got here? Now this is where we get down to the actual building of the network. The first thing that you've got to have to get this business going is a list. Okay? You've got to have some materials, the raw resources of your business. Okay? If we start a factory, we have to have resources coming into that factory to generate a finished product. Is that right? Well, the resources of your Amway business are people. It's people you know. Okay? People you're going to know and people you meet. And that list is what you utilize to organize your resources. As a matter of fact, probably in terms of mechanical details, the list is the most important thing that you have in your business as far as actually generating a business. Does that make sense? Now, how should you keep your list and what should it look like and what should it be? Okay, well, when I generate a list, here's the deal. I keep a list in a permanent place. It really bothers me and makes me nervous when I get these people that have lists that are, people lists that are in the form of business cards scattered out all over the car. Or when you ever seen when they start making phone calls, they have this big sack of business cards and scraps of paper and stuff, and they throw it out on the floor, and start sorting through it. Makes me a little bit nervous, if you understand what I'm getting. And they don't have their stuff together yet. Okay, now here's what I recommend. Keep a list in a permanent place. Keep it organized, keep it updated, and keep it workable. All right? For example, now this is one way that you can do it. If you're not on a Franklin Planner, I recommend you get on one. Okay? Now, Stan Sherry doesn't use a Franklin Planner because he has a photographic memory, as best I can tell. He doesn't need one. And I know Bill doesn't use one or whatever. He doesn't like it too much, but I use it because I have to have one, if you understand what I'm getting at. Because I can't remember everything. Now, here's the deal. When you have a Franklin Planner or a planner system, and I recommend these because we sell them. You understand what I'm getting at? You understand that? It's called marketing. All right? Now, whenever you have a Franklin Planner, I have a prospect section. One of the project guys that you can have numbers in this thing, and I have a list that I have generated here. Now, the way I generate a list is this. Number one is it's in pencil. I don't do a list in ink. Why? Because I erase people out of that list that don't qualify. You understand what I mean? Okay. Number two, that list is numbered. I can go through my list and I can tell you at a glance on my list about how many people I have on my list all the time. Okay? And right now there is roughly 192 people on my list, roughly. Probably subtract about 30. So I have about 160 people on my list. And I keep my list a minimum of 150 all the time. Alright? Why? Because anytime I got to go out there and throw some width in there, done deal, no big deal. You understand what I'm getting at? Now, here's the thing. On my list, the reason why I can call, now, one of the hot people that I've got in my business right now, that's moving on big time, basically I had on my list for 2 years before I called him. Alright? Looks like he's going to be either my 4th or 5th direct. Which one's he going to be, Craig?
5th.
He's going to be the 5th. Oh, Craig's going to be the 4th. Okay. We're just, this little head check there, okay? All right? So this guy's going to be my 5th direct, because Craig's going to be my 4th. But anyhow, his name is Greg Lawless. Greg and Ellen Lawless. Sharp couple. Greg Lawless was on my list for 2 years before I called him. Now, how could I call him after 2 years? Because I keep a good list, that's why. I can call anybody. Some of these people are on my list, and they're 3 or 4 years old. But I can call them up, and I can sponsor them. You know why? Because on this list, I have their name. Now write this stuff down, folks, very important. I have their names. I have the date that I met them. I have where I met them. Okay? I have their marital status. Is it married, single, divorced? I have the number of kids on that list that they have. I have the names of the kids on that list that they have. I have their occupation, what they do. Okay? I have where they live. And then I have the most important thing, which is what? A phone number where I can reach them in the evening. You understand that? Now, with that information, I can call anybody anytime, and here's what I can do. I called Jerry up. I said, Jerry, this is Kirby Morris. Now, this is exactly what they do. It's funny, okay? I called the guy up and sponsored him. I hadn't seen him for 2.5 years. But he remembered me after I talked to him. I said, Jerry, this is Kirby Morris. I don't know if you remember me or not, but we were having lunch at the Golden Phoenix. It's been about 2.5 years ago. As a matter of fact, it was on October the 31st, 1990. Okay? And you were having, I guess, some of the chicken fried rice, and we were talking, and you were one table over from me, and I heard that you were a gasser. Okay? You guys know what a gasser is? Tennessee's y'all. We call them gassers. All right, Jerry? All right? I heard you're a gasser. All right? And we got to talking a little bit. And Jerry, by the way, how's your wife and kids doing? How's Holly doing? What's Jerry going to say? Who is this guy? Okay? How's your rotations going at the hospital? Everything going okay? Are you contracting out now still, or what's the deal? I said, well, I'll tell you what, Jerry, the reason I called, I don't know if I told you that day or not, but I have a local business concern. I've really got more than I can handle currently. And we had talked a little bit, and I know you're really engrossed in what you're doing with your career, but I was kind of wondering, do you ever look for ways of developing a strong sideline income, or who knows, maybe you're getting tired of all the socialized medicine junk, you might be looking for a career change. But I look out for professionals like you. Okay? And the reason I called is I wanted to know if we could sit down and kind of gamble a cup of coffee and let me tell you what I'm doing and see if we might have a meeting of the mind, something might be mutually beneficial. Maybe we could do some business together. Now, let me tell you right up front, Jerry. I don't need any investors. I'm fully capitalized, okay? I just need some sharp heads, all right? So this is very low key, kind of give us a chance to reacquaint ourselves. What do you say we have a cup of coffee and sit down and talk for about 15, 20 minutes? Boom. See anything wrong with that? Can I call him 5 years from now and do the same thing? That's right. But I can't call him 1 week from now if I don't have a list and it's not organized and it doesn't have that kind of information. Does that make sense? So if your list is disorganized, shame on you. Go home and get it organized. All right? Not between the sessions because you got to get back on time. You understand what I'm getting at? Do it tomorrow. Start tomorrow. All right? Now, here's the deal. When I keep my list, I never, ever, ever, ever keep business cards. Never. They're a mess. All right? They get in the way. I call them floaters. You guys know what floaters are, right? If you listen to your tapes, you know what floaters are. Okay? Some of you guys don't know what I'm talking about. You still have Franklin planners. Shame on you. Don't buy the refill planners. Get the whole system, and you'll learn how to operate the thing. You understand what I'm getting at? Floaters are little pieces of paper that go around everywhere, and you open up your book, and the whole thing is it won't zip up because there's junk stuffed in it everywhere. Don't do that, man. get your card and then log it onto your list and throw that card away and keep yourself clean and organized. You understand what I'm getting at? Now, when I call Jerry up, if Jerry doesn't pan out, you know what happens? He's in pencil. And when he gets a little bit negative on the phone, or what, as soon as he starts doing that, I'm already erasing him out. Okay? And then you know what I do when I get some spaces in my list? What does that tell me I got to do? I need to go out and contact some more people and put some more bodies back in those spaces. So you keep a clean, operable list. Does that make sense? Does that help you guys? Okay. How many should you have on your list? Well, basically, when you're getting started, I'd like to see about 50 names on your list. Okay? I'd like to see about 50 names. All right. What happens after you have a list, folks? Now, I know I talked to Kevin, and you guys are going to work some things after today. Work some things out with Kevin. But we're talking about team calling a little bit, and we're having a large success with team calling. Okay? And team calling is basically where you get a group of people together, and you kind of make some phone calls. Very informal. Nothing, like wear a suit and tie to or anything. Just kind of relax, have some fun. And you know what we do at team calling? Is that generally we have somebody there who is good at making phone calls that can call for some other people or call for their list, and you can hear what they say. And you know what we do? We take it one step further, and you can go to Radio Shack and get what we call a phone tap device. And what it is, it's a little suction cup that goes on the end of a phone and has a little amplifier. Push the button, and everybody can hear what the other person's saying while you're making a telephone call. Okay? Now, what that does is it's a great teaching device. Now, the person on the other end of the line doesn't know, like I said, you've got to be kind of quiet, but they don't know. See, if you use a speakerphone, they can hear that. You know what I mean? Some people don't like that. So if you use a suction cup, they can't hear, but you guys can be trained on what to say after certain questions are asked, and it's live on the telephone. Does that make sense? Folks, it's a great way to do it. Now, you know what else we do at team calling? At team calling, basically we have a board just like this, and as soon as you come in at team calling, then what we do is we put your name on the board, okay? And we have your name, and we have the number of people there, and you put your name, and that's the rotation that we go on making the phone calls. And here's what you do. You have 2 calls and pass. 2 calls and pass. All right? So if you get a not home and a busy, pass. All right? But you dial 2 numbers, that's it. And when you're on the phone, you aren't on the phone more than 2 to 3 minutes. Because if you're on the phone more than 2 to 3 minutes, you blew it. You're giving out too much information. You're trying to do a one-on-one over telephone or a QI. Does that make sense? Okay? Team calling usually is done from about 7:30 to 9:30. When it's summertime, usually it's a little longer because it stays light longer. You get to bed earlier, or later rather. And team calling is usually run by somebody who knows what they're doing, is positive about the business, moving on, got a list, and make calls. And usually at a team calling, if there's one phone, you've usually got about, say, 4 to 5 people at a team calling, maybe 6. If it's really organized, you can run 6 people on a phone. All right? If it goes beyond 6, you need to break it down, or need to be at a place where there's 2 phone lines, so two teams can be calling. Okay? What's the purpose of team calling? Well, if I sponsor Jerry and Jerry doesn't know what to say to somebody, he goes home and does nothing, doesn't he? But he's scared to death to pick up the phone. Team calling is a great way to get people going on how to generate a business and how to utilize the resources they've captured on their list. Does that make sense? Okay. After we do team calling, what else do we have? Why? Because I have a very high sponsor rate. You put me in front of 10 people, I'll sponsor 8 of them. Just like that. The other 2 are dead. You don't want them. All right? Because I've done this for a long time. All right? You understand? Now, if Jerry's brand new, he probably can't show the plan very well yet. He will, but not yet. That's why I recommend Jerry does a QI. Because I want Jerry doing something and getting his feet wet. But now, that isn't the method of choice that I stay into. Now, if Jerry decides to stay into QIs for a long time, and I even have some guys that are in the business that still do QIs because they're still not comfortable with one-on-ones, that's okay. But I look at it this way. I'm kind of, I like the way Bill Britt does it. He does pretty good. You understand what I'm saying? Bill Britt says this: if I'm getting in front of them, they're getting the plan. And that's kind of where I come from. If I get in front of them, they're getting the plan. But guess what? If I go to Jerry's house and Holly's not there, does Jerry get the plan? No. Why? Because I don't know if he has his pants, that have the zipper on the side or the front. You understand what I'm getting at? You know what I'm getting at? He may have pants that have zippers on the side of them, which means his wife runs the house, not Jerry. She just makes him think he runs a house. But when it comes down to decisions, Jerry is just kind of there. You know what I mean? All right? So we don't know what the situation is. So I never show the plan to one spouse or the other. I got to have two people there to show the plan. So I'm there, so what am I going to do? I want to keep Jerry fired up, so I'll do a quality interview on him. And then I'll book him into a plan where I can get he and his wife there, or I'll book him into an open. You follow me? All right? So the QI is there for people who are not comfortable with the plan, new people, or people that just can't quite make the one-on-one, do a QI. But if you're okay with it and can move into it, do a one-on-one. Why? Because that way you have one less appointment to do. Because the process is this. If I show him a QI, I still have to bring him to an open, okay? And that's a two-step process, buddy. If I show him the one-on-one, that's a one-step process. He's getting the literature, and he's going to get a kit the next time I see him. You see what I'm getting at? So you kind of determine that. Now, where do you go to a house meeting? Well, basically, if you're moving fast like in Craig's group, Craig is really, really zooming, going over direct next month. So we got a lot of things happening. So doing a house meeting is a good thing to do. Why? Because you can do 2 or 3 people one time. All right? So I may be inviting Jerry to a house meeting if we got a house meeting coming up and, it's a direct invite type situation. You follow me? Okay? Or maybe doing the one-on-one or the QI. Does everybody kind of understand the difference? If you don't, hang on to it. We'll talk about it tonight out. Save time. Okay? Follow me? Now, what's the next step of the 4x4x8? Second floor is what we call the open. Okay, this is critical, critical, critical stuff. You always, always, always support the open. Why? No matter how slick and suave I am, when I show Jerry the plan, Jerry still needs to see a bigger picture. You understand that? No matter how good I am at the one-on-one, when I show him the business, what does he see? Me. Okay? So the deal is this, is that we've got to put some credibility on our system by doing what? Bringing them back into the group where we have a professional setting. We got some people there that know what they're doing. They can kind of get a bird's eye view that this thing isn't some nickel-dime type operation. You follow me? So whether you do the QI, which with the QI you have to bring them to a one-on-one, because that's how they see the O's, or one-on-one or a house meeting, they always, always, always follow up with the open. Do not forsake that. Okay? Okay? All right, everybody follow that? Now, how's the open meeting? You guys know what an open, anybody not know what an open is? All right? Well, here's the thing now. Here's one tip on the open. Let's say Jerry doesn't have anybody that week to come to the open. Should Jerry go or not go? Go. Jerry should be there every week. That's a function, people. You're there every week. Oh, gosh, I don't want to go every week. I've seen him do the plan 1,000,000 times. I can't stand it anymore. If I see that stupid plan one more time, I'm going to go crazy. I know. Hey, bring somebody new, and it'll be the most exciting plan you've ever seen. It always is. Guess what? If you can't stomach the plan anymore, it's because you aren't bringing any people. Bring some people, and you'll be able to stomach the plan. Okay? You see the logic behind this? All right? If you can't hang with the open, it's probably because you ain't doing anything. So that's a signal that you need to get it on the ball, right? Now, it's also called the law of compensation. Jerry's a doc, okay, doctor. Now, if I'm bringing some hotshot professional, and Jerry decides not to show up because he's had a belly full of the plan that month, and he just wants to take a night off because he didn't have anybody coming anyway, well, guess what? I'm looking for Jerry at the meeting, I got this real sharp dude, right? And Jerry's not there. I'm like, God. And guess what? The guy may not get in because he wasn't really impressed with me, but he would have been impressed with Jerry. Now, Jerry brings some guy who's basically kind of an average type dude. You know what I mean? Maybe he's a construction worker. Okay? I decided not to show up to plan because I'm tired that night, and I don't want to deal with it that night, right? Well, guess what? He really can't associate with Jerry because Jerry's a professional, and he thinks to himself, well, Jerry can do it, but I can't do it because this guy's, he's a college graduate, blah, blah, blah. You understand what I'm getting at? So what happens is Jerry loses the prospect because I take this little sabbatical that night, and so the law of compensation came right around and kissed old Jerry on the lips, didn't it? Here's the point, folks. Support the opens, period. Now, ladies, does that give you a sabbatical since you have kids and you've got other things to do? Wrong answer. You're there too. You understand what I mean? Because when I do a one-on-one for somebody or a house meeting, a lot of times Kathee isn't with me on that. So here's what I'm telling them. I'm saying, Jerry, hey, Holly needs to meet my wife, and she's going to be at the Open Tuesday. That's why you need to be there. You follow me? And if you have a bunch of guys showing up there, and you got some single gals that are sharp coming in to build a business, they see a whole room full of guys, I don't think they're too excited. You know what I mean? So we need the ladies in there to help us give a good image, all right? And to help us to bridge the gap and talk to them about some details they may have to talk about that particular night. Does that make sense? All right? So, yes, get a babysitter. Yes, it's a hassle. Yes, we fight with it every single week. I understand. You understand what I'm getting at? You don't understand. I got 3 kids, and I can't buy a babysitter because they just won't come. They're afraid. You know what I mean? Hey, listen, I've been there because we got 3 kids. Now, what you're going to have to do is maybe sell a little product so you can pay them enough money where they're glad to come back. Does that make sense? We pay our babysitters well, so we don't have a problem with it. It gets around. Now, if you get a little chintzy on babysitters and you don't pay them enough, you won't get in. Because the word will get around on you. Do you understand what I'm getting at? It's kind of like going to restaurants. You don't tip the waiters and waitresses right, they're going to spit in your food next time they see you. So you don't want to be doing that. You know what I'm getting at? Of course, they'll never tell you, but you're going to be eating it. I never looked at it that way. That's because you never waited tables. I did. Okay, all right, moving right along here. Let's get down to the brass tacks, you know what I mean? Okay, here we go. Now here's the next 8 steps, and this is very important 8 steps. Okay, if the doc's going to build a business here, all right, he's going to have to do the 8 steps. If the doc's business gets off track, it's because he's not doing the 8 steps. If the doc's going to be making money 10 years down the road, it's because he's doing the 8 steps. I got people been in business for 7 years. You know what the first thing we do is we sit down and calibrate your business. Okay, let's throw off the 8 steps and let's see how close you are to these. This is the standard by which you build a business, these 8 steps. Period. No questions asked, no exceptions, no dilution of either step. This is the way it is. You either do it or you don't. If you don't do it, it doesn't work. If you do it, it does. You follow me? No yeah buts, all right? No exceptions. Number 1, standing order. And incidentally, when I'm talking these 8 steps, I'm talking to networkers. I do not enforce or imply that retailers or wholesale buyers have to do the 8 steps. It's not necessary. They're not looking to build a big business. They're just kind of there, you know what I mean? Using some volume and products. And I appreciate them, but they don't need these 8 steps. You follow me? The 8 steps are for people who are moving on to business. Now, listen up. The first thing is standing order, and I put / Ambox. This is 1993, okay? This is the age of technology. Learn to use it. Ambox is a godsend. It really is, man. Because Kathee can get on that phone and something needs to be done, the message needs to be sent. We can send that across Ambox. It goes to hundreds and hundreds of people in one push, G to give message. You understand what I'm saying? If you're not using Ambox, get on it. If you are using inbox, listen to the message and use it. Okay? Don't get cheap on us. Follow what I'm getting at? Because if you use inbox and you promote it, one day you're going to be direct when you're doing the 8 steps, and you're going to be so glad that you promoted inbox to your group. You know why? Because it's going to cut big time headaches out of you whenever you've got 150, 200 people in your group and you got to get a message out quick. Does that make sense? Everybody follow that? But if you don't use it now and you don't promote it, guess what? You won't have it in your group, and then you're going to go back to the old-fashioned way, sitting down for a Sunday evening for about 4 hours trying to call everybody. That's a mess. All right? Plus, I counsel on the inbox this way. Craig has some stuff. He tells me whether Carol's doing a good job or not. I find out about it on the inbox. You didn't know that, Carol, did you? All right? Just teasing. He puts out an inbox message. Here's what happened in Toledo. Da 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 da. I said, great, okay. And he says, I'm listening to this. And he says, well, okay, I got a question about this, 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 and this. How should I handle this? Well, guess what? I'm busy. Craig's busy. Inbox is wonderful. Why? Because he can put the question on the inbox, and I can answer it at my leisure and say, okay, now, Craig, here's what needs to be done. Da, 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 da. And I may do it at 2 in the morning or whatever. And plus, if Craig and I call each other, we always chit-chat, and it takes us 3 times longer to answer the same question that I can answer on inbox in 2 minutes. You follow me? It's a great tool. I recommend it. Now, let's talk about standing order. What is standing order? Okay. Now, let's say Jerry here goes direct, okay? Jerry and Holly go direct. Now, do you guys suppose for one moment that Jerry and Holly's business is going to be totally within the bounds of Monroe, Michigan? No. Where's it going to be? Now, as a direct distributor, you're looking at usually about 80 to 100 people in your group on the average, okay? Now, where are these people going to be geographically? Where are they going to be at? Who knows? Here's what's going to happen when you guys go direct, okay? Here's a scenario. You're going to get a call from Deadwood, South Dakota. Never been there. Yeah, but you're going to know somebody, know somebody, know somebody, know somebody in Deadwood. And they're going to call you up. They're going to say, is this Jerry? And they said, yeah. He's going to say, yeah. And I said, well, Jerry, this is Kirby Morse. I live in Deadwood, South Dakota. And the reason I called is I just wanted to see if you really do exist. Because I saw that you were my DD thing on my application. And I was really kind of curious, see if this thing is really for real. Because I'm kind of excited about it. And I'd kind of like to do it. Well, this is Jerry. I work for real. Yeah, this business is real. It's a great business. And Jerry's going to give him, some promotion stuff and edifying and do the normal stuff an upline's supposed to do, right? And now I say to Jerry, well, Jerry, Deadwood's kind of a small town, and I'm having a little bit of a challenge talking to people because, I just don't know what to do. Well, now how far away is Deadwood, South Dakota? Long way. Now I'm calling on my nickel, right? And I may not have much money. That's why I'm getting an Amway anyway, right? Now, what's Jerry going to do for me to tell me how to contact people? What are you going to do, Jerry? Huh? We're on a telephone call here, right? I'm calling you up and saying, hey, look, I need some help. I don't know how to contact these people. Like, I don't know what to do to build this network thing. What do I do? But, first rule, where there's no lamplighter, there's no tools, there's no tape. Now, how are you going to help me? There's no tapes. We're pretending here for a moment. Okay? There's no tapes, so what do you do? Okay, you're going to talk to me on the phone, right? How long are you going to talk to me? It's on my nickel, man. I'm broke anyway. Do you understand the point I'm trying to picture here? I'm trying to paint. If Jerry doesn't have any tapes to give me, how's the man going to teach me? He's going to tell me some stuff on the phone, right? And that's going to last for about 5 minutes, right? And how much am I going to retain of it after I get off the phone? Very little. So what's my chances of making it out there in Deadwood? Hey, Jerry, you going to fly out there and help me? Not too quick. He's going to be like Bill Britt watching Kevin to see if he sticks around. He's going to stick around? I don't know. Let's give him a little while. Right? Now, he may turn out to be a Kevin that hangs in there, but he may dry up on the vine. The only problem with drying up on the vine, he might have been the next Paul Miller if he'd had a chance. Here's my point, folks. If you don't have the tools, it's very tough to instruct people. If you don't know what your tools are, it's hard to utilize a tool you're not familiar with. If you don't know your tape library, that means you don't have a tape library because you're not in staying order. I don't really think you're going to make it in this business. Matter of fact, I think it's about next to impossible, if you understand what I'm getting at. And you say, well, these tapes cost money. Yeah, it's a business. But it's also a write-off. Folks, my tape library spans thousands of tapes. I've got that dude organized, man. Now I'm not saying go home and start shuffling and organizing tapes, all right? I'm just telling you how important it is that your tape library is organized and with it, because I've got it on my computer. I got a database system. I've got it listed by title, by number, by content. I've got people, when I sign a tape out, it goes into my computer. I know when they signed it out. I know what date they signed it out, okay? Why? Because I want to know who's using tapes and who isn't. Man, that tape library is my workhorse. Do you understand what I'm getting at? That's how important it is. But if you're not on staying order, you're not ever going to have a tape library. So that's why you need to promote standing order in your group, folks. Plus, when you're looking at your entire organization, I don't really care about how many points Jerry's doing. I'm really worried about how many tools Jerry's moving. Why? Because points are transient. They may be moving some volume temporarily, but if they're not plugged into an educational system which want to teach them what to do and what they've got their hands on, it's transient, man. That PV may be here today and gone tomorrow. So really how you measure business is in tool flow. Does everybody follow that? So standing order / inbox is a critical part of the 8 steps. Number 2 is I recommend you have 10 customers or 20 PS customers. 10 in-home shopping service customers or 20 PS customers. Why? Because when you came here today, it cost money, didn't it? Right? Because Kevin doesn't get the room for free. You understand what I'm getting at? When you buy a tape, we don't give the tape to Jerry, do we? Jerry buys the tape because it costs me money. This is not a charity welfare / business. You understand what I'm getting at? This is a business. Now, you say, we know tapes doesn't cost that much. They're only about $5 or $6, whatever they are. What are they? $6.04 or something, right? And $6.04 isn't much, but you know we're on a tight budget. You're talking about $25 a month. And then you got this open thing you got to go to, and they always want $2 or $3 for that. And then you got this $5 rally thing to hear these people from Columbus. I have no idea who they are. And then they're talking about going to this function thing, which they want $45 for a ticket. You know? Doesn't cost much to build Amway, but they sure nickel and dime you to death. So a little bit of negative starts seeping in. You understand what I'm getting at? Well, guess what? Have some customers, and it'll fund your business so you can have your what we call seed corn to plant your business. You understand what I'm getting at? If you have 10 customers, 10 good customers, your Amway business should never, ever be in the red. It should always be in the black. Okay? It should always be a cash flow situation where you can pull from a pool of money. You follow me? Okay? You should have a separate checking account, and when you're writing out these, you always run a separate checking account on your business. I hope to goodness none of you people are trying to run this business out of your personal checking account. I know a couple of you are. But get a business account set up, not a commercial account, but get a separate account, personal account, so that what happens is you can kind of log what's actually going through your business. And you want to know something? When you buy, this is another little tip. When you buy products from yourself, don't write a check out of your business account. You take a check from your personal account and deposit it into your business account so you can actually see what's traveling through your business. You understand what I'm getting at? And you're not looking at Amway as a big drain on me. Man, I spent $150 on it last month, got all these products. Well, hey, you'd have bought the product somewhere. You're just transferring your buying habits. People get confused. You understand what I'm getting at? Anyhow, you have customers that support your business. You follow me? All right? So it should never be a challenge to build the Amway business. You should never do it in the red. Everybody follow that? Okay? So that's why you have customers. Third thing is this. Also, incidentally, duplicating this duplication process kicks in, and if the rest of your group has customers, you're going to make some money. All right? It's a good thing to do. We're in the business to sell something. Nobody makes any money until somebody sells something. All right? So we're all salespeople. Third thing is this. Attend all functions. What do you mean attend all functions? Well, which function is more important, for Enterprise Day or Family Reunion? How do you distinguish? They're all designed to do a different thing. What's more important? Let's see. Should I go to this open or the next open? Should I skip team calling this week or skip it next week? Folks, look. Here's the deal. It's kind of like going to class, all right? Going to functions is like going to class. If you skip class, what happens to you? You flunk. Right? If you skip class in Amway, you don't flunk, you just don't make any money. Same thing, though, would you agree? So attend all functions. Team calling is a function. The opens are functions. Product pickups are functions. Major functions are obvious. This is a function. There's some people here locally that couldn't make it, right, today? Well, guess what? They lost. Why? Because Kathee and I are so great? No, they skipped class. They skipped a function. You understand what I'm getting at? How many of you guys went to college in here? You know, okay, do you remember the syllabus that came out, that it comes out with certain teachers, they say, under no conditions do you skip the final exam because if you do, you flunk. I don't care what the situation is. You guys ever have those classes? And every quarter, there's always somebody that does it, right? And guess what? They scream, yell, jump, and holler. Well, yeah, but I was sick, or so I had to go to a funeral. But, hey, look. You know the rules. You skip the final. You flunk. All right? You follow me? You know the rules. You skip the functions. You flunk. Everybody understand that? Am I being too straight with you guys? Some people look like you're in shock or something. All right? Well, now, wait a minute. I'm here to talk to you like I talk to my group. All right? This is the way it's supposed to be, right?
Right.
Okay? I'm just telling you straight up because this is, look, man, I care, you know, I have a philosophy about life, and some people kind of question it, but, you know, I don't care if people get mad at me as long as they hear the truth. It's kind of like this. Have you ever seen people when they raise their kids, they mess their kids up because they always want to be their buddy to their kids? No. You can't always be your buddy to your kids because there's times when you have to be the parent and you aren't popular. You understand what I'm getting at? So you got to have the guts to stand up on your hind legs and tell them the way it is. Now, I'm just telling you today the way it is. I don't mean to step on anybody's toes or make anybody mad, but if you get mad about it, you need to go look in the mirror because I make more money than you did. Okay? You follow me? All right? And tomorrow, or Monday, when you're going to work, I'm going to be sleeping in. That's why I'm here today. You see what I'm getting at? That's our system. All right? Now, fourth thing is this. Is that you got to work. Hate to cuss again, but that's the way it is. I recommend you expose your business 3 to 5 times a week. Now, I don't consider a QI exposing your business. I'm talking about 3 to 5 people seeing the O's in your business a week. Now, you can do it with 5 or 10 QIs, whatever you want to do, but 3 to 5 people a week need to be seeing your business on the average if you want to make this thing work within a reasonable period of time. Now, let me caution you about something about Amway, okay? There's a huge quantum leap difference between 1 to 2 plans and 2 to 3 plans and 3 to 5 plans. Okay, huge difference in what happens in the outcome of a 6 to 8 month period of time. All right? So a lot of you guys are doing one or twosies, onesie, twosies type stuff. You'll go direct, you know, but the rapture may come before you go. This may take a little time. Of course, we may not know. It might be tomorrow, you know what I mean? But the point I'm getting at is this. It's going to take you a long time. Now, you do 2 to 3 a week, you'll get there a little faster. I say about a year, year and a half. You start bumping it 3 to 5 times a week, you're going to get there in about 6 to 10 months. What's the difference? How close do you follow the 8 steps? That's the range of time. Okay? If you got two guys, we have Jerry here, myself, and we're both running about 3 to 5 people in front of the plant every week. He may go in 6 months, I may go in 10, because he may follow the 8 steps a lot closer than I do. Does that make sense? All right? Okay, so it isn't just the work. The 5th thing is this, is that you need counsel upline. Why? A couple of reasons. Number 1 is this. He who counsels himself has a fool for a master. Is that right? Huh? You can't see your weaknesses. You can't see your shortcomings. You just can't see them. If you saw them, you probably wouldn't have them. It takes somebody else to look at you objectively and tell you, hey, look, you need to polish this up, change this a little bit, whatever. Does that make sense? That's human nature. And quite frankly, your upline is there to prevent you from going into disaster. So if you don't counsel upline, you can set yourself up for disaster in this business. Because what you do today, you may not see the results today. It may take 6 months. You understand what I'm getting at? So that's why you counsel upline to make sure you're doing the right thing. Why? Because your upline is there looking out over the valley at a higher location on the mountain. Does that make sense? And I have these people who do things a certain way, and it looks right to them today because their group can work within the realms of that decision today, but that same decision won't compensate for the group that's much larger down the road. And so they crash, they fall in on themselves. Does that make sense? That's why you counsel upline, to give you the knowledge you need. You also counsel upline so your upline can give you credibility to your group. It's very difficult for me to give credibility to Jerry, honestly, if he doesn't counsel with me, because Jerry and I don't establish a rapport with each other. Does that make sense? It's one thing for me to give Jerry credibility to his group. But it's another thing when Jerry is counseling with me and I can have some heartfelt recognition for this man. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Now, why is that so important? Because you can never edify yourself to your group. And if there isn't some way that a stamp of importance can be stamped on your forehead by somebody, and the only person who can do it properly is your upline, eventually your group will implode, cave in on itself. You know why? Because it gets information inbreeding. Because they don't listen to anybody else and start trying to do everything themselves. Does that make sense? So this is a process. So counseling upline makes sure everything flows well. Also, counseling upline is important for this reason. If Jerry doesn't counsel upline with me and we don't get some sort of upline rapport established, guess what? I may be killed in a car accident tomorrow. Okay? Well, if he hasn't established a relationship with me and beyond, and I'm the only person that can help him, it's kind of tough on his business, isn't it? So really, you guys should be fighting not only to know Kevin, but to get enough things going that you get some recognition to even get to know Bill Britt. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Does that make sense? Okay? All right. The 6th thing is this, is accountability. Accountability works like this. If you don't have it, you don't grow. If you guys are not accountable to each other, you don't make your appointments properly, you're always late, you bounce checks, your word's no good. I mean, come on, forget it. You're going to flunk out of this thing. All right? As a matter of fact, you're going to flunk out of life, for that matter. Right? So you got to be accountable to each other. When you say something, make it stick. Be a person of your word. There's very little of that today. The only thing that counts nowadays is if you have a contract. There's a possibility of a lawsuit if you don't follow through. Well, I'm going to tell you something. That's a decrepit way to live. A handshake and your word should all anybody ever needs. Is that right? In this business, if that's not what you have, you will not make it in this thing, period. Now, as they say, oh gosh, so, I've messed up in the past. Hey, so have I. We all make mistakes, but what was the attitude behind mistakes? Was it malicious, irresponsible, or was it honest? Hey man, you can make some big mistakes as long as they're honest mistakes. Most people can live with that. you know, that your overall intention better be good, okay? And your overall performance better show some accountability there. Does that make sense? If you don't have that, you're dead in the water. All right? Number 7, 100% product use. I'm like Jack Dory. I just as soon be mugged as to have to talk about this. Because it makes me mad when I even think about this. If you're in this business, you don't use your own products, you're going to get what you deserve, nothing. I believe that, folks. Listen, Kathee, when she places the orders, I'm going to tell you the way it is. If I go down there to help a leg and I find out they aren't ordering consumables, I don't go. And I call up the leader of the leg and I'd say, you know what? I had you guys docked in here for next week, but I'm going to cancel on you. You know why I'm going to cancel? Because you guys don't use your own products. And you want to know something? That's a kiss of death. When you decide to get serious about your business, I'll come back in and help you. You say, do you really do that? Do I do that, Kathee? Yes. Because I got to take time out of my life, out of my family and my wife, my energy, and invest it in people who are not even serious enough to use their own products because they have some strange, weird brand loyalty to a product that will never do anything for them. I don't like that stuff, man. It makes me mad when I think about it, okay? Because I've done it before, man. I've helped people and helped people and helped people, and come to find out they got these little bottles of Dawn Traditions tucked away somewhere, or Tide or something, some unchristian-like product like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then you have these closet Amway distributors, these ladies who, you know, they have to have their channel number 5. And, you know, they've had this one perfume all their life. If I give it up, oh my gosh, my life will end. You know, nah. You're either in this or you ain't. Ladies, I know you have the little weird brand loyalties like everybody else. Flush them, because if you don't, you won't make it in this business. Men, same thing. You don't come into our house and find something that's not from our business. You want to know something? Because the Amway business is what takes care of the Morris kids, the Morris family, and I am committed to it 100%. I want to give you a little case scenario. Let's say Jerry and Holly are having their 20th anniversary. Okay? They're having their 20th anniversary. And Jerry's sharp, you know, he takes his wife out to a nice place to eat, and, you know, nice atmosphere, right, you know, and they're having a great dinner. And they're looking over the past 20 years how great it's been. And you know what? Holly says, Jerry, I've got something I need to tell you. I've been loyal to you for all these years, except for one time. Jerry looks at her, pulls out a gun. Just kidding. Here's my point. Here's my point. Tell me what 99% loyalty is. It's 100% disloyalty. Right? What's the deal, folks? Use your own stuff. If you don't, you won't make it. Fair enough? And that means everything. Okay? What's the last step? Read every day. If you don't read, you won't make it. Why? Because you won't have enough knowledge to get there. Okay? That's all. Look, people, when you go direct in this thing and you go into higher quote-unquote levels of the business, you're dealing with people. It makes me nervous sometimes. You want to know something? People come into me and ask me stuff about marriage type stuff, marriage counseling. I am not a marriage counselor. Okay? They'll ask me stuff about spiritual stuff. I'm not a preacher. Okay? I get nervous with these questions. But what I do is I have enough cursory information from all the books I've read to hopefully steer them in the right direction and maybe answer a few basic questions and put them on the right track and then let them get some help. You understand what I'm getting at? Somebody knows what they're doing. Man, you're dealing with people. You got to have a pretty well-rounded knowledge to know how to deal with these people effectively and have a way that you can at least put them into the right direction. Does that make sense? Okay? And you don't want to know something about this Amway business? Here's how it works. A sponsors B, who sponsors C, sponsors D. And you want to know what really happens? A can't stand B, and B hates D, and C doesn't like A, or anybody, and we've got this problem with product flow. Now, what we have to do is teach these people how to get along with each other well enough that we can do business. They may not love each other, but they're going to be able to communicate with each other, and they'll be able to conduct their business properly. I'm going to tell you, it's going to take all the people books you can read to pull this off. All of them, man. Starting off with How to Win Friends, Influence People. You know, get that book. Get People Power. What do they call it? The Friendship Factor. That's a great book. Bringing Out the Best in People is a great book. Those people books should be about 80% of your reading diet. You want to know something? Because you're dealing with people, that's your resource. You must learn how to handle it effectively. Does that make sense? And reading fills a dimension of your education that tapes and functions cannot fill. You find yourself within the pages of the book. Okay? How do I recommend you read? Read one page at a time. Very simple. Okay? Really. I look at it this way. Most of our books are gauged at about roughly 250 to 350 pages if you look at it. Some of them smaller than that. You should be able to consume a book a month, no problem. You should read about 10 pages a night. It's not that hard. They're paperbacks, okay? But man, they're so valuable. And if you don't read, guess what? Your downline won't, because you won't promote it because you don't do it. You see what I'm getting at? And then your whole group implodes. Everybody follow that? Okay? All right. How we doing on time? Oh my gosh. We're running behind time. Okay. Now, how should I do this? I'm going to have to split the rest of this thing up here for tonight. Let me talk about some generals, because I don't even want to get into numbers, Kevin, if that's okay, because I don't want to interrupt. I'll just come back tonight, tell you a couple of heathen stories to satisfy you, and then move on, all right? Is that all right? Okay? And we're going to get into some numbers, all right? But I want to show you basically how to structure a business and how to drive depth and everything, because it is 4:54, and we do need to stay on schedule, okay? All right. Let me talk to you about a couple items here real quick before I wrap up, all right? One of them is called loyalty. Loyalty. What is loyalty? What is it? Loyalty means that you back somebody up, you're in somebody's corner, you're giving people the benefit of the doubt, you're there when they need you. Loyalty is something that's worth its weight in gold. Loyalty is something that is not within our society very much today. Does everybody follow that? I mean, for that matter, we're trying to teach married people to be loyal. Hey, you want to get rid of the AIDS vector? It's simple. Everybody stay loyal to each other. Really, that's the way it is. Okay? If you want to get scared real bad, get the doc up here. Me and him will do a little thing, a dissertation on AIDS real quick. I used to study that virus quite a bit. It's very, very bad. Very bad. Very bad. Very prolific, too. Okay? Loyalty is something that doesn't exist in our society as much as it should today. In this business, it is the cornerstone of success. Period. I am loyal to Stan at all costs. Why? He has earned my loyalty, but I know that if I truly want to succeed, I must be loyal to him. Why? Because my downline will not be loyal to me if I'm not loyal to him, because they will sense my hypocrisy. Do you understand that? Okay? And they will sense that I'm not truly loyal to him, and then they're always going to be loyal to me with a condition, which is not true loyalty. Loyalty dictates that you're willing to back people up through the thick and the thin. And when you're a distance group like you people are, removed from your upline, your upline, when you're just a small group as you are right now, loyalty is number one. You be loyal to each other, and then one day you'll all be wealthy. What do I mean? You back up your upline. You help them. You offer them your assistance. You give them the benefit of the doubt. Okay? You make allowances for human error. Okay? You're faithful. If somebody says something about Kevin Hush, man, you should be like, wait a minute, hold the phone, Doc. You understand what I'm getting at? Buddy, if somebody says something bad around me, just about Stan, they don't, first of all, they don't do it because they're afraid, and they should be. Okay? Because they know better. I won't put up with it. Stan, because of Stan Sherry, my life changed. Because of your upline, your life will change. Is it that one person? No, that's my link to this system. Loyalty is probably the one factor that will determine whether a group that's like where you guys are at are going to make it or they don't. Because see, as a small group disjointed from your upline, you guys have to learn to depend on each other, and you have to learn to be loyal to each other, and you have to be supportive of each other. You have to be rat packing, and we call it rat packing. You understand what I'm saying? Now, to do that, here's the trick. You always have to be looking for the best in each other. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I know that this person here bounced checks. And this guy is basically, at one point, my opinion was, he's scum of the earth because he bounced 15 checks to me because he doesn't know how to balance a checkbook. And I'm getting sick and tired of it. And I've had it up to here, blah, 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 blah. You understand what I'm getting at? So we get a little bit edgy. But I have to bring it out within me. That's pretty good, boy. Sponsor him, man. Sponsor him. But here's what I have to do with this individual. I have to not talk nasty about him to my wife, even though I've had it up to here with him. I have to talk good about this man. And I have to say something to Kathee like this, I'm sorry, what's your name? Charlie. I said, you know what, man, I know Charlie, doggone him, he's bouncing checks, but I tell you what, he's still a good guy, and I know he can make it if he'll just hang in this thing. And you guys have got to learn to start talking good about each other and expecting the best out of each other and looking for the best in each other and being loyal to each other. All right? Does that make sense? If somebody says something bad about your children, what do? You're like, the hair starts creeping up on the back of your neck because you're loyal to your children. What about somebody says something bad about your family or something, right? That's the kind of loyalty I'm talking about to each other. That's what's going to be necessary for you guys that cause this group to move in to hyperspeed and make some big bucks. Okay? Do you understand this? Loyalty is everything in this business. Loyalty is everything. Man, if you can find, if Kathee can find just 3 or 4 people in this business that are going to be loyal, you guys can change this world. You can. You really can. You can make an impact unbelievable. Because Bill Britt, I know Bill Britt, compared to the total number of people that's in his group, the total number of people that you call loyal is not very big. Because loyalty takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of discipline, it takes a lot of conditioning, and it takes a higher source of people. And you got to get plugged in. Follow me? But if you don't get it, it probably won't grow to what it could if you did have it. Does that make sense? All right. Well, listen, I'm going to wrap it here. Kevin's going to get back up and make some announcements. I've had a lot of fun. Here's what I want you guys to do, all right? Because I'm going to get to some more nitty-gritty tonight, and we're going to have a lot of fun tonight out. Hey, go home and call somebody. You know what I mean? Really, go home and call somebody. Bring them back in, folks. And let's get a lot of people in here because I'm going to save you guys a lot of headache tonight. If you can get some new people here, you can get some people that's in your group that is kind of on the edge, you get them here tonight, I'm going to save you a lot of headache. Because I'm going to be talking about some numbers, some incomes, and what you can expect versus what you put into this thing. Okay? So I had to lay the foundation today. To get some people back here tonight, and let's have some fun. So with that, my good friend Kevin Hooks, come on up, buddy.
Working? Great, okay, well, everybody know how to go find something to eat? All live so far, huh? Guess we can find something. But anyway, awesome job for Kirby, right guys? All right, and Kathee did a great job as well. The lady part really, guys, like Kirby said, you know, he's doing a lot of business buying, but who's handling this? Kathee, right? And so, guys, let me tell you something. I'm glad to see all the ladies here. You know, Bill mentioned it to me on the telephone, the inbox. He says, don't let those ladies miss. That's the key right there. The ladies are the key to this business. We'll just admit it, right, guys? That's right. We don't mind admitting that, do we? They're the prettiest part. Right, Doug? Doug's handsome too, though. Anyway, okay, guys. Like Kirby said, let's go home and make a few phone calls, right? And let's call some people, get them back here for tonight. I guarantee they're going to get turned on. They're going to get excited. Okay, so anyway, we're going to break 2,500s above. We know where we're supposed to go eat, right?
Right.
And we go over there and come back, guys. We're going to open this door right here, 7:30 for pre-sold tickets. Okay, and then we'll go 20 till and start selling tickets. All right, we'll go 10 minutes further this way. All right, for tonight. So anyway, 7:30 pre-sold tickets can get in. Ain't it great? We'll see you back here tonight, right, guys? We're going to start right at 8 o'clock. Wait 1 second. We're going to start right at 8 o'clock, and we're going to get Kirby and Kathee on at about 8:30 for ladies, so they got more time. Because we ran a little behind today. We don't want to rob their time because Kirby ain't on time, right, guys? So let's get this thing going. All right? See you tonight, all right? Well, guys, we're excited to be back here tonight for what we call the rally portion. And I told Kirby, give him enough rally, you know what I mean, to let you guys know exactly where he came from. And then hammer us with some more of this great teaching, guys. I'm telling you, this is awesome, isn't it? And we just had a great time over there at Dominic's, and before you know it, about 5 minutes after Kirby ordered, he was over with pen and paper and drawing out and putting circles every place, and you know what I mean? It's awesome. Showing us right there look how he lays it out and what he does and where he does it and how he does it. And guys, I'm telling you, I am fired up about tonight, okay? If you're here tonight, you're sort of new in the business, let me tell you what, you're going to get to see tonight the exact detail of what Kirby and Kathee are doing to put a business together at Diamond. Right, Kirby? After this breaks, we've talked him into doing a night out. We're going to keep him up late. We're going to order some pizzas out. Guys, if you want to stick around. He's going to sit down at the table and sit here and draw. Guys, I am excited to look at little circles, how it adds up to be $100,000 a year, ain't you? Yeah. He's going to show it to us right here tonight, so I'm fired up about it, okay? But anyhow, we're going to just get him up here real fast because we're over a few minutes right now, but I'll let Yvonne say something here real quick, and I'll say something, and we'll get him up. Okay, Yvonne, here's you, right?
Well, I don't want to take up any time, and this afternoon I talked, just I have a lot of appreciation for Kirby and Kathee, and how many found out what I had to say about Kathee was true? She's an awesome teacher, and I can't wait. She talked about maybe doing 10 hours of teaching tonight, which ran out of time this afternoon, and I thought, I don't care how tired I am, I'll listen for 10 hours, you know, so I'm just excited, and just bring them up.
Okay. All right, well, guys, let me just say one thing quick. Kirby and Kathee Morris, okay, are in the Paul Miller, right, Terry Taylor, down to Stan Sherry organization. Anybody see Stan in the Amazon? New Arrow Stan Sherry, guys, isn't he awesome? They call him Stan the Man, you know what I mean? Hello. And Kirby right here, right? Stan the Man, I'm telling you, Kirby right here is Stan's absolute right arm, right, Kirby? Maybe right leg, too. Okay, I mean, he is right there with you guys, you know what I mean? And anything else, Kirby? Left foot? Not going to do the hokey pokey, you know what I mean? But guys, let me tell you something. Honestly and truly, Kirby and Kathee I've known for a long time. Doug knows, he's been down there with me. Jerry, John, all of them knows that, you know, Columbus has done what we want to do. You know what I mean? Columbus, Ohio, Kirby and Kathee, Stan's organization, did what we are trying to do right now. So that's why we got Kirby and Kathee here. Now, today I want to say it in a different way. When I said we could have got any speaker anywhere in the world of Amway, Bill told us he'd put us in here and just pick one. Now, we couldn't have picked Paul Miller for the first one, you know what I mean? But guys, I'm telling you something. I'd rather have Kirby here right now than Paul Miller. You know why? Because Kirby's doing exactly right this minute what we want to do. Right, Kirby? So that's why we're going to bring you and Kathee up right now. I'm going to tell you something honest. I feel like crying. I feel like laughing. I feel like fainting. I don't know what to do. So Kirby and Kathee, come on up.
It's a lot more fun working, isn't it? I'll tell you. Okay, well, I guess what do we got here? We got some gifts. Man, that's great. Okay, who said there's no free gifts, right? Oh boy. Okay, what we got here? Card. Okay. Well, here, Kath, I'll let you open it up. And let's see what we have. It says, as a friend, you're a banquet. Okay. Food. Okay, there we go. It is so delightfully delectable that if life were a cake, you'd be the icing. Super. If life were a pizza, you'd be the spicing. If life were chop suey, you'd be the rice. On a menu of friends, there's no one as nice. It's cute. You know, thinking about you makes me feel really good, but hungry. Let's go to Dominic's. Okay. That's right, man. That's it. Hey, that was a good place to eat. I really enjoyed that. Dominic's. That was good. Okay, so we have a gift. This is. We'll do the joint one here first. There we go. Let me open that up. Oh, this is nice. We appreciate this. Oh boy, look here. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Oh boy, look at that. Man, hey, that is really nice. It's a photo album. Have it engraved. It's got our name on it. It says, "Thanks, Kirby, Kathee, our first ride, the key team, 8/14/93." Isn't that nice? Thanks a lot. Appreciate that. Oh, okay. They said they would send us some pictures of today too, so we put that in there. We appreciate that. I like that. Thanks a lot. That's really, really nice, you guys. Thanks so much. I enjoy those things. A lot of guys say, oh, you know, they shouldn't give out plaques at rallies and stuff. Get so many plaques. Hey, I ain't got that many yet. Bring them on, man. I like them. That's right. Okay. So I have a gift. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here, Kathee, hold the mic on this one. Man. Okay. Okay, here. Says here, the money mug. United Sippers of America. 100 big ones. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. This is perfect. I love it. Okay, here we go. All right. Yes, sir. All right, check this out. All right. This is Bill Britt's favorite saying, the United Sippers of America. I've been rich and I've been poor. Believe me, rich is better. Okay. Put that in there. You got that, Kev? Thanks very, very much. We appreciate this a whole lot. Yeah, we're again, for you guys who weren't here this afternoon, we're honored to do your first mini rally. This is one day you'll have the same honor. Somebody will call you and say, "Would you come to our first mini?" And when he called, I was kind of like, "Yeah, sure, Kevin." But I know you know Bill. I know you can get some other people, and so we know what the options he did have. And like I said, we're flattered that he asked us, and we hope that it's been good for you guys today.
All right.
We're going to. Like I said, we're going to hit a little bit of a rally story tonight, and see, traditionally the second part the function, you know, you kind of tell people where you came from and what you were going through and all that kind of stuff. And quite frankly, I hate this part of it. I don't like it a bit. And because I like to forget where I came from if I can, because it wasn't any fun, you know. It was pretty morbid actually. But tell you a little bit about where we came from and what happened, and then we're going to do some more teaching. I've done the teaching part and talking about the business. You know, I'm into that, and I can do that all night. And for you guys that are here tonight, we're going to do a little night out afterwards. And I told Kevin, I said, you buy some pizza and buy some Cokes, and I'll stay here as late as you want. You know what I'm saying? If you keep feeding me pizza and Coke, and we'll stay here as long as it runs out. You know what I mean? So I'll be happy to stay here afterwards on an informal setting. And we'll just basically kind of take the tie loose, take the coat off, and I'd love to entertain questions. You know, if you guys have some specific questions, we'll just sit down and talk about it, have a little round table discussion after it's over with, okay? So we're going to have a good time tonight. Before I kick this off and let Kathee, see what you do, guys, when you do the rally session of your mini rally, you know, when you come in to do this, if you guys are coming up through the ranks, this is a tip, you know, you learn this. You let the women go first. Right? Out of politeness, but also so that if they say anything that, you know, kind of shouldn't say, you can come back in and clean it up. You know what I mean? So, you know, this way if Kathee tells too much, I can come back in and kind of clean it up. You know what I mean? So, because Kathee's always saying, well, why don't you tell this story? I'm like, I don't want to tell that story. That's ugly. I don't want to tell this stuff. You know, I want to forget this stuff. So she said, it'll give them hope. No, it'll blow them out is what it'll do. You know? But Kathee's been with me from the beginning, almost. Dan sponsored me, and let's see. I guess you were the third person I sponsored, and we weren't married in the beginning. Okay, I had actually sponsored her. And she was dating me, and I was dating quite a few other people. And, you know, at that particular time, which she may allude to that. Well, you know how it is, ladies, right? You got these heathen men, you know how they are. Right. And so we just got started, and I was basically sponsored her, and she was smart, though. See, Kathee was smart. She figured out how to do this paperwork stuff, you know. Just started roping me in little by little, you know, pulling the slack in, you know. And eventually what happened is that she got a business big enough that I just basically had to marry her to get it, you know, because I didn't want to lose nothing. And that's a quick synopsis of what we did, you know what I mean? But I'm sure she'll give you the skinny on it, so. But we had a good time. Kathee's been with me basically from the beginning, and you know, I guess when we got married, it was about 4,000 or something. I don't know what it was, but she's done a fantastic job, you guys. She runs a business that does millions of dollars a year in volume right now, and handles it well. And I don't have to worry about. Here's a tip, ladies. I don't have to worry about anything I create because I know it's well taken care of because I can give it to Kathee, and then I can look back in a couple months, it'll still be there. You understand what I'm getting at? So. Listen very close to what she has to say, and she's loved my life. I love Kathee with all my heart, and you know that's because she deserves everything I give her, and she's going to be basically hog nasty rich. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be able to give her whatever she wants. I'll buy it for her. You know, that's basically what it is. So, and she deserves it. So with that, my bride, Kathee Morris. All right.
He's asking for it. He's being a little ornery there, wasn't he? Anyway, you know the reason they have you do the teaching during the day and then the rally at night? Because if you guys knew our story first, you probably wouldn't listen to what we were teaching. So, anyway, you know, I just want to thank whoever decorated the room. It was really nice. We came in and had nice soft music playing and had all kinds of food and stuff in there. It was really nice. Felt welcome, and it was really nice. And Chris and Myra brought up a fruit basket, and I said, "Are you sure you're going to keep this basket?" And it was a beautiful basket somebody had made or something, and it was really nice. So just want to thank you guys for doing that. I really appreciated it. Kirby's eating almost all the food, and But really appreciate that, making us feel welcome and everything. So, like Kirby said, we're just really thrilled to be here. Kevin and Yvonne are such big givers. They have the biggest hearts. They really do, just really generous, pure hearts. Just all the right intentions and everything. And Yvonne and I were talking, and she said, they tell that story when we stayed all night at your house, and they make it sound like we knew each other. But she said, I think we just met that weekend. And I said, I think you're right. I think Stan introduced Kirby to Kevin, but we didn't know these guys from Adam. We just said, hey, they're part of the Brit team, and they need a place to stay, so come on over. And
Right.
I said, well, how many kids they have? She said, you have a little boy, and you were pregnant with the other one, and we just, those guys, like I said, we just hit it off from the very beginning. And I said, what I told Yvonne, it was that real bad snowstorm, and I can't remember if she had tennis shoes or like snow boots on or something, but she had forgotten her dress shoes because she'd worn the other shoes to the function, and so they went and bought a pair of shoes because she forgot her shoes. And I told her, I said, I can remember thinking, man, those guys must be doing pretty good. They just went out and bought a pair of shoes. If I would have forgot mine, that would have just been too bad, Now there's the money to go buy a pair of shoes, And they're in this Cadillac and just went out and bought a pair of shoes just like that because she forgot them. And she just laughed because that was funny. But that's about where, that's where we were. We couldn't afford to buy another pair of shoes if I would have forgotten. It just would have been too bad. So I had to go around with snow boots. So that I can remember thinking that. So that's about where we were when we met those guys. And I don't know. I told Kirby, I said, this must be part of our repentance here because we did a rally for the Goats, and any of you guys know them, what an epitome of Christianity they are. And here we come and we have to do a rally for Kevin and Yvonne, and I know where they stand in that, and they're just such wonderful people. And I said, then we have to come and tell our heathen story to these wonderful people. And this is part of it, this is part of our repentance here, is having to tell this, to these wonderful Christian people here. So I said, God works in mysterious ways, so I just know that's part of it. So, and they asked me, where'd you and Kirby meet? And I just said, if there was one thing I could change in my life, it would be that story. So, because your kids always ask, where did you meet Daddy, Mommy? And, and we met in a bar. I mean, isn't that terrible? I just really dread telling my children that, but, that's just the one thing I wish that I could change, but, that maybe if we would have both been there, we would have never met, so that's just the way it goes, but, just to, get into a little background, I was born in Portsmouth, Ohio, down on the river. My parents were from there and everything, and then we moved to a little place called Beaupre, Ohio, down on the river again, near Marietta. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my dad, just and it's all to make a point. You're like, I don't really care what your dad did, but this is all to make a point. We were discussing this with one of our downline. There's, they have all these psychobabble stuff. It was this dysfunctional family, and that's why this person's like this because his parent did this and all this stuff. And there probably is a lot to it and everything, but the point is anything can be overcome, and you can overcome anything. And my father, I think when he was about 8 years old, he was 8, and his younger brother was 6, and then they had a younger sister. And his parents decided that they didn't want the boys anymore, so they just more or less put them on the doorstep and told them to go on their way. And my father had been, his father had a drinking problem, and they would leave him, days at a time alone and everything. And my grandparents, the ones who adopted him, had been taking care of him off on anyway, so they had no trouble adopting my father. And his younger brother ended up in the orphanage for a couple years, and anyway, they finally ended up getting him to. So I think that was like his 12th birthday present was they adopted his younger brother. So he went through all that, and just being abandoned like that I think would be a hard thing to do. And so his adoptive parents raised him, and my mother comes from a broken family too. Her mother and father were divorced when they were young, and all this dysfunctional family stuff and everything. But both my parents came from broken homes, and my father, they both overcome. They're happily married. They've been married for 36 years, and this all ties in with my story, believe me. But they just set such wonderful examples for us, you know, when we were growing up as children, I'm the middle child. We have three, I have an older brother, younger sister, and they just had wonderful examples for us when we were growing up, and it had so much to do with the choices I made later on in my life, like when we got into this business and everything. But, so, you know, I just hear so much, you know, almost excuse-ized as far as, well, they had this childhood and this family thing and all this stuff, so it can't be overcome. My father, you know, he's retired now, him and my mother just have a great time doing things they want to do, and they're still, you know, like I said, they're still happily married and everything, and they just set such a wonderful example and overcame all the challenges they had in their childhood and growing up and everything. So, just wanted a little background there on that, but when I was getting ready to start high school, we moved to West Virginia, which I just thought was, you know, the pits, you know, we lived down the border of West Virginia and Ohio anyway, and all I heard was hillbilly jokes, and when I found out I was going to become a hillbilly, I was just, you know, thought it was the end of the earth there. So, and that's a story in itself, because my dad worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, and we had to go down there and do, like, he was down there on, like, flood relocations, and they were building a dam and everything. I mean, after really some stories I could tell you, but so we lived in a HUD trailer park for a while. It was like this relocation trailer park, and it was pretty rough. And big families that lived like in 2 trailers because they all couldn't fit in one, and so stuff like that. So we had to build a house because people just don't move. You know, they have kids, they just put a trailer on their lot and, you know, keep going from there. It's down in Appalachia, down in Wyoming County. So we lived down there. It was quite a change in lifestyle, and it was sort of a big shock. But, you know, the kids adapt or whatever, so we get over that. I went to West Virginia University in dental hygiene, got my bachelor's in dental hygiene, and about 2 weeks after I started college, my parents moved. They didn't tell me where they went. No, I'm just teasing. They did. They moved to Columbus, Ohio, and which made it, you know, I come home to Columbus on, you know, Christmas break and stuff like that, and I really didn't know anybody. When I mean, I didn't know anybody because I had never lived there, so you come home for break and stuff, and it was a little different, and so I went to school. It took me 5 years to get my bachelor's because flunked chemistry and had to stay back a year and make that up and stuff, just, you know, whatever. So did that. So I got my bachelor's in dental hygiene. Moved to Columbus because there weren't any jobs down in West Virginia, and had taken my boards, I don't know, like in May or June, and it takes 3 or 4 months to get your board results back, you know, before you get licensed to practice. And so in the meantime, my mother, this sounds really odd, had taken me to get a job at a bar as a cocktail waitress because I had waited tables before. You serve whole meals and you serve a drink and you get the same tip. To me, it was easier to serve a drink. And so, you know, you made pretty good money at it, and I just needed a job for a couple months till my license came in, you know, and this is about where we were. So she takes me down here to there's a bar, you know, not too far from where we live, go down there and get a job, and so I get a job there, and that's where Kirby was a bouncer at this bar. And he was studying to take his MCATs, which are like the entrance exams to get into medical school. And so I was working there as a cocktail waitress, and when I met him, I thought he was really strange. Is he in here? I thought he was really strange. In fact, I said, that guy over there is really strange. You know, all he does is study and you know, stuff. And he was very, very cocky. Always had all these, and I'm not, this is literally, had women hanging off of him all the time. You know, they were always like, oh, Kirby, Kirby. And I just thought, well, who does he think he is? You know, and it was pretty bad. He was real into it, you know. But after a while, I'd worked there for a little while, and then, you know, most of the people, that was their life. That was what their career was, you know, working in this bar. And obviously, I had other ambitions in life, and soon found out that Kirby did too. He would sit up there on his little stool with his little stamper, you know, and his pad, you know, because they stamped you to get in and stuff. And he would always have books, and he'd always be studying in between, you know, when people would come in and stuff. And started talking to him, you know, oh, some intelligent conversation here. And, you know, we talk about a lot of science and stuff like this. And so we went out a couple times, and I don't, you know, I just fell in love with him, I guess. And he comes back in. Look at this. You didn't hear what I said about you before. Anyway, you know, there was this little matter of all these other, you know, women that were always hanging off of him and stuff. So I don't know. I just let him think it was his idea, but I outfoxed him. I don't know. Anyway, got him to marry me, but I got my dental hygiene license, went to work for a large dental practice. and I hated it. It wasn't that I liked what I did, I just didn't like all the bureaucracy, and I had one of those bosses I was talking about earlier today where if he was in a good mood, it was great, but if he was in a bad mood, he made everybody's life miserable that day, and you just never knew what it was going to be like when you went to work that day. And, you would like hide from him because if he was in one of his moods, he would, and there's some dust over there in the corner, go get a toothbrush and scrub that. You just never knew what he was going to want you to do, and it was just, one of those jobs. He had, let me see, I think I worked there 2.5 years, and he had 2 affairs. And it's, it was sort of hard to work in that situation because everybody knew what was going on, but everybody acted like they didn't know what was going on. And his wife would come in to get her teeth cleaned, and then you're like, oh geez, and everybody's telling Mark that, and it was just a very uncomfortable situation. And he was a very unpredictable man, and it got to where I just hated working there. And I used to come and cry, I hate this job, I hate working, I hate Columbus, I don't know anybody, I know he thought I was nuts, but so in the meantime, Kirby'd seen the plan, and Monday night was my nights off. I worked second shift. This sounds worse and worse than where I tell them my job, but I worked second shift. I think I worked like 12 to 8, and Monday nights was my night off. Well, all of a sudden, that was like a night that Kirby and I, we went out or did whatever, and he started going to Worcester. I said, where are you going? Worcester. He said, I'm going to Worcester, look at this business thing with this guy named John Steen, and he has a Mercedes, and him and Stan are going to go with John again to Worcester and ride in his Mercedes. And I was like, I don't care, this is my night off. What do you mean you're going to go up there again, and you're going to medical school. You don't need to hear about this business stuff, And he says, well, it's for future, I might need it in the future, and, he's giving me this line, and I got really upset because he was going, on my night off to go with this guy, John Cecina, who had a Mercedes, which I could care less about, up, this guy named Stan to see this business opportunity. And it's really, I thought, well, what's he think of our relationship if he's doing this? So, of course, it didn't stop him. If, Kirby, not too much, sways his opinion of things. So he just kept going up there every Monday night, and the more he went, the madder I got about it. And, then one day he gave me a catalog. He said, you want to, see if you want his stuff out of here. And it was an Amway catalog, and I was like, oh, this is a nice catalog. Yeah, I'm going to buy some stuff out of here. And I really didn't know what Amway was or had ever heard of it. And like in the back of my mind, I can remember my mother having these white bottles under her sink for like ever, And that was, and then I think my uncle had sold them to her, and that was about all I knew of Amway or had remembered. And so I really had no preconceived notions of it or anything. Well, he got more and more involved, in Amway, and the more and more I heard about him, the more and more I heard about Stan Sherry, and which I thought was like this big giant, the way Kirby talked about him, and he was like really excited, I thought. So Kirby's apartment, I titled Kirby's Home for Wayward Souls because he always had at least 2 or 3 guys living there who had nowhere else to go, no place to live, and no job. And they were all, sponging off of each other and no income in the house. Never had, the gas was always turned off. They never had hot water. They rarely had a phone. It was always off, on, like, let's see, is this phone going to work today? And, which I sort of liked because if his phone wasn't on, then I didn't have to call before I went over, right? That was my, I would have called you, but your phone wasn't working today, so I would just go on over, which I sort of liked, because if I would have called first, he probably would have said, I'm busy or something. So, once I'd worked a Saturday morning, and I went over to his apartment, and Stan was there showing his brother the plan. And he had just gotten done showing the plan, and I came in, and Stan was like, okay, let's show it to her, and Kirby was like, I don't know if I want her around this long or not, so. Now, Stan swears he said that. Now, I don't know, Kirby, we've been married over 7 years. Are you going to admit to that yet or not? He says not, but I don't know. Anyway. So I don't know about that. So, back then the plan took 1.5 hours, 2 hours to show. And, of course, Stan, he started showing the plan again, on the board just for me. So I thought, this is Stan Sherry. This little guy is Stan Sherry, this guy that Kirby has talked about nonstop for 2 months. And I was really surprised. But, hey, Stan, he had a look in his eye, and you knew he meant business. So I sat there and I watched him draw this plan, and he did a good job. I sit there and watched the whole thing. I got real excited when he got to like the 4th level of income, and he said you could make $2,100 a month, or whatever it was back then. And he said, if you made that much, could you quit your job? I was like, yes, I could. I said, bingo, maybe I do want to, pay attention to this or anything, because I wanted to get out of that job, and that was enough to cover, about what I made. So I was excited about that. And he went on, and he says, what do you think? And everything. I said, hey, this looks really good. I'm real excited, but I don't know anybody in Columbus. And if I said that one time, I said it 500 times to him. I thought he was going to pull his hair out, because I said, but I don't know anybody. He said, don't worry about that. We'll take care. But I don't know anybody. I just kept saying that, and I thought he was going to lose it. But so I just sort of felt like, I can't do this because you need 6 people, and I don't know 6 people in Columbus except for the people I work with, and I definitely didn't want them in my business. And so, he says, well, don't worry about that, just, whatever. So I got excited about the business because I wanted to quit work and everything, and 2 weeks later, Dream Night was coming up. This was in late November, and we used to have it in the beginning of December. So we were having our office Christmas dinner. My boss was going to buy everybody steak dinners, and I could bring a date since I was single. And I thought, well, I'm definitely going to get this steak dinner out of this guy. He's made my life miserable. I'm going to at least make him pay, get my free steak dinner here, my yearly steak dinner. So I invited Kirby to go with me. He said, I can't go. And I said, what do you mean you can't go? I'm not going by myself. And he says, well, Stan and I, which was like, made me mad, are going down to North Carolina to spend the week with a bunch of millionaires. That's what he said. And I said, well, can't I come? He says, I don't know, I'll have to check with Stan. I don't think we're taking any of the women. I don't think we're taking any women. Well, yeah, that didn't sit too well either, so he was like psyching me out here. So I was like, okay. And I said, well, you check with Stan and see if I can go, because if I have to go by myself, I'm not going to the office party. So he took like 3 or 4 days to check on this matter with Stan. And so I asked him about it again. He said, you can go if you want to, but I don't think you're having fun. I don't think, you're going to like it or whatever. And I said, but is this Stan said it's okay? I went, yeah, you can go if you want to. Okay, I'm going. So I didn't have any money, and I can remember taking an insurance check. Like I had been to the doctor, and the insurance was, reimbursing me. And I remember taking that check and cashing it and spending it to go to the function. And it took me about 2 years to pay that bill off. Because there was no extra money. There was just no extra money, and I took that check to do that. And we went down to this first function, and Kirby, did I even have a car then? I think I had like a 59 Ford Fairlane, and, what is it, 69? 69 Ford Fairlane, and Kirby had a 71 Blue Nova. And neither one of them would have made the trip. We were going down to Asheville, North Carolina. So we said, okay, how are we going to get down there? We don't have a way to get down there. So he had talked to his mom into going. And Kirby took 5 legs to this first function, which is key here. And he got all of them to go like in about the last 2 weeks before the function. So we were going to pick up his mom because he had told his parents about the business, and they just went, they won't work and all this stuff. So he finally got his mother was going to go and see what it was about, protect her baby. Like Kirby needed protecting. But so we said, well, we can just make it down to Middletown. It's about 2 hours away. And then we'll get we'll take my mom's car. It'll make it down there. So we literally had no way to get down there. So we all went together. And we rented a car, an Escort. We had 5 people in this Escort, and I got to sit on the hump in the back. If I'm not mistaken, he wrote a cold check to rent it, and we floated the check till we got back. I don't even know, did we get it paid for? I don't know what happened. Anyway, we did not have the money. We floated a check to get this rental car. We're not telling you to do this, but to get down there. So we got to Middletown, and then I picked up his mother, had like a little Renault, and we sort of split up so we weren't so on top of each other. And we drove down to Asheville, North Carolina, went to our first Dream Night. When we got there, it was a big function. How many people was there, Kirby? 5,000 people. And I thought, all these people are in Amway? I just couldn't believe it, I could not believe it. When we get there, the Goats were on stage, singing, and they were doing Man Who Walks by the Side of the Road. You know how you guys felt the first time you saw that? And so we walked in there, and his mother was just like, she wouldn't take her coat off. She stood there with her coat all wrapped around like this, just looking. And we have this guy in Rocky's group. His name's Van Lois. Do you guys know Van? He's a Pearl now. He was an Emerald qualification a while back. And Van was a millionaire before he got the business. He owned a lot of restaurants and hotels. And Van's a little crazy, He just they were singing, and anytime music's going, Van's in the aisle dancing. And he's out there just dancing and dancing, and we were sitting right behind him. Kirby's mom was just like, oh my gosh, what have they got me into? And it was sort of a crazy function, and so that was, our first function. And so I got so excited, I came home and took the whole month of December off for Christmas. So it's a joke. I didn't do anything. I'll just wait till after the holidays, It got me so fired up. So I got sponsored my sister like in February, and sponsored a couple other legs. And Kirby went on vacation to Minnesota. I remember we put like 3 or 4 people in the business, and I thought, I'll show him, he's going to go on vacation. I'm going to put all these people in my business and pass him up, That's how much I knew about the business. But I can remember when we wanted products, and you got to understand, Stan's sponsor was in Virginia Beach. It was about 14 hours away. And there's about 7 or 8 people in between Terry and Lori and Stan. And so his sponsor was in Virginia Beach. So he came, Stan comes up to Columbus, and we were plugging into John Cestina's Opens, but Stan started doing his own products and everything. So if we wanted something, Monday night was calling night. No time, just whenever we felt like calling Stan. And I'd call Stan, we want, these 3 things. Our orders were huge here. I want a sweet shot in LOC, and give me one of these mop mate things. Let me see what this is, Just, and of course Kirby was there. Kirby, do you want anything? No, So I'm calling the order, and so then we'd have pick up out of the trunk of Stan's car, and he'd just give me the box of stuff, and I'd sort of like take this A13, look at wholesale price, and sort of add the 3 things up, and okay, it's $7.89. Here's $8, Stan, or something like that. Just no SA1s, just whatever. So we started getting some people in the business here. And we were probably doing 300 or 400 points, and Stan must have counseled upline. I said, you gotta make these guys do paperwork, because people were supposed to be getting bonus checks. You gotta do some paperwork before you can do bonus checks, right? So he says, he called me on the phone. Hey, Kathee, I was just counseling upline, and they said you gotta start doing SA1s. I said, what do you mean? What do you mean SA1s? What's that? He said, well, you gotta start filling out order forms for these products you ordered. Why are we gonna do that? We haven't done it so far. Why should we start now? I got really mad because he told me we had to do SA1s, and I was like, I'm not doing all this paperwork. It was working fine the way it was, and just gave him a really hard time about that. And he was like, well, we gotta do it because you gotta start paying bonus checks and stuff. And I was pretty much handling most of Kirby's paperwork for him, because he sort of has a way of getting people to do things for him. And so I just have to tell you this: him and Stan are really dogs. Paul Miller had this leadership in his house for thousands. Whoever won 1,000 got to go to his house for the day. So, and I know you probably played this from the very beginning, Kirby. Kathee, you gonna go? You gonna go? Yeah, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. So I worked so hard that month trying to get 1,000 PV, and I did about 890 PV or something, right? Kirby ordered a few things and hit his 1,000. It might have been, he might have done maybe, 60 or 70 points. Yeah. So, and we were dating pretty seriously then, and him and Stan were like, no, you can't go. You can't go, man. So him and Stan went the whole day at Paul, took all these pictures and stuff. I'm gonna get him back to that one yet. Maybe a shopping spree or something here, but they did that to me. They thought that was real funny that I had done most of the work and they got to go. But that was okay because I showed him. So they did that. So not too long after that, he married me and I got him back. So he's been paying for that ever since. Now we've been to Paul's house a couple times since then, so it's okay. He's almost forgiven. And so we got married. I think we were about 4,000 when we got married, and quit my job a couple days before we got married because Kirby told me I could. He didn't tell me we couldn't afford it. He just told me I could since I hated it that much. And I thought, he's head of household. If he says I can quit, I can quit. So I quit my job, and that was really about the only income we had. I don't know what we were thinking. I just wanted to quit so bad. I didn't listen. You said I could, fine. And he was working, I think working at Chi-Chi's, working like double shifts as a waiter, and selling frozen seafood meat door to door. He made pretty good money doing that though. And that was, what we were living on. So about 3 weeks after we got married, we sat down and started writing out our debts. Don't ask me why. I know why we didn't before we got married, because if we would have done it before we got married, we probably would never gotten married. And you know, I thought, well, he said, you know, what kind of bills do you have? Well, I have a student loan, I have a credit card, and, you know, what about you? Well, I have a student loan, and you know, well, he had 3 student loans, and I had 2 student loans, I had 3 credit cards. So, you know, we sort of fudged each other a little bit, and then we sat down and actually wrote out these debts. It was, how much was it? Do you remember? It was a lot. Blew my mind. What was it? Was it $110,000. Starting out our marriage, $110,000 in debt. And I had a new car. I had a Honda CRX, and that was about. He had a Toyota Corolla, but it was used, and it was several years old. And that was the assets we had. And we lived in a dump of an apartment, a dump. In fact, before we got married, I had 2 roommates, and we paid $99.33 a month for rent a piece. I remember that plain as day. So you know, we got married, and his apartment had all his, you know, wasted guys over there that didn't have any jobs or anything, and so we decided, okay, we'll live over here. Stan always tells the story. He went to Kirby's apartment, he opened the refrigerator, there was a bottle of mustard or ketchup in there or something, and then he opened the refrigerator, it was full of beer. There's always beer in the refrigerator, but no other food in the house, so that's about how that was. That was definitely a bachelor pad. So, here we are, you know, in the Valley of the Shadows, just figured out, you know, why, I don't know why we never sat, you know, we just did whatever, nobody told us any better. You know, here we are, all this money in debt, not very much income coming in, trying to build a business, and about that time, they decided that we need to do our own opens and not plug in anymore, and we just thought, oh boy, what are we going to do? You know, Stan lived in a mobile home over in not too good of a part of town, so we definitely couldn't use his place. It was in a lot worse shape than ours, and so we started having opens in our living room, which was very small, maybe as big as like these first 3 rows, maybe. And you're talking about the door here and the door over there and the steps, and it was very small. You could, maybe if you squeeze, get 10 or 15 people in there. So that's where we started having our opens. Well, seeing as what our financial situation was, we had a little trouble keeping up with the bills. And, you know, usually have opens at 8 o'clock. Well, it started getting towards like, you know, the fall or something. We had started having opens at 7 o'clock because we had to get them done before it got dark because our electricity was always turned off. And, you know, here we are, yeah, come and get in business with us. We'll show you how to get rich, but we can't pay our electric bill. And we'd be sitting there, and Kirby would start showing the plan, it start getting dark out, you know, and people reach over, try to turn the lamp on. That lamp doesn't work, you know. He'd start going faster, you know, out there and get that plan done. So we'd get out there before these people figured out we didn't have any electricity, you know. And, you know, the air conditioner wouldn't be working, it'd be hot, and it was bad. And Stan would say, like, you guys electric on this week, you know, and we'd be checking before we had our open to see if electric bill was on. He didn't have any money to give us. He was delivering pizzas at $4 an hour, and it was just like a week-to-week challenge whether we could keep our electric on the day we were having the house meeting, you know. And the same way with the phone. I bet I got more excuses for why our phone didn't work for our downline than, yeah, they're doing construction out back. They must have cut that cable again every time, you know. It was always something, you know. And you run down to the payphone and start calling everybody up and getting their orders. Hey, our phones don't work. I don't know what's wrong with it. You won't give me your order. You know, I won't call you. I'd call them and get the order just so they wouldn't know. And boy, a lot of excuses why the phone electric was off. And you know, it's funny now. It wasn't really that big of a deal to us back then, except for the fact that we didn't want our downline to find out. But you know, don't get hung up on stuff like that. That happens to you. Yeah, it's humiliating and degrading and everything, and embarrassing. But you can overcome it and keep going. And that was just sort of a way of life for us. We were sort of used to it, you know. So oh boy, we started building the business a little bit, and I don't know. Kirby was doing a lot of different jobs, and so we decided we were going to move. We were going to upgrade our lifestyle a little bit. We moved and lived in that old house. That's where Kevin and Yvonne came to stay. A big old house. Kirby hated it from day one. Had a lot of room though. Well, pretty much room. And the kids started coming. Had Jared. I think when he was about 3 months old, we went direct. So things were looking up. And when he was 5 months old, found out I was pregnant with Jordan, number 2. So they were about 13 and a half months apart, which sort of interesting when you weren't used to being a parent and everything, and it was a little bit of crunch on the budget because we didn't have medical insurance. We had to pay for both of them out of our pockets, and that was sort of rough. And we just had a lot of financial challenges. So, but they say whatever challenges you have is what you're going to reap. So we're looking forward to that and everything. But just and it's like talking to Gina and Doug, and you're like. If we would have waited and we could afford the kids, we wouldn't have any. She said, yeah, we just had the kids and worried about it after they were here, and that's about the way it was. So, so we went Ruby living there, and that was a real exciting time in our business. And, just been working on the business since then, and we moved to Stanton, so you guys need to think about moving again because this place you're living is pretty bad. And so we moved where we're at now, which was temporary situation, but keep counseling upline, and Bill and Paul's like, just stay where you're at. And so now we just added another member to the family. She's almost a year old. We had a little girl this time, which Kirby told everybody that he was incapable of producing a female offspring, and he's had to eat a lot of crow for that. Craig's back there dying laughing. I mean, it was bad. From the first one, I was pregnant with the first one. I can't have girls. So this went on for 4 years. He could not have girls, and then we had Victoria. It was like everybody had their heyday, so they had to really tease Kirby. But tell you what, and I knew why he didn't want a little girl, because he knew she would just wrap him around her little finger, and that'd be the end of it. She does. I mean, I'm like, where'd she go? And he's holding her, and she's just so ornery, and she just curls her little nose up at him and just gets whatever she wants. So it's going to be a real challenge to discipline her, because you tell her no, and she just looks at you, giggles, and she knows exactly what's going on. When she was born, she came out. I said, boy, she sure acts like she knows something we don't know. She just had this look on her face like she just knew exactly what was going on. So, and she knows she can. Her main goal in life is to aggravate our 4-year-old, and that's her main goal in life, because he doesn't want. He's not real thrilled that she's here still yet. He was the baby, and then all of a sudden for 3 years, and then here she came along, and he really doesn't want anything to do with her still, and she knows that. And if he's laying on the floor, she'll go over there and pull his hair and just poke his eyes, and he just scream. Oh, he gets so mad, and she just really delights in that. But I don't want to get started on the kids because I got to talk about them all day. But like Kirby said, it's real hard for us to remember some of the stuff we went through because we try to forget it. But I always tell them, we need to tell the stuff, because I can remember when John and Kathee Maris told their story, and we kept looking at each other like, were they living our lives? Because their story was a lot of things they'd gone through, is things that we had gone through, and it just made me feel better to know, like, well, they went diamond and they went through some of this stuff, so, maybe we aren't such bad people, and we do deserve to, move on in the business, because sometimes after, one challenge after another hits you, sometimes you sort of feel like maybe you don't deserve these things, or you're doing something really wrong, and maybe you just don't deserve it, but that's not the case at all. It's just, challenges are put there for a reason, and how you react to them is what counts. So I can remember when we got married, we had a leg up in Chicago. We still do have a leg in Chicago. Went through Indiana first. And they were ordering products, and we were, UPSing products to them. And they had ordered about $400 worth of products. This is back in 1986. And they hadn't sent the money that week. This guy was a little, we could trust him about 99%. And this just happened to be the one week he decided to flake out on us. And he didn't send his money that week. Well, we had ordered the products from Stan, and you know how that goes. He paid for them, so we have to pay him. And we kept waiting, thinking that check's going to be here any day in the mail, and it wasn't. And it was Saturday, we were at our wedding, and the money hadn't come. So I can remember watching Kirby, he sort of got Stan off over in the corner at the reception. I saw him take our honeymoon money out of his pocket and pay Stan the money we owed him for our products, which, was fine by me because that's what had to be done. But I just thought, oh boy, here goes, our honeymoon. I thought I'm never going to get one. Oh, that's right, I can't let Kirby off the hook. I have to tell about our honeymoon story here. Anyway, that's all those remarks he made earlier. So there went like $400, that was gone for our honeymoon trip. So, let me see, Kirby had a pickup truck, and I had the Honda CRX, sort of new, nice, air conditioning, comfortable. And we had this pickup truck with his freezer on the back with all his meat and seafood in it, that you have to plug in all the time to make sure that the meat stays frozen. And so he decides we're going to take the truck down to Florida on our honeymoon so he can sell meat while we're there. I could kill him for this, but that was the decision he made, so okay, that's fine. You know, it's like I can't afford to take this time off work. You know, if I don't work for a week, we're not gonna be able to make it. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. So we drive this pickup truck all the way down to Florida. You know, the vinyl seats you stick to, no air conditioning. It was so hot, so hot. And we had to keep stopping like about every 2 or 3 hours and plug in the freezer for like 30 minutes. And you talk about embarrassing. Do you have an outlet I can plug my freezer into? You know, we stop at all these gas stations and stuff. And we'd have to sort of, do whatever for 20, 30 minutes till everything froze back up. And then we'd be on our way again for another 2 or 3 hours. And, I'm like when it's happening, it's just like, okay, this is the way it has to be. When you look back, you just think, boy, that was stupid. But that's what he said he had to do. So okay, so we get all the way down to Florida. Finally, it took a while. I'd keep stopping. And my aunt has a real nice little place down there, and she was in Columbus, and she said, "You guys can stay here. As my wedding present, you can use my house, my place here for a week. It's a mobile home, but it's a real nice little park, but it's a retirement village." So we're like, there's some kids in the park, So we're there for like this week, and you go down to the pool, and Kirby's like, "Oh my gosh," she says, "I don't think I want to get old." It's just like all older people down there, and really, it was not that bad. We had fun because I did know a couple of them, because it was sort of like all my aunts, my grandma's aunts' friends, they all, moved down there. So there was like 3 or 4 of them that I had known from before, and they were down there, and they sort of took care of us, and they had us over for dinner, and, so we're down there, we're at the pool, and everybody there is like in their 60s or 70s, and we were like the kids, like, "Oh, let's have the kids over and play some cards tonight," That was sort of funny. And we went to the beach a couple times, and it was nice and relaxing, and it was nice and warm, but I had to cook the whole time because we ate the meat off the truck because we didn't have any money. So the whole time Kirby's wrestling with this, like, I've got to sell some meat while we're down here, I've got to work. And he would get up every day, and he would like pace back and forth about should I go out and try to sell the meat, or should I not go out and try to sell the meat? And back and forth. I was like, "Kirby, I don't care what you do, but make a decision and then forget about it." So he finally decided that he wasn't going to go out and sell the meat, and I said that was fine. And what he forgot to tell me was that if he didn't sell some meat, we didn't have enough money to get home. So, when we leave it, I don't know, honey, we're just like, not sure when we were going to go home. But, every day we'd call my sister. Did the money come yet? Did the money come yet? We were on the phone trying to get hold of this guy. Where's our money? So the money finally came, and she wired it down to us, and then we had enough money to get home. And we came home. I think there was a function like that weekend. Because I can remember coming into a function, and Sam was like, "You guys hurry up, there are 4,000s on stage." We had to run up there and go on stage straight from our honeymoon and stuff. But that was our honeymoon story. And I keep saying Kirby owes me a honeymoon. So, but we went through a lot of stuff, and if you just look at these obstacles, like okay, here's another one. We'll just get over this one and keep going. You can't let all the little things in life trip you up. Life gets in the way of Amway. If you keep stopping to take care of everything, you're never going to get it done. So just keep going ahead and get it done, and not worry about all the little things that keep happening. We talk about we didn't have any food, didn't have any money, didn't have electricity and all that stuff, and just in the last couple weeks or so, we put new carpeting in the house. Have a big antique buffet that I had gotten at some antique auction. I didn't pay too much for it. We decided we'd get it refinished. Well, it's worth quite a bit of money, to our surprise. And they were just like drooling over this piece. "Ooh, this is really nice. This could come out so nice." And they were saying what a nice piece it was. And everything. I'm like, "You gotta be kidding! I can't believe I didn't pay her anything for it." And it just those little treasures we just happened to fall upon. Let's see, bought me a new corner hutch, bought me a new entertainment center, new rocking chair, those glider ottoman things, we had in Kellogg. I'm getting a new couch, just haven't decided as far as which one it goes, and I'm putting up wallpaper and stuff. Poured a patio, put a big fence up in the backyard, just, a lot of little things. We're staying where we're at, but, just getting a lot of nice little things that, there's no way we've been able to get before. Got me a nice diamond ring for Christmas. Just, we got a lot of little things starting to come in, and we aren't into the big time yet, but we're getting there real close. So it's not, I tell you all these terrible things that happen, but nice things happen too. So, we got 3 wonderful children that hang out with all the other kids in the business, and we keep talking about Kirby wants to homeschool the kids, and I said, why don't we just, there's about 3 or 4 little boys. They're all about our 2 sons' age, and we're like, we're just gonna get them together and have, homeschool them all, just have a little school or whatever. But it's just, they have the best friends, and the 5-year-old, just some of the things he learns, like Kirby has this little thing he does with him. It's really cute. He says, who's the greatest? And Jared says, Bill Britt. He says, who's the best? And he says, Paul Miller. And he says, who's number 1? He says, Terry Taylor. And he says, who's the toughest? He says, Stan Sherry. And he says, and then Jared says, who's a winner? Daddy! And he just says this little thing that Kirby taught him, and he's just so cute. And he'll be listening to the tape and say, who's that, Mommy? Who's that? I'll say, that's Paul Miller, Jared. He says, he's the best, and he'll say, who's that on the tape, Mommy? And I'll say, that's Rocky. He says, where's Rocky go? I mean, he realizes that there's like a line, an order that these people go in. And I said, Rocky's not in our group, Jared. I said, but he goes under Paul Miller too. He says, okay. And he'll, take it back and he goes, Mommy, that they said Paul Miller, or they said Bill Britt, or, he just, he's starting to catch on to all this stuff. So, he's real excited because we're going to, our Q12 trip's coming up in November. As I told some of you guys earlier, we're taking both sets of parents and all 3 of the kids, and just the pamphlets they're sending us on this place. It looks really awesome. So they're all excited. They're gonna get to go to Disney World, and we're going up a few days early. So we're gonna be there for like a whole week and go a few days early so we can go into Magic Kingdom and stuff and spend as much time there as we want. And just a lot of little rewards and just the goal setting that they learn. And Jared, the other day came in, he said, where's my puppy? And we do not have a dog. It's the last thing I need right now is a dog. I have trouble taking care of the kids, but he says, where's my puppy? I said, what puppy? He says, where's my dog? I said, Jared, you don't have a dog. He says, yes, I do. He's black, and he sits on the porch, and his name is Bingo. And he started going into this big thing about how he had this dog, and he says, and I'm gonna pet it, and it's gonna love me, and just, I'm like, where, he was just going on and on and on. I said, well, you need to look in the books and find a picture, and we'll put it on the refrigerator, and when we move to our new house, then you can have a dog. I said, because you'll be old enough to take care of it by then. And so he was like, okay, and he said, I went to her, but I need to find a picture, and we're going to put it on the refrigerator, and in our new house, and when we move, I get a dog, and he's going on, he goes, where's our porch? And I said, well, our new house will have a porch and a big yard, and, but these kids, they don't get anything, so... he starts learning, they start learning how to set goals and dreams and things that they want, and they also learn that you have to, wait on them sometimes and work for them and, different things like that. So it's just, couldn't have thought of a better, environment to bring our children up in. We just have so much to Stan. Maybe Kirby will tell you about how Stan contacted him. It was really a very thin thread. And some of the people that we talked to got in on a thin thread in this group, I know. So let me look at my notes real quick here and see if there's anything I forgot. I never did relate this back to my dad's story, but that's another story in itself. Anyway, I just want to tell you this one other thing, because I told you I'd tell you this earlier. Told you about, I had a little story about how to win friends and influence people. I probably wasn't a very easy person to sponsor. And Kirby was my sponsor, and we fought a lot. Probably the first year of our marriage, we were like we didn't kill each other because all we did was fight. Because I said whatever was on my mind. It didn't matter. I would say stuff in front of people to him that he would just like want to kill me. It took me a while to learn to keep my mouth shut. And he says, well, you need to read some books. I was like, okay, he's my sponsor, What do you want me to read? Well, you need to read Magic and Thinking Day. So I got that book, and I read a few pages, and said, I don't like this book. I can't get into it. He says, okay, then read How to Win Friends and Influence People. And this is just sort of an example of where my attitude was. I said, How to Win Friends and Influence People. I said, I'm not going to read that book. If they don't like me the way I am, then I don't need them as a friend. So that's where my attitude was, as far as like real arrogant, I knew everything. You couldn't tell me a thing. I was always right. I would argue with Kirby till the end, whether I was right or wrong. I always had to have the last word. I was always right. It was bad. And, I just could wonder why I couldn't keep a boyfriend, and why I couldn't get this man to marry me. And then counseled up on with Stan's sponsors, Lenny Wilmina Evans, and they said, you might try reading a book called Total Woman. And I read that book, and the whole time I was reading that book, I was like, oh my gosh, no wonder nothing's working right here, look at all these things I'm doing wrong. So that book probably more than anything is responsible for our marriage, because I don't think it would have ever happened if I wouldn't have done some changing. So, always, Kathee Murray says, if you want to make an enemy out of somebody, try to change them. So she's a wise woman there. It's one of my favorite gals. But let's see, somebody was going to tell you something else there. Let's give you a few quotes here as far as marriage and stuff goes. This one's by Benjamin Franklin. Keep your eyes wide open before marriage and half shut afterwards. So, okay, often the difference between a successful marriage and a mediocre one consists of leaving about 3 or 4 things a day unsaid. And that one's very true. Success in marriage is much more than finding the right person. It's a matter of being the right person. Did you guys get that one? You'd be the ones to change. A great secret of a successful marriage is to treat all disasters as incidents and none of the incidents as disasters. But there's just some words to the wise there. But we do these things in a group, ladies' luncheons, and I might set like pin levels on them, 2,500s and above, or new thousands or something. Get the ladies together, go to lunch, do some teaching, go out and go shopping later or something. They worked real good, I get a chance to sit down with my leaders and go over some details and stuff. So this last time we had this guest speaker, this mystery guest speaker. You guys can't wait to hear him. It's an emerald, really built this up, and I had Stan come in. And the girls are really surprised that, Stan's single. What's he going to say to these ladies? I tell you, he did an awesome job. I just want to go over a few notes that I took from this ladies' luncheon that Stan did. And he was really funny. He came in, he had this... He'd probably kill me for telling us. He did it in front of my whole group. So he had this electric nose hair clipper. It goes around, and you clip your nose hairs with it. And he said, everybody in here needs to get one. He's being real serious, and everybody's sitting there taking these notes. He says, everybody needs to get one of these. And when you stop at these red lights, and these guys are, hauling out of your car, you just whip one of these out and start using it. He was being real funny. And, we see, he's really funny. We see Stan every week, but we don't get a chance to sit down and talk to him, on a one-on-one basis very much, I see him every week at the opens, but, our group just doesn't get that much chance to sit down and talk to him like that because there's, just so many people. So it was really nice that he came in and did that, and he had everybody just rolling on the floor. But he said that one of the most important things is 2 things for the ladies to do. And he said the first thing is always have a smile on your face. And he said the second thing is to keep your mouth shut. As far as, nagging your husband or anything, he says, I've seen a lot of, because I said, Stan, one thing can you tell these gals in the business? You've been in the business for, some years, and one thing have you seen, tell me what you've seen the women do wrong, and one thing, the thing that you've seen them do right that makes the most difference in, building this business. And he said, the one thing I've seen them do right and wrong both, it's the same thing as as nag their husbands. He says, I've seen people's businesses grow, or be stagnant for years, and all of a sudden they'll start growing, and the thing that seemed to change is when the woman learned to keep her mouth shut as far as like trying to tell the husband how to build the business and nagging him for not going out and building the business and everything. So that's when it started growing. So that came straight from an emerald with lots of experience. And he also said to watch your facial expressions, and I sort of talked about it a little bit earlier, as far as they say something and you're saying one thing, but your face and body language is saying something else. So he said, don't do this rolling the eyes bit and, all this sighing and everything. So you sort of need to, watch that. So he did have a couple tapes, and RP 294 and DP 7. He talked about those tapes are good ones. He said, quit trying to give your husband advice because he's not going to take it anyway. Just hope the counsel's upline. And he said, he talked to us about contact, and he said, you women can get out there and contact just as easy as the guys. And I do make contacts. I don't make 10 a week or anything like that. I might not even make 1 a week, but I do make contacts when I'm out and opportunities there. And I give Kirby names. Barry Groves, he's enrolled down in Paul's group. He says out of every diamond ship, on the average, about 2 of the ladies come from the women. So if you guys haven't given your husbands any contacts, you better get some, or you're going to be stuck at But and then Kirby, we have a couple legs that are getting ready to go direct that I gave Kirby the names for, just pure and simple. So he was happy to get them, and it's always easier when you get a warm lead than just a cold one. So I make contacts all the time, and I don't always mention the business. I just sometimes get their name. Sometimes I get their phone number. Sometimes I say, hey, do you have a phone number? I call you, we get together and let the kids play. I usually, McDonald's, they have playgrounds at the McDonald's here. That's an excellent place to meet people, especially like in the early afternoons. It seems like all the husbands are there with the kids, giving the wife a break. Excellent place to meet kids. Toys R Us is a good place to meet families, they always have the kids in there shopping. Lots of good places, but you don't always have to talk about the business, just make a friend and get their name or phone number or something, but you can be contacting too. State, he even gave us some stuff. He says, ask him, do you have a business card? Let me tell you why I'm asking. My husband has a business, and if you have a number, he might have something for you. Don't be afraid to ask. All they're going to say is no. If they say no, so what? You'll probably never see him again. So, he also said, don't tell the new people everything. He said, you didn't understand it when you got in and you were brand new, so why are you trying to tell them everything? So don't talk them to death. Give them little bits at a time. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, this was something I talked to one. I'm like, what do you want me to cover if I have time to do some more teaching? And she was just, whatever you want to do. And sort of sounded like Peggy when she said that. But so we had gone over some stuff. These order organizers, I mentioned those earlier today, and you guys might not know what they are, but Kevin's already been working on them as far as you guys are going to start implementing them in your group. And what it's going to do is going to help make taking orders a lot easier. And it's going to help organize your orders, obviously. It's called an order organizer. And you have like different rows on it, and like each distributor has a number, and they call the order, and you put like a 1 or a 2 in the box across from the product. It's like a chart thing. It helps organize your orders, and it's going to at least eliminate like the front line doing SA1. You want them to do green sheets because if one's got it on a computer and you have your order organizers to compare to. It saves a lot of time, and it's a permanent record. You can, like say, in the pickup, you got a product left, you can look on there really quickly and see who ordered the product, and they probably omitted it from their SA1s, and you keep from losing money. You know how you come up short sometimes because somebody forgot to put something on their SA1 or something. It helps check all that stuff really quickly. And I'd have to say, this is probably the most useful tool that we have, and it's one of the hardest ones. I have a hard time getting people to use it because the ones we have like 14 rows, and I think Kevin said his has 12. And you're telling them you need to use this, and they're going, and they're thinking it's just me. Why do I need to use this? It's just me, And so they don't use it, and then they get 1 person, then they get 2 person, and then before long you can't write it on paper anymore, and it gets all confused. And then they come, help, I can't do this. Well, are you using your order organizer? No. So you have to teach them all over again. So when they start teaching you the order organizer, you guys use it. It's a little bit hard to get used to at first, but after you get used to it, it's a wonderful tool. So grasp that with open arms and learn it and teach it and promote it. It'll be a big asset in your business. I always try to tell them, you got to remember, do you want a big business? You have to learn how to think big. And if you want a big business in the future, why not do the things the way you're going to have to do them when the business is big versus doing them one way now and then changing when things start growing, and that doesn't work. So a lot of times when they tell you need to do something and it doesn't make a lot of sense, that's because maybe you're not thinking far enough down the road. So you just sort of have to take it on faith that those guys know what they're talking about because their business is bigger than yours because they're your upline, and they've learned from people that have big businesses. So that's something they're going to be implementing. And I talked about how we have these. I get together. Let's see. That's some really good questions at dinner. That's what else I was going to talk about. We had a wonderful dinner at Dominic's with the 2500s and above. Boy, some sharp people. I was real impressed, and everybody seemed to really, stick together, and a really good group here. And nobody did tell me who was going to be Kevin's first direct, though. I'm sort of still waiting to see if somebody Okay. Where are they? Okay. You guys all saw them, right? You all saw them? That's number 2, and this is number 3? Okay, good deal. I love doing this. This is number 1. All right, good. Hey, whoever gets there first wins, you know? That's all I got to say about that. But I don't know, these guys got all these kids. They must be moving some PB. Anyway. Good deal. They know how to duplicate. Anyway. Good listeners. You know, you have to be good listeners in this business and be very teachable. You know, the person who listens the best and follows the closest is usually the person who gets the job done the best and the fastest. So, anyway, I think Gina asked me at the at dinner. She said, "Where do you work? Where do you go as far as like when Kirby does house meetings and meetings down in depth and stuff? Do you go to all of them or whatever?" And I said, "No, I don't. I don't go to any of the house meetings unless we're sponsoring somebody personally." And Kirby, he uses this to his advantage because what he does is when he goes and does these house meetings and, he doesn't do a one-on-one unless the husband and wife are both there. And he says, you need to meet my wife and she's going to be at the open Tuesday night and, you need to come and meet her. So he sort of uses that to his advantage and gets them to the openings. They need to, you're always working into the big open at the hotel. So he uses that. But I said, if Kirby is working down in depth and he's sponsoring people for this whoever he's working with, then I'm working with those new people too. And we do this meeting after we have the kid opening. Then I get with the wife or the gal and go over a bunch of details on how to order and every stuff. And that's down in depth. So I'm whoever Kirby is working with, that's who I'm working with as far as teaching the details and stuff. And we usually only have Kirby only has certain people doing follow-ups, like only the leaders are doing follow-ups and stuff in the group. So if the guy's doing follow-ups, then the gal does, we call them PV follow-ups. I think it's probably if I just give it a name, it's easier for you to follow, but we call them PV follow-ups. So whoever's doing follow-ups and the wife's doing PV follow-ups, you only have people who know what they're doing them. And so I do a lot of them in depth, and sometimes I'll put 2 or 3 new people in at once and teach them the details of the business, the ordering and stuff. And I just have a list of things that we go over here. And do you guys? Okay, I know I asked you this, I can't remember. Do you remember the old What a Surprise You sheets? It's like an NCR paper, and it's like, they have them on the priority service brochure now. It's similar to that. Have them fill that out, the new distributor fill that out, so they can sort of see how many products they're using. And, then I always have them, okay, circle what you need this week at the grocery store. So they circle whatever they need, then I go, okay, let's go ahead and fill out your order. This is your first order, because you already told me you need this stuff. Let's start converting your business over right now. Talk to them about 100% product use. Just reconfirm, if you aren't going to buy your own products, there's really no sense in doing this because it's not going to work. And, just sort of get them recommitted to the fact that, yes, you do need to use your own products, and you already said you're willing to do that. And, make that first point right there. Then I try to either give them the in-home shopping service, which is a Brit video. CS12V is the call number on that, Crownship 12V. In-home shopping video. It's got Greg Duncan and Claudia and Angela Nardone. You guys know that video? Give that to them. I know it talks about in-home shopping, but it's basically the same idea as the priority service, except for it doesn't explain how the priority service works through corporation, but it's basically the same idea as far as getting customers and showing them the program, and gives a lot of good ideas as far as handling objections from customers, and a lot of good ideas on that video. So we still use that one, even though it's a little bit outdated. And then if you have any of the priority service videos around, they aren't available anymore, but if you have any of those laying around, I did talk to the gal at Corporation, and she said they're making a new one, that they have revised it, and they are, it should be coming out, I think she told me, October, November, but soon, in a couple months, they're coming out with a new priority service video, so that's going to be coming available again. So, then I give them a priority service brochure, and I have that in there just so I remember to tell them about it. And I talked a little bit about priority service, this, how it works as far as, you can, the customers can call Corporation, put it on their credit card, it gets sent directly to their home, and just let them know how easy it is to service their customers. you know, but at the same time, you know, you need to send them catalogs when the new ones come out, and just sort of talk about that real briefly, so they know how easy it is to service customers, and I want that in their mind too. You need to get customers, and just a few things I'm hitting, you know. Give them a Double X brochure, you know, the one that says 5 good reasons to use Double X, because if you can get a brand new person starting on Double X, you know, to get it in their kit, get them on Double X, you know, you got a good solid foundation as far as their PV goes. And I talked to them about Double X and, you know, why it's such a, you know, wonderful product and everything, and sort of go over that brochure with them. And I can't tell you how effective these PV follow-ups are. I can't tell you how many people that I do these on, they start ordering products the very next week. They stay on Double X, you know, they get on standing order. We've had really, really good success with it. Then I go over the list of things that we put in our literature pack, whatever you give out after the open. I know Kevin and Yvonne, every leg is different as far as what they give out. I just sort of show this is what's in here, this is something they're going to need in the future. Right now, your upline is supplying you with this material, but if you're going to network, you need to start investing in some of these tools and just sort of let them know how to order those and what's available and what they need and how much it's going to cost and everything. Then I go over the order organizer with them, show them how to use that, show them how it corresponds with the price list and everything. You should take your order from the phone onto the order organizer. And then if you're doing your green sheets or whatever, then you should do those from the order organizer and go from there. If you're on a computer, then you don't have to do the green sheets, but however you're doing that, or however those guys work that out. But that's a real important tool. I go over the tape list with them and the book list as far as what tools we have, and sort of explain to them why they're important and how the tape list works, and you know why you need extra tools and books. And I just give that, you know, promote that. Now we have something through the Taylor line, and you guys may have something similar. Terry Taylor put together a packet with a lot of the phone scripts in it, as far as, you know, team calling scripts and how to build your list and some detailed stuff like that for the guys. And I just sort of give it to them and tell them, you know, take this home, give it to your husband, look over some of these phone scripts. And we sort of wrestle with that. Well, do we give it to them then, or do we wait till they come, you know, for the follow, you know, secondary follow-up or whatever? And we decided to go ahead and give it to them then, because they may have people on their list that they want to call somebody and they want to come to team calling, but they're not sure what's going to be said. You know, a lot of times if they're not sure what's going to be said to these people, they don't want you to call them. So I figured I'd give them this, and they can go and look at it, and they're going to read. You know, I tell them this is what we say to these people on the phone. We call them, and they read that, and they feel a little bit more relaxed, and they come to team calling, and they're not as apprehensive. So we go ahead and give that to them then. Listed there for them. You only get the personal shoppers catalog in your kit. You know, so if you don't tell them about health and fitness, spring, summer, all these catalogs they aren't going to know. Have all those listed. Show them that sample and gift brochure. You know, to get that one sample and gift in their kit, but they sort of need that book that shows everything, all the sample and gifts in that one brochure, so they can sort of look in there before you go out and buy something. You know, check all the catalogs and check your amigifts, because there's stuff in the amigifts that aren't in the catalog. So check all that stuff. Just, you know, some detail things a little bit. There's a few tips on there about retailing. And I sort of go over our line of sponsorship so they can see where they fit into the picture. You start talking about legs and PV and cross-line and upline, and they really don't understand that when they're brand new in the business. You know, try to think back, you know, when you're in the business and they start talking about all this, there's quite a bit of jargon, you know, and they don't understand it. So I sort of draw the line of sponsorship, you know, here's Bill Britt and Paul Miller, and sort of see, so they can see where they fit in, because, you know, they're going to the opens and stands there and Kirby's there, and sometimes they're sort of confused as far as where they fit in. Then I also make sure, you know, because a lot of times I'm down on depth, so I have to, you know, and here's your sponsor, and here, you know, this is your sponsor, and you're going to be ordering through them, because a lot of times Kirby's, you know, showing the plan to him, he's doing a follow-up. Here I am doing this PV follow-up appointment, and then, you know, they get their kit, and they're like, where Kirby and Kathee go? You know, these are, you know, no, this is your sponsor, and I explain to them they're going to be working through them, but we're always going to be there to help them, and so they sort of see where they fit in. So I just go over that. I go over our business guidelines, and in the business guidelines I have, you know, what time pickup is, what time call-ins are, you know, make sure you're not late, because it can, you know, throw everybody off, what products go on what page, what products are tax exempt, what tax and shipping is on all the products, you know, all these little details that have to be learned, and I just have it all written out for them so they can reference this and go back and look. Because each state is different. I don't know how Michigan is, but like in Ohio, you know, there's only certain food products are tax exempt. In Chicago, they have 2% tax on food and 8% on the other stuff, and it's crazy. All of them are different. Just some guidelines for product pickup and everything, our bounce check policy. Ours is I think it's pretty much standard. If you bounce one check, it's a warning, and after the second check, you're on cash. Morris Marketing charges you $20, which is Ohio's state maximum allowable charge. And then also too, you're responsible for any check charges that incur. If you bounce, like somebody's 4 down, they bounce a check and it causes all these people to bounce checks, and the person whose original fault it is responsible for all those bounce checks fees, and it can get pretty expensive. So, we just sort of really emphasize how important it is to keep a good balance of your checkbook. And explain to them, like Kirby did earlier today, as far as, you just get a personal checking account and use it for nothing but the business, and go over some of that things, make sure they know they need to keep records, because you're going to need them for taxes. Like when you go to the meetings, the money you pay to get into the meetings, that's tax deductible, your mileage is tax deductible, get a mileage log, just sort of tell them some of the things they need to know. Maybe you can get them started on a distributor bookkeeping system to get them started with, and just some few things like that they need to know to build the business. Talk to them about getting a back order book, because you do have back orders in the business. I was real relieved to hear that Kevin and Yvonne have back orders for tapes too. I mean, it was just stuff. It's really just the way they do the tapes. If you understand how the tape system works, it makes a lot of sense. But they don't print. A lot of times they won't. You won't get a tape because they only print them in 250 tape case lots. So if you order it that week and nobody else has ordered that tape, if it's one that's not real popular and they get orders for all the time, they won't make that tape. They'll have to keep reordering it until it hits a week where somebody else has ordered enough to make a case. So, some of these tapes you hear and you order and it's not available, Yvonne has to keep reordering it until it hits a week where somebody else has ordered a significant amount, so where they'll print the case lot. The ones on the tape list are usually available in whatever, they have those stocked, but they don't stock all the tapes because there's too many of them and it's too timely to pull the old ones out and cut one tape, and too costly for Bill to do, for AMI to do. So, you're gonna have back orders. When we first got into the business and we were getting tapes from Virginia Beach, we had tapes, and I am not fudging or exaggerating. We had some back ordered for a year, and I am serious, a year. And to get a tape within a month from when you ordered it was like a miracle. So, you got, things are, I'm sure they're a lot better here than, because then once Stan went direct and Terry and Lori started working directly with him, things got a lot better. When you're going through 7 or 8 people and you're going through 3 or 4 different states, by the time the tapes get shipped and you're talking about the time lag and everything, it can add up to some delays as far as tapes go. You guys get your tapes from North Carolina, so I don't know how many days it takes to get them shipped up here and all the different ins and outs, but that does happen. So they don't have everything perfect yet, but they keep working on it. But so let's go over our business guidelines, go over some things like that. If you order products, you're obligated to come and pick them up. If you don't pick the products up, that means I have to front the money for them, so then they're my products. And if you do that more than once, then you're going to be on a cash up front basis, which means you have to bring me paperwork and money before I order the products for you, because I don't like getting stuck with products that I didn't necessarily need that week. So and people, I think, you get a lot of these business type people in the business, and they're real relieved to see that there are these guidelines, because it's for our protection as well as theirs. Because when they start sponsoring people, it's going to be there for them to fall back on. So, you should only ever get stiffed once, or you should only have nobody should ever bounce more than 2 checks, because after the second one you're on cash. And if you've ever been on cash with corporation, it's not fun. We've been on cash with corporation. We've been on cash with Stan. We had a lot of bounce check problems in the beginning, but you get somebody down and death bouncing checks to you, and it's sort of uncontrollable. So, especially if they're doing it repetitively, you just put them on cash, because if they cause you to go on cash, it's not fun. It's hard to order $2,000-3,000 worth of products a week and not have any way to get them. Get the orders coming in, and there's no way to get them because you're on a cash basis. So it's really just a protective guideline, so the person that's in charge of ordering doesn't get stuck on cash. Talk about standing order, getting a person on standing order. You gals need to be real bold as far as this goes. Not like, well, you can get on standing order if you want, or you can wait. I tell these guys, you You guys are gonna network in this business? Yeah. Well, if you're gonna build this business, you need to get on the tape of the week. Let me tell you about it. Upline Diamond picks out, all the tapes come out and picks out the tape he thinks is the best for the group. Everybody in the group gets the same tape, same time. It's the latest stuff. Everybody gets the information at the same time. It helps you build your business. These tapes are just invaluable. You listen to some of them. I just talk for about 5 minutes about how important standing order is. Then I give them a purchase agreement form and tell them, you might get a standing order, you need to sign this form, and I just sort of explain that form to them, that this is on a strictly voluntary basis, nobody's coercing you or forcing you to buy these tapes, and that the tapes are produced independently of the Amway Corporation. They're produced by Bill Britt and AMI, and just explain that to them. Now, if they don't sign up for a standing order there at that meeting, then I tell Kirby, hey, did PB follow up with so-and-so tonight? They're excited, but they didn't commit to standing order tonight, so he knows he needs to work on them next. And we don't if they're not going to build, network or anything, then they don't need to be on standing order. But if, sometimes people just don't know what's best for them, so you have to tell them. You promise these people you're going to help them, you need to guide them in the right direction. So, and along with that, I think probably the biggest challenge I see with my newer downline gals is they're too easy on people. You set these guidelines and you can't let them slide. If you let them slide one time, then they start, you ever heard the saying, give an inch to take a mile? And it's not intentionally, it's just sort of like, well, I'm afraid to tell them that because I'm afraid they'll get mad at me. So they're not going to quit, they're not going to get mad at you, that's good business. I used to tell people I'm mean when it comes to details. I'm not mean, I'm just a good businesswoman. This is our bread and butter, this is how we feed our family. Kirby makes me accountable for every penny every week. So do you think I have to tell him that we don't have everything collected? No, I want it all collected, and I don't like to take the heat from him, so I'm going to get the job done before it even gets that far. And, I run a real tight ship as far as money goes. Every single penny is accounted for every week. And you need to teach your downline that, because if you don't, they're going to end up losing money, and some of them aren't going to be able to take that. It's going to blow them out if they get into that situation. So you need to teach them how to run a tight ship, how to handle their money and everything, and they need to be firm with their downline as far as this goes. And they're not doing it intentionally. It's easier sometimes to do it that way than it is to make sure everything, all your figures add up. Well, I don't know the right amount. Just let me give you a check and we'll set up next week, because they're in a hurry to get home. So, make sure you get the details. Lori Taylor always says, details are easier to take care of them as they come. Don't let them pile up, because then you sit there and you look at this big pile of details and you just really avoid it and you dread it. So it's easiest to take care of details as they come in. And one of the last things I talk to them about is Ambox, and I really hit Ambox and tell them how vital it is and how all the different ways we use it in our group, that I can't possibly sit down and call everybody in the group, and I can put a message out and everybody gets it within a matter of minutes. And like when we call the orders in, we don't keep any on our orders to Amway as far as products goes. We don't keep any back orders or they won't take advance order items. We don't keep anything like that on our paperwork. We take off all back ordered items, all advance order items. They won't take any TNA or NLA items, and the reason we do that is because we don't want to tie the people's money up, number one. Number two, it makes it easy as far as paperwork goes. And it was real easy for Frontline because they were on computer and we just fixed it. But then Downline was coming to pick up and they were doing their stuff by hand, and they were having to change all their paperwork there at pickup. So what we started doing is after I called the order on Tuesday, I put an Ambox out. These following items were back ordered or advanced ordered or not available. Please take them off your paperwork. And I just go down, 1 WE, just give everything that, whether it was NLA or back ordered or whatever. So that's helped them out too. And what's going on for the week. So just another way we use Ambox. And one last thing I'll talk about, and then I'll get Kirby up, is Kirby, I know one time we were at Terry and Lori's house, and him and Terry stayed up so late that night talking, and he just kept asking Terry, what else did you do to go down? What else did you do? He just kept asking the same question. Terry's like, well, let me see, Kirby. He was just getting really frustrated because Kirby just kept asking. He said, there's got to be something else, So Paul told me to draw my group out on a big poster board and everything, and so I did that, and and kept it updated and everything. And Kirby's like, you never told me that. Because I didn't, and so they talked about this, and so what we do is I get poster board, I don't know how big it is, what is it, 2 foot by 3 foot, whatever, big poster boards, and we have our our big growing legs, one leg per poster board. You might just do one poster board for your whole group, and we get a printout every month. When you're direct, you get a printout. Before you go to direct, you get the pink and blue sheets. You need to be passing those. It says mail to your DD. We pass them up to the sponsor. Everybody should be recording name, address, phone number. So so you have that list of people in your group to call. And so I update it every month for Kirby. I draw the group out, I get little adhesive circles and I stick on there, and I write the person's name and phone number in there, as they sponsored, diagram it all out for him. And every month that's my responsibility to update the boards for him. So when he goes to council with these people, he's got updated information as far as what their group looks like, and it's accurate because it's off of our printout. So, and the phone numbers are right there, so if he's looking at the boards and he sees a situation and he needs to, call somebody on, the phone number's right there on the board. We do the people that are on standing order, I do them in red dots, and the other people are in white dots. And it makes it really easy to look at the business and see what's going on, because there's a big cluster of red over here, or a big cluster of red over there, and you can tell where things are going. But that's something else that I do for him, and I briefly touch on that during the PV call, and just tell the gal it's something you might need to be doing, and just let them know that it's something that's going to need to be done in the future. So I'm going to be giving this stuff to Yvonne, and she, like I said, it was really funny. This was a lot of stuff they were getting ready to instigate anyway. Sort of like we have ESP or whatever, or what it's called, ESPN. No, but anyway, so we were real excited. This Kevin and Yvonne, almost like we had meshing of the minds here. We really think a lot alike. So that was just really neat. And I told them I'd go over some of this, and there's a lot of stuff they're going to be implementing. So now Kirby's going to come up and lie about all the things I told the truth about. And I didn't even get much time. He'll probably do most of the teaching at the night also. One thing about Kirby's, when I first met him, he wanted to do everything. I'm going to go on safari in Africa, and I'm going to go deep sea fishing, and I'm going to go dive for sunken treasures in these sunken, and he was going to do everything. I'm like, how can you possibly do all this stuff? And he's like, I don't know, but I'm going to do it, And he always had so much ambition and so many dreams and so many goals, and if you would laugh at him, he didn't care. He was like, oh, you can laugh if you want to. I'm going to do this, And he just never let anybody, he was just always never wishy-washy, And I always liked that because my dad's sort of the same way, It's just like, this is the way it is, things are black and white, they're not gray, and this is the way things are. I'm sure that's one of the things that attracted me to Kirby was he was not wishy-washy, and he had a set, opinion on everything, and he had a lot of ambition. And I knew that he was going to be a great doctor, and that he was going to get it done. He was going to, he had a lot of odds stacked up against him as far as that went. I knew he would get it done no matter what. And, I always believed him from the very beginning. He just had that way, of influencing people, So I'm sure that's one of the things that attracted me to him. And, he hasn't gone on a safari in Africa yet. He hasn't done a couple of those things, but I know he'll get it done. So I'm just real excited. I can't tell how exciting it is to live with a winner. And it's not always easy, but it's always rewarding. So here's my winner, Kirby.
All right. Do is we're going to set this alarm so that rigor mortis doesn't set in. Okay? And we're going to do a night out night because we're going to be out of time here to do all the teaching I want to get done. How'd you like that Raleigh story? It was gruesome is what it was getting started. I tell you, oh boy. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll talk just about 5 minutes on that Raleigh story. That's about all I can stomach of it, you know what I'm saying? And then we'll move right on along to do some teaching here, because you guys really know how to build a business anyway, wouldn't you? Yeah. You don't want to hear this Raleigh junk, do you? Huh? Yeah, I don't want to hear that stuff. Okay. Kathee gave you the skinny on it anyway, so, but basically, let's see. When I saw the business, where was I at and what was going on? I had, let's see, I'm 36, so I saw the business when I was about 27. I guess that's about right, 26, 27, something like that. And up until that point, I was really kind of burned out bad. I had been married previously. I was married 5 years, and I have a son that's now 12 years old by that first marriage. And so it wasn't a real good situation. As a matter of fact, it was pretty nasty. And I didn't really feel it very good. She's talking about, you might have thought I was a little bit mean when it comes to women. That's because I hated women, I understand? Because I was going through this divorce thing, you know what I'm saying? So I had this little vendetta, and so I was a little bit warped when it came to that area because I'd gone through some heat. And so when I was going to Ohio State University, which is where I met Kathee and I also met Stan, I had spent like 6 years at the University of Kentucky. And I went there originally for a baseball scholarship. And I pitched baseball, I guess, for about 16 years. And from the time I was a little kid, and I was slated to go into the pros. I was scouted by the Baltimore Orioles and Philadelphia Phillies, and was going to college ball there, and everything was looking real good. UK had a pretty good baseball team back then. And what had happened was, when I was there for the first year, I was playing AA ball in Dayton, Ohio, and had this guy that, I don't know if you guys are, anybody here play like Connie Mack baseball or any of that stuff? Okay, anybody play baseball here? Okay, a couple of you. Well, anyhow, I was down there in Dayton, and I had this one guy. Remember a game we were playing? This guy was really, really fast. He threw so fast. The guy went drafted right into the pros, and we were playing a game, and he threw one in on me, and it hit me right in my arm. It broke my arm right in half, snapped it right in half. It was my pitching arm, and so that was it. I lost my scholarship, lost everything. Whole life changed, one fleeting moment. Boom. I'll never forget looking at that X-ray. And I went to one of the hospitals in Dayton, and because I knew something was bad wrong, because when I started to throw, it felt like electricity shooting up my arm, and I knew something was bad wrong. And I'll never forget that. I mean, it was just a perfect break right across, and just kind of disjointed. That was it. My whole life, you know, I prepared for it, changed instantly. Well, I went to the University of Kentucky anyway, and I got to UK, and I was just a little bit burned out, you know, mad, unhappy, because, you know, the money I was supposed to get through the scholarships would pay for college. Okay, so I lost a lot of money on that little deal. And so when I got to UK, I'd been a pretty good student up to that point. I graduated with honors from high school, National Honor Society, 3.85 average, all that stuff, you know. Science background, I was really pretty well versed in those areas. When I got to college, man, I just completely went nuts. I mean nuts, because I'd always been a good kid growing up. I worked when I was in high school, I played letters in a couple sports. I worked at a part-time job. I was a model kid, you know, growing up. Parents were proud of me. Never did anything, did any drinking or anything like that, or anything, any lewd activity, you know. So when I got to UK, this kind of happened to me. I just kind of let everything go. And so for the first almost 3.5 years I was at school, University of Kentucky, I was pretty rowdy. I got real rowdy, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, I got so rowdy, I'll never forget the first quarter I was there, I got goose eggs in my GPA. 0.00. So I did. I got goose eggs. I went on probation the first semester I was there. And, you know, my parents were like, you know, what's wrong? Can't you make this adjustment? I don't know what's wrong. You know, well, you don't go to class. You know, you sign up, but you don't go to class. I mean, I signed up for like 15 credit hours and never went to class. Didn't show up for tests or nothing. I just drank. And partied, went to this and that. I mean, I was just mad, you know. And so I finally got serious about becoming a physician in my 4th year of college. Okay, and I really had no business being there, is what it amounted to. I shouldn't have went to college. I should have went to the military or something. You know, I shouldn't have been there. And my 4th year of school is when I finally got serious about doing my grades. And I knew I could do it. I mean, like I said, I knew I could. It wasn't any problem. And so what had happened is that I had to make this big transition here at the University of Kentucky my senior year of college and try to go back and recoup what I had lost for those 3.5 years. And I had to go back and redo those grades. I had to retake classes. And I literally had to score like 3.5 and above even. I mean, to go to medical school, you've got to have some grades, all right? And you usually have to have about a 3.6, 3.7 average, and it's kind of tough to get in. As a matter of fact, for the average applicant to medical school, it's usually about a 10,000 to 1 shot from the first day you walk on campus. The odds are 10,000 to 1 against you that you're going to make it to be an MD. Okay? It's tough. So I started going to this class, I started studying, grades started coming up, but when you factor in 0.00 even against a 4.0, what do you got? A 2.0. You know what I'm saying? So I had this horrendous grade average. And, you know, of course, I kept telling them, look at the last couple of years, I looked at the first couple. Well, what happened to your first couple? Well, I got a little crazy, you know what I mean? Just had a bad time. Well, during this time, I started settling down. I got married. I got married too young. Got married when I was 21 years old. And I was trying to do all this college stuff. All this stuff, and it was a mess, folks. It was a mess. I remember, I'll never forget, I went to UK. I was carrying 18 credit hours, semester hours. I worked at United Parcel Service midnights, the midnight shift, okay? I worked at the hospital on the weekends, trying to get some volunteer work in and all that stuff to look good on my resume. And then I worked in the laboratory during the day. And this is what I did, and I carried a 4.0, all right? So when I wasn't working, I was studying. And when I wasn't studying, I was working. And somewhere in the middle there, I slept. I never forget, I'd go to the library, and I'd crawl underneath the table and sleep for half an hour and get back up and study. Crawl back under the table when I couldn't take anymore, sleep for half an hour on the floor, get back up and study. That's what I did. Well, the only problem was it got me where I wanted to go as far as trying to apply for medical school, but it trashed my marriage job. Period. Totally gone. And, you know, things happened, and I went through a divorce, and, you know, about that time, I said, well, you know, I've had it. I moved from Kentucky. I was in Lexington, Kentucky, and that's when I came to Ohio State. All right. So that's where I was at when I came to Ohio State, and I was taking my my MCATs, Medical College Admission Test, about the time I ran into Stan. Now, prior to running into Stan, I'd been at OSU for about, I guess, almost 3 years or so. And what happened was I was doing cancer research. I was working on my doctorate to get a PhD, because I figured if I got a PhD, I could get my MD pretty good, you know, no problem. Because the PhD program is easier to get into than an MD program, okay? And so I was working that angle and all that stuff. So I was going to be a double doctor, is what it amounts to, PhD, MD. And so I was working doing this, and so to get through college, this is really weird, but to get through college, I worked at bars. Okay, and what I did at bars is I was a bouncer. Okay, I was a bouncer for a bar for 4 years. Okay, that's how I got through school, you know, when I was at OSU, Ohio State University. So it was really wild, you know. I'd be studying, you know, up there, working the door and stuff like that, and then somebody'd come running up the stairs, you know, this person, blah, 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 like that. I'd go down there, beat them up, come back up, and go back to study. That's what I did for 4 years. I'm not kidding. And see, what Kathee didn't tell you is she was a bar fly. You know what I'm saying? You know what bar flies are? Hang around bars all the time. But that's where I met Kathee, was in the bar. Okay? Did you tell them that part, honey? Okay. And so she was a waitress at the bar, and that's where we met. Okay? And so it was all in God's design, I guess. But I never forget, you know, that place was bad. It was pretty rugged. It wasn't a bad place. It just had bad people in it. You know what I mean? And I'm not kidding you, folks. I went through some. You know, you realize sometimes some of you guys are Christians, some of you aren't. But man, God watches over you. I mean, because there were so many times in that 4 years. For 4 years, listen, folks, for 4 years, 4 years, it was like Saturday night at the fights, that place, 4 nights a week. Am I exaggerating, Kathee?
I always ran when there was fighting in the office. I don't know.
I mean, man, I'd go down there, and there'd be a big pile of guys on the floor, you know, and fighting and carrying on, and go down there throwing beer bottles at each other, and had sticks hitting each other with them. I mean, it was a mess, you know. And this is what I did for a living. You get through college, go down there and break them up, drag them through a mount. It was a mess. It was a mess. And I finally got out of that because I remember the one bar I worked at, and this is like when I was applying for medical school, It was real contradictory here, but the one bar I worked at, I finally quit going there, and I knew my time was up. It's like I knew, it's kind of like, it's like something told me that I better move on because my time is up. And the reason why I know this is I don't know how many guys I had come in there that were carrying, okay? You know what I mean by carrying? They either had a gun or not, all right? I don't know how many of them I took them away from them and talked them, like that. It was stupid. I don't know why I did this, but it was decent money, okay? Plus all the beer you could drink, right? So it's the fringes that got me, I guess. But I'll never forget, there was this one guy that came into this bar, and he looked like Charles Manson. He really did. He looked like Charles Manson. And he had, how back then it was cool to wear the leather gloves with the fingers cut out of them, And he had the earrings in and all that stuff, and just had this wild, coal black hair, coal black eyebrows grown together, It was just, he was real weird looking. And this dude, he went down, I don't know if he was, I think he was drunk. I don't think he was on anything else, but he was drunk or something. Anyhow, he's down there they had two dance floors, this was nuts. They had the downstairs dance floor, which was kind of country, and then they had upstairs that was rock and roll. Now you put those kinds of people together, and there's some bad combinations coming out of there, you know what I mean? And so I'm working the downstairs floor, and all of a sudden, the waitresses come running up there. This guy's I was walking. I said, "What's going on?" This guy's throwing beer bottles at people out on the dance floor, right on the dance floor. From clear back in the bar, man, chucking them out there just like that. And I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. I come running over there, and I was about ready to trash him. That was immediate grounds for trashing him. He didn't ask a question, just beat him up and throw him in the Dempsey dumpster. That was it. It was over. That's what we did with him. We had a big Dempsey dumpster out there, and we would just go out there. After you fight for a while, you can throw one punch and knock a guy clean cold just like that. Because you get practice, you know what I'm saying? And so you just hit pop him real good one time, knock him out, and drag him up the stairs and throw him in the dumpster. That was the routine. I'm not making this up. I promise you, I'm not making this up. I just got to tell you, this is my rally. This is why I don't like telling my rally. You understand? Okay? It was wild. And I'll never forget, they used to have, Kathee, what was the name of that kind of folk singer guy who would come in, and every time he'd come in, it was just like, he works up at Putnam Bay quite a bit. He's like a country folk singer. That's it. Every time he would come down there, it would be a brawl. I don't know what it was, but he would just get people to fight for some reason. They get drunk and sentimental and they'd fight. And I never forget, we had this one time Pat Daly came in, and the guys were getting rowdy up front. You go up there and say, hey, you need to sit down because people back can't see because it's jam-packed. And the owner of the place was an ex-cop. He was an ex-homicide cop to boot. And they kicked him off the force because he shot too many people. That's about what it amounts to. This guy was nuts. Anyhow, he's the owner of the bar. And he goes up and tells these people to sit down in the front. And one guy just hit him. Pop. Said, get up. And there was a big brawl. And I'll never forget this one night because it was kind of cold. And we had this big fight that lasted for about 20 minutes. And that's a long time for a fight to last, okay? And there was a pile of bodies everywhere. And we were carting them out to the back. I'll never forget, we laid them out like in a row. We stretched them out in a row. They were all knocked out. And then I'll never forget, it came and started snowing. it snowed on these guys, and they had all these guys lined up. There was snow on them. But it was a wild place. But anyhow, back to the Charles Manson guy. He's down there chucking beer bottles at people, right? And I went down there, immediate grounds from Dempsey Dumpster, all right? There are no questions asked, no, just boom, you're out, that's it. And something told me, don't do this. Yeah, I'm serious. I was mad anyway because I was studying for my MCATs, and I had to put my books down. I walked down there. I'm gonna get this guy, and all of a sudden something says no. I'm serious inside me, And if you don't believe God talks to you, you're wrong. And I didn't do it. I held back, and I said, okay. So I sit down and asked this guy. I said, what's your problem? And he said, oh, no, he's having a bad day. I said, yeah, you're having a real bad day. You got a worse day. I said, look, let me tell you what, let me buy you a beer. You sit down and I'll tell you what, we'll forget it this time. Don't do it anymore, okay? You don't seem like a bad guy. Just relax, have a beer, sit down. All right, I'll buy you a beer and you're out of here tonight, okay? Is that fair enough? He's like, okay, Well, the significance of this story is, the next night, down the street, it was in the papers and the news, one of the bouncers got blown away that night. It was the same guy, okay? He walked into a bar down the street, did the same thing, immediate trash, bouncers just beat him up, all right? That's what it was. He walks out to his car, gets a sawed-off shotgun, walks back in, boom! That's it, no more bouncers. That would happen to me, folks, if I'd have done that. You don't tell me God doesn't have a plan for you? Because I'm serious, man. Something inside of me says, do not do it. And the reason why I tell you that story is just to tell you where it comes from and to tell you that, God's forgiven me of my sins through His Son Christ. Jesus Christ came here for me, and I'm eternally grateful. You know why? Because I was a mess. I was a mess. We laughed at it and everything, but I was a mess. I wasn't a nice person. Okay? And I'm working on it today. And, I'm so thankful for this business because about the time that I hit rock bottom, okay, I was drinking too much. I did cocaine. I did drugs. I drank too much. I drank hard liquor. The hard stuff all the time. I was drinking, weed's nothing, drink a fifth every other day. And here I was trying to study, go to medical school, be respectable. Okay? I was a mess. And about the time when I kind of hit the bottom and I was just, I think sometimes, when you hit the bottom, you have a choice. And God gives you a choice. And, He opens some doors, you walk through them or you don't. And a lot of these people that you hear that just kind of hit rock bottom and never come back and disastrous things hit to them, happen to them, it's because they didn't walk through the doors that maybe God gave them the choice to walk through. Now, I'll never forget, I stopped working at that bar because I thought, this is too intense. I'm going to get out of this and put my numbers up. And I went to a bar on campus and worked, which was the Varsity Club, because that was like babysitting, because I'm dealing with 18-year-old kids. You just come over and you spank those guys. And that was no big deal. Okay, so that's where I was at, and that's where I met Stan, because Stan basically was delivering pizzas one night, had to deliver a pizza to the Varsity Club, which is ironic because the Varsity Club made pizza. Okay, they did. They made pizza, and somebody ordered pizza. You have it delivered there to eat it. Well, he comes tooling up in his car. And I'm looking at his car, and he has a new Civic CRX. He financed the Civic. I like his cars. And I remember him walking in. I thought to myself, I've got to watch this guy because they're going to kill this little skinny dude when he walks in. Because he's in a pizza uniform, kind of dorky. You know what I'm saying? And, so they're going to murder this guy when he walks in. So I'm following him around, make sure nobody hits him in the head with something or whatever. Walks back out, and I said, well, hey, that's a nice car, you know. I said, do you like that car? And I contacted Stan. He looks around, you know, and he says, yeah. He says, you want to sit in it? Well, see, I had dealt with those kinds of guys before. Now, Stan didn't look like that, but I had dealt with those kind of guys before, and I don't like those guys. You know what I'm saying? So I said, which side? He said the driver's side. I said, okay. And I thought to myself, I sit in the car, he tries something funny, I'll kill him. You know? I'll stuff him in the glove box. Make him mad at mine and me, boy. You know what I mean? So I sit in the car, and he proceeds to contact me. He said, what do you do? And I told him, and he said, you ever look for ways of making money? And I says, I'm working here, ain't it? He says, yeah. I says, I'm always looking for something. He said, what are you going to do? I said, well, I'm applying for medical school this year, taking my entrance exams and all that stuff. And he said, well, a group of business people are getting together. Why don't you check it out? There's some doctors there and stuff. And I said, well, how much does it cost? He said, nothing. I said, are you strings attached? He said, no. And I said, okay, follow me in. That's how he contacted me. And I went to see John Cena do the plan. Now, mind you, Stan was smart. He didn't show me the plan because I probably wouldn't listen too well. He took me to see somebody, which is the power of guilt. Okay? And I saw John Cena, and I was like, whoa, you know, this is something to this. And you know what? I saw the plan, like, I guess in May, and I didn't get a kit until October. All right? And Stan kept getting back with me, and following up. Okay? You see, I was studying for my MCATs. You guys, that's the Medical College Admission Test. And I had to score a real high score to get into medical school. And so I was really studying hard. I mean, real hard. So I didn't do anything until after that test was over. But then after I got my kit and stuff, you know, Stan was smart. He took me to the first function. He gave me some tapes. You know what got me in this business, folks? It kept me on the line? Tapes. Stan gave me some tapes. He was smart. And I lost a few of them. I really did. I remember it broke, you know, lost some, you know. He didn't care. He kept giving them to me. I said, well, this and that will keep giving them to me. I'll keep using them, you know. No problem. But man, I remember listening to guys like Wayne Martin and Bill Britt. I'll never forget the first time I heard Bill Britt. I've heard Bill Britt, and I backed it up. I said, did he say that, man? I mean, that man's going to get fired or something. I didn't know. Because he was saying stuff. And you don't want to know something? You want to know something? I listened to that guy, and I thought, man, oh man, I haven't heard this stuff for years. Because I grew up with that stuff. My dad taught me that stuff. I got away from it. You see, my dad and mom brought me up right, but I got away from it. See? I went to college, got educated, got liberal, all right? And had to be pulled back around dead center where I need to be. And I never heard, you know, you don't hear a college professor saying anything that's black or white. It's always varying shades of gray. And they're always lukewarm. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what they teach. And that's why I hate liberalism. Okay? But anyhow, the point is I heard him talk. I was like, man, listen to this guy. Man, I'd back it up, listen again. I said, wow, this is good stuff. I'd listen to another one, hear Paul Miller and these guys. Man, I haven't heard this stuff for years. This is good stuff. And then Stan says, hey, you know, how'd you like to meet Paul Miller? I said, yeah, man, I'd like to meet Paul Miller. So how'd you like to meet Bill Britt? I said, yeah, how do we do that? He said, you got to go to this function thing. I said, well, where's that? He said, North Carolina. I said, where? He said, North Carolina. I said, North Carolina? I said, that's clear on the other side of the world. I said, how do we get there? He says, well, we just drive. And I said, drive what? I said, your car make it? He said, no. I said, mine won't. You know, we started plotting this out. And I'll never forget, man, we figured a way to get out there. You just wrote him a check, you know, and rented a car. Worry about it when you get back, you know what I mean? That's how we did it. Now, I'm not saying you do that, but that's what we did. We didn't have any money. And I'll never forget, we used to look in the couches for pennies. We rolled pennies. I'm serious, guys. But we rolled the pennies I remember taking pop bottles and cashing them in, the whole shop. I'll never forget the first function we came back from. We budgeted right down, we ate peanut butter and jelly all weekend. It was nasty, okay? That's all we had, man. I mean, we had a jar of peanut butter and jelly, and that was about it. Some crackers, that's what we ate the whole weekend. The whole weekend. We did down there. But we were excited. And I'll never forget, we ran out of money on the way back. We had just enough money in that car to get back, all right? And we forgot about the tolls. Tolls? Oh gosh, man, these are $1.25 every time you hit these things, right? You ever run those things? Nothing happens. I mean, we ran through 6 of them. Here's what happens. You run through it, a bunch of bells and whistles go off, you just zoom down the road, man. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I hit them things, or what I would do is I'd pull right up on the tail end of somebody and roll through the same time they do, where the arm came back down. That's how we got back. Well, there ain't nobody there, you know what I'm saying? It's late at night, we just drive on around them, So anyhow, whatever it took, we got there and back. But you know what? I'll never forget the first function. Folks, you know what got me in this business? That first function. That's what did. That's it, man. I never, listen, you got to understand where I come from. I drank Black Daniel, Black Jack Daniel's Black Label. I'm trying to forget that. That's why it's hard to pronounce. I drank a lot of it. I was mean. Okay? I was mean to the bone. I beat people up for a living. I liked it. I'm not kidding you now. All right? I enjoyed it. I took pride in it. All right? I came off of a divorce. I was hurting inside. I was a shell inside, folks. And you got to understand where I was coming from. Okay? I went to that first function and I cried. And I hadn't cried since I was a little kid. Okay? That's because I saw people that I wanted to be like, really. You see what I'm saying? Now I can think about it today and almost cry. Because, where would I have been at if I hadn't run into these people? Where would I have been at if I hadn't seen what I saw? You understand what I'm saying? And I'll never forget hearing Bill Britt the first time, and Ron Puryear was the guest speaker, I think, there. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. These people are talking what I know is right, and somebody's willing to stand up and say it, and isn't afraid to say it. They aren't afraid to stand up for what they believe in. Folks, that turned me on about this thing. When I saw that, I said, I don't care what these guys are doing. I want to be on their team. That's what I want to do. Because I got tired of all these wishy-washy doctors. I got tired of wishy-washy professors. I got tired of people that they were basically spineless. I got sick of it. And I saw some people who were willing to stand up for something and they'll back you up. That's why I talked about loyalty earlier today. I don't like people that aren't loyal. I don't trust them. I don't like them. I don't want any part of them. If you ain't got the guts to be loyal, then hit the door, as far as I'm concerned. Because that's why we're building an army of people that are loyal, and we're building an army of people that count, and they're going to make a difference in this country. That's what Bill Britt's doing. I'm on his side. You understand what I'm saying? So I went to that first function, and man, I just, the rest is history, folks. Out of the first 5 legs I took there, 3 of them directed. How much of that first function? Okay. Things have gone on. Kathee and I Kathee told you about our marriage story and everything. It was a mess. It was, we just did whatever it took, man. I mean, I gotta give Kathee credit. She hung in there, and I appreciate Kathee, man. I don't know too many women that really could be married to me. If you understand what I'm saying. Because she's about as stubborn as a plank. All right? And, she is. And she don't back down for nothing, man. She doesn't back down an inch. And she hung in there, buddy. The rest of them, you know, there was all kinds of women out there, and you know, I was a salesman before I ever got in this business. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And, you know, I don't know how else to say this, but I was a salesman, you know, and women were a problem. I mean, I could pretty much go out with whoever I wanted to, and Kathee hung in there, you know, and basically like Jack Dory says, I just kind of cut her out of the herd, you know what I'm saying? Actually, she kind of cut me out of the herd, you know, but she hung in there, and she was smart. She did. She outfoxed me. There's no doubt about it. See what these women do, you know, guys. You know how it is. It's like they kind of twist things around, make you think it's your idea, you know, so that you know you kind of go along with it. You know what I mean? But I'll never forget. It was we were talking about. She was talking about getting married. I said, I ain't getting married anymore. I want nothing to do with marriage. You know, she'd keep talking about it. You know, well, it wouldn't be too bad. You know, I do your paperwork. You do my paperwork, yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's do it.
I didn't have to talk you into it. He begged me.
And you know, I mean, there was no, you know, I just really, it was amazing that she even hung out with me. I'm telling you, it was amazing. But that's how we started, folks. And you know, because of the people we've associated with, the books we read, one book in particular is called the Bible. It's a bestseller. And you know, what's happened, what God's done in our lives, you know, we're starting to change. You know, we're starting to become respectful somewhat. You know what I mean? As long as somebody knows us from the past. Then they want people to come up and talk about the past. You know, I'm trying to bury that. You know what I mean? But things have changed. You know, what is it today? You know, Amway is it's a way of life for us today. Because it's not only the business, the money, but it's the friendships. You know, we're part of your history today. You know, we're going to be a part of your lives for the rest of your lives, and I feel honored to be that because it's your first rally. You'll look back on this rally 10 years from now when there's 10,000 people in your rallies, and you're going to remember that first one. You know, and what kind of bonds and what kind of friendships you think you develop this thing? Kevin and Yvonne, you know, I will be friends for life. Okay, some of you guys are coming up through the ranks here. You know, I want to be your friend. I want to know who you are. You know, I want to be able to experience your past and hear about where you came from. You know, you guys all have music within you that needs to be sung. You need to tell your story. You need to come up to a mini rally and tell your story. Okay, because you know my story relates to only so many people. You know, a couple of people are laughing, but a couple of you aren't. A couple of you think I'm crazy. Okay, or a couple of you like, you know, what's this? You know, what kind of credibility does this guy have? You know, who's this guy? I don't like this guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't relate to everybody. I'll try, take it or leave it. It's like the grocery store. You know, if you don't like pickled herring, leave it on the shelf. Okay? And I'm pickled herring. You know what I mean? Some of you like it, some of you don't. But I'm going to tell you this. I'll tell you what it was. Okay? I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what we did to get there. So you see, we're all a composite here. Amway's our life. I'm proud of it. I feel honored to be on the Brit team. You guys will feel honored to be on the Brit team someday. When you guys get to know who your leadership is, these are great men. They make great decisions, but they're also great men. And I have to. Bill Britt is, you know, you just don't. Bill Britt is amazing. Okay, the man's a genius in my book. He's a good man. He's a good man. Okay, he's a kind man. Yeah, he's tough on the stage, but a lot of you guys that maybe spent some one-on-one time with him, Bill Britt's a very good man. Okay, he's the kind of man that I'd like to be someday. All right, you take a look at Paul Miller, same thing. I mean, Paul Miller just amazes me. Really not. He's good, good-hearted, but strong, firm. But he's a great teacher. Relates well to everybody. And you know, I want to be like that. I want to be like guys like that. I want to hang around people like that. I mean, don't you? I mean, think about it. You want to have friends that you know will stick with you through the thick and thin, or do you want friends that are kind of fair weather? You know what I mean? They're around when things are going good. Well, I'll tell you what. You get on the Brit team, things go bad, things go good, they're there. It doesn't matter. Hey, when John Crow was shot, you guys remember that? Some of you? Know of it? John Crow, one of the diamonds, was shot. An organized crime ring broke into his house. Okay? Shot him in the head, blew off the whole side of his head. Clean off. He should have died. That's a miracle in itself. Okay? Hey, Doc, what happens when half the skull comes off? Does the brain swell up? Absolutely, right? Permanent, irreversible swelling. Sometimes it'll go right through the face, kill you. John Crow's brain did not swell with one bit. The whole half of it was exposed. It's amazing. That's a miracle in itself. But when John was shot, there was more blood donated in his name than when President Reagan was shot. There was more blood at his access for donation than when the president was shot. As a matter of fact, the hospital in which he was at got scared. They did. They got scared because they didn't know who this man was. And they were worried about who he was because they knew it was something big that they didn't know. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, for 24 hours of the time he was shot, Bill Britton had immobilized the Diamond team. They was out there. They had his house. Everything was secured. They had, they had gone through the gamut, buddy. They had the best doctors money could buy. They were there. I mean, the best. They had a team put together just like that. Now listen, I want to be on a team with people that not only have the money to do what they are supposed to do, but have the mind to do that. In other words, they have a dedication to each other to do that. You understand that? This is a very elite team that you're looking at when you move into Diamond Club. It's an elite team now, but it gets more elite as time goes on. Because see, when you go to Diamond Club, you prove yourself worthy that you're going to stay the gap. You're going to bridge the distance. Do you understand that? Okay? And I'll tell you what, you guys in this room, you're very close to a lot of good things. You know why? Because Bill Britt has watched Kevin and Yvonne, and they have proven that they will bridge the gap and bridge the distance. Do you understand that? Because Bill Britt is a very busy man. He's a very important man who has taken time out of his life to come and talk to you. He's not just your upline. He is very special. A very special man. Okay, one of the greatest that this country has ever put out. Okay? So you have some inroads to some very powerful knowledge here. And you know what? It's tough to be where you're at, though. Because see, it's a two-edged sword. Because of who Bill is, you didn't get a lot of help in the beginning. Kevin and Yvonne have built this business on their own totally. Well, they're sponsored by Bill and Peggy Britt. They ought to know everything. No, they don't, because Bill Britt doesn't help them. That's why. Why? Because he's not a nice guy, because he didn't have time. How much time does this man have? These people have had to build this on their own. Totally. I mean, totally. Okay? And a lot of you guys have had to suffer through it, haven't you? You've had to suffer through their mistakes just like they've had to suffer through their mistakes. But you want to know something? There's a big reward for that loyalty. That's the essence of this business, is what makes it great. And you people who are loyal to each other in this room and will stay loyal, you're going to become wealthy beyond your wildest dreams. Hey, listen, that's not stage talk. That's not optimistic, positive attitude stuff. It's the truth. Because I've seen it happen too many times. Listen, Stan and Sherry this past year, just in the month of January, made clear $15,000. All right. Okay? And it kept getting gooder and gooder. You know how many? He works about 10 to 15 hours a week, period. He's totally out of debt. Has no debt. Okay? The man is free cash flow. You understand what I'm saying? And listen, just a few short years ago, he lived in a trailer court in a trailer that was not really nice. Okay? The toilet was backed up most of the time. The floorboards were rotted out of it. Okay, he lived on the west side of Columbus, which is not a good place to live. And Stan wore a suit. Now this is, you know that suit you saw him in the anagram? You know what the significance of that suit is? Stan wore this one black suit all the time, did plan, and it was shiny in certain places where he sat on a lot. Why? Because it was an older suit and that's all he could afford. He had a polyester suit. It was cheap to begin with, and it got looking cheaper as time went on. Alright? I'm serious. And he bought it out of a catalog, and he was so skinny that he had to wear a pair of long johns underneath it to make it fit right. I'm not kidding, folks. But he wouldn't buy any other suit because it was, it wasn't our product. That's how devoted he was. Well, he built the business. You know that suit you saw him in the Anagram? That suit was over $1,300. Every suit he buys is in the $1,300 to $1,800 range. He has his suits hand-made. They're tailored. You understand what I'm saying? He's got a killer wardrobe now. But I remember when he wore $50 suits. And guess what, folks? It was only a couple of years ago. You understand this? I've seen people change in this business. I promise you, you guys will be multi-millionaires one day if we'll just be loyal to each other and with this system. This thing will produce unbelievable results for you. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, you wonder if things are going well enough to ever make it. Yeah, there's going to be mistakes. There's going to be things you have to go through. Yeah, you're going to wonder if you did the right thing. You're going to wonder if you're wasting your time. Hey, we wondered all the same things. But you know what? We didn't quit. We hung in there. We were loyal to Stan. We were loyal to the bone. And you know what it did? It changed our lives. Not because Stan is so great, although he is a great man. It's because the system and association of people you have in this business, you have the best in this thing. I mean the very best. If you don't believe me, hang around and find out. Okay? And I will tell you something. I'm proud to be associated with these people. I'm proud to be associated with people like Kathee and Vaughn. Okay? And you guys we had dinner with today, I'm proud to be associated with you people. And this thing turns out winners. This thing pumps the winners out. You hang around this thing, you'll turn into a winner big time. Why? By pure association, books you read, tapes you listen to, expectations we have of you. It's people at dinner today, top flight people. Okay? And all you people in here are special too. But you're going to earn your recognition, and you're going to earn your place at that table. And it will be worth it when you get there. You understand what I'm saying? To be recognized and known by Bill Britt and Paul Miller, these people. Hey, listen. You know what my heroes used to be? My heroes used to be general surgeons, neurosurgeons. You know, neurosurgery is probably one of the most demanding professions there is that I know of. And those used to be my heroes. And I'm ashamed to say that today because those guys are jerks. They're a lot of jerks. I had to work with them. And I had to be susceptible to their ideologies, and I didn't like it. But I'm proud to tell you today that I'll be susceptible to whatever ideologies Bill Britt has because he's on track. Paul Miller and these other guys. You want to know something? Those are people that you can edify and you can duplicate and not be worried about it. If you don't believe me, hang around. Check the fruit on the tree. What does the Bible say? How do you know whether somebody's on track or not? How do you know? You check the fruit on the tree, right? What kind of fruit's coming out of this organization? Good stuff. People are changing for the better. Change me, okay? It'll change you, okay? So I don't know if I signed up for that or not. Hey, maybe you're perfect already. Maybe you don't need changing because you're good, you know? I kind of doubt it. Because we all need improvement, right? That's the biggest room in the world, need improvement. Right? But this thing is going to make you great, folks. It's going to make you great people. It'll give you the instrument, the wherewithal to complete great things, and it'll give you the heart to do it. That's the big thing. Okay? And I think when God looks down on Amway, he smiles. Okay? And hey, I don't know where you come from religiously. I don't want to get religious on you, but hey, when you get up here, you say what you want. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to say what I want. Because I'm getting tired of people that won't stand up for what's right. They're afraid to say this and they're afraid to say that because they don't want to be ostracized. They want to be accepted. They want to be a part of the cool in crowd. Let me tell you something. I don't want nothing to do with that crowd. I'm sick of that crowd. I want to stand for what's right. And I'll back Bill Britt, Paul Miller, and Terry Taylor, and Stan Sherry. I'll back it to the grave. Because I respect what they stand for. You understand what I'm saying? That's how this business is built. You say it's pretty radical, yeah, but it's a radical lifestyle. You want to live mediocre? Didn't beat me yet? You want to live exceptionally? You take exception. Does that make sense? Okay. Well, it's 10:49. I guess I got into more of my rally story than I intended. What we can do to make a clean break, and Kevin, this is a suggestion. Usually we go to about 11, whatever, and then we'll break and then do the night out. I can go ahead and break now, and then you'll take a break. If you got the pizzas coming, whatever. I ain't gonna do it unless you got pizza coming. You got pizza coming? All right, well, I'll stay then, all right? Just kidding.
You got learn from you, Kirby.
Yeah. We'll go ahead, if you guys want to, we'll just go ahead and end the mini rally officially now, and then we'll go into the night out. I guess the numbers drawn up there. But real quickly before we end it, let me say this. I appreciate your acceptance, your reception for us, and I appreciate the fact that Kevin and Yvonne thought enough of us to have us in here. It's an honor for me to do this, and Kathee and I will remember this as long as you will. Okay, this is very special to us as it is to you, because anytime that you can be a part of people's lives in a positive way, man, that's what life is about, isn't it? So I hope we didn't blow some of you out, but maybe we blew some of you in. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But you've got some leadership for Kevin and Vaughn, you guys. Don't ever take it for granted. Stan is accepted all around the United States. And I guess one of the number one things that I never want to do is ever take Stan for granted. We always want to understand how special he is. And the same thing should be happening with Kevin and Vaughn. Even though you're close to them, guys, don't ever take them for granted. And even though you see the little flaws, day-to-day stuff, even though you see them make mistakes, even though you get close to them, don't take them for granted, people. Don't do that. Because Kevin and Yvonne have both earned the place at Bill's right side. I'm telling you, they have. And Bill Britt's recognizing that. Bill Britt is diverting his attention to this area. And let me tell you something, that's good for all of them. You understand that? That's good for all of them. So be loyal to each other. Be loyal to each other. Be loyal to your dreams. Be loyal to the system. And you'll pay some high dividends. You'll be glad you did. You'll set up an income for yourself that won't only be for yourself, but for your children and your children's children. You're going to create an income legacy with this. And not only that, you're going to help our country. And we need help today. So there's a lot of good things you're going to accomplish in this business. And it's not going to be easy to build it, folks, but it's worth it. It really is worth it. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Kevin, and we will see you guys in a few minutes. All right?
Traditional Brit way. God bless America.
What we do from here, we got a conference room we might be able to move to here in a few moments, a little later on after I get down here. But let's let me get through some details here that I need to get through, because there's some stuff I didn't get to finish up this afternoon, and then we'll see what Kevin can do about keeping this room warm. All right? Okay. Here we go. I'm going to give to you what I call my width and depth speech. And this is what I do with people that's been in the business for about, just got their kit. They've been going for about a week, and they're starting to be serious about doing the network. Do you remember we talked about the 4x4x8 up here earlier? Okay? Remember that? This afternoon? Everybody got notes on that and all that? Okay, that's 1/3 of my width and depth speech, my secondary follow-up. Now, what I'm going to show you next is the next phase I go into in that same speech that I give these people after they've been in for a couple of weeks, or not really a couple of weeks after they got their kit. Okay, and they've kind of declared that they want to be a networker. You follow me? Okay. Now, here's what I do. The next part of this whole deal is I actually show these people, I say, okay, I'm going to show you how to calculate a bonus check. All right? And what I explain to them is I say, okay, now here's how this thing works. Total PV is equal to the percentage bracket that you're in. Okay? And then what I tell them is to calculate the money that you're going to make. The money is equal to the percentage bracket that you're in times the total BB. Everybody knows how to do this, right?
Right.
Now, what I go ahead is do is I take it one step further and I say, okay, now what I want you to do is have the capacity to speculate a bonus check. I want you to know how much money you're going to make at $2,500. I want you to know how much you'll make at $1,000. And I want you to be able to determine that because I'm going to show you how to speculate. And what I mean by speculating is that 1 PV is equal to approximately 1.85 PV. Now this is across the board average. This means that when you're trying to figure out how much money am I going to make at 4,000, then what you can do is say, well, I got to know my BV. Well, I can take 4,000 times 1.85 to get my BV, and so I can go ahead and calculate the formula. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you notice here too, what I do is I draw the chart here, 100 to 7,500. Okay. And I actually draw it out: 100, 300, 600,000, 15, 25, 4, 6, and then 7,500. It goes up 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 23, and 25%. Okay, now this is what I'm doing. This is a new person basically. It's getting started. You want them to be able to know how to calculate the money they're going to make, right?
Right.
What do people get excited about?
Money.
Money. Teach them how to make it. Now, here's what I show them. I'm going to show you the first few scenarios of the Amway business. First scenario is this. I want to show you what's going to happen to you when you go 7,500 points. Let's say that you're a direct distributor at 7,500 points, and you do it all by yourself. I'm going to use that as a first analogy. How much money will you get as a direct distributor? And then we go through the calculation. And I let them help me calculate. I say, okay, now, you did 7,500 points. Now calculate the check for me. And they go, well, help them through it. Okay, well, first thing we got to do is find out how much BD we did, right? So what did we do to get the BD? No, we got to take 7,500, first of all. 7,500 times what? 1.85 to be able to get the total BD that we have, which is 13,875 BD. Now what do? Multiply that BD times 25% because that's where we're at, correct?
Right.
So how much money are we talking about here? Well, if you multiply that out, what we have is a bonus check of $3,468. And I explained to the person, hey, look, if you go direct, that's your bonus check, $3,400. If you do all of it yourself, that's what you're going to get, all of it. Now, we don't recommend that unless you're a pro salesman or something, but if you did all the direct, you did all that volume, which is about $15,000 worth of volume, that's what your bonus is going to be. And not to mention the fact that if you did $15,000 worth of bonus, or volume rather, you have an immediate gross profit, which is to the tune of about 30%. So if you actually did DD by yourself, your bonus would be $3,468, but your profit, your immediate gross profit, would be about 30% of $15,000, which is $4,500. So if you do DD by yourself, you make almost $8,000 clear that month. Now, you know why it's significant? There's a lot of professional salespeople you guys run into. If they knew this, they'd be beating your door down to get it to you. You follow me? Okay? Now, here's what I want to demonstrate to them. Scenario number 2. You know what this is? I tell them, I say, okay, now, usually this doesn't happen. There aren't too many people I run into that can do $15,000 with volume by themselves unless they're pro salesmen. I don't recommend that unless you are. Don't try to do it, okay, unless you are a pro. You follow what I'm getting at? But now watch what happens. Because I want to protect these people. I want to give them some knowledge. Let's say that you do 100 points. That's what we teach you, right? But you know what happens? Here's what happens. You sponsor somebody who does 7,400 points. Okay. Now why should you be excited? Congratulations, you're a direct distributor. Okay? How much is your bonus check? 7,400 plus 100 is 7,500. What's your bonus check going to be? Same thing, $3,468. But what's the challenge this month? You have to pay it out. You see what I'm saying? Well, how much do you pay out? Well, let's calculate it up. How much do these people get? 7,400 times what? 1.85 means that they're going to receive 13,690 BV for the volume, which, what bracket are they in? They're at the 23% bracket, so you multiply 23% times the BV that they got, and what you have is that you got to pay out of your check $3,148, folks. Okay, now what does that leave you with? How much? $320. Now, why do I show these people this? You know why? I told you a direct. Do you guys know what directs make 60K? But you got to be a real direct. You can't be a flamingo direct. Here's what you tell these people to look at. I want you to understand that Amway is a business, and you've got to learn structure in your business. Your business has to be structured profitably for you to make money. And I want to protect you against this situation. If you ever run across somebody that was in Amway, and they said, and some of you guys are going to run into this, you're going to contact somebody and say, well, yeah, I was in Amway. You're going to go, really? Well, how'd it go? Well, I don't do it anymore. Well, you're thinking to yourself, well, they probably flunked out. And then they're going to throw the curveball at you. They're going to say, yeah, I was a direct. The business, and I quit. And you're going to go, oh gosh, they're hiding something from me. They pulled the wool over my eyes. Somehow they've got me. Right? And your heart's going to go pity-pat, wondering what the heck is going on. Okay? Well, you know what went on? They were one-legged direct. Because does anybody quit if they're making money? No. So if somebody ever comes up to you and says, well, I was in that Amway thing and I was a direct, I didn't make any money, you know what you should be asking them? What? How many bonus checks were you paying out? Right. You know what they do? Oh gosh, I can't remember. It's been a long time ago. I can't really remember that number. Okay? Now you're showing this to the new person, you understand? And I'm showing it to you guys because some of you guys have never calculated this out. I guarantee it. Now watch this. Let's look at third situation. Let's say that you do 100 points, but all you do is open up 3 outlets. 3 outlets. And each one of these outlets do 2,466. Now why is that significant? Multiply that times 3 is 74 plus your 100. Congratulations, you're a direct again. Okay? How much is your bonus check? Same thing, $3,468. But this month, what do you pay out? Well, 2,466 points times 1.85 is equal to 4,562. So 4,562 BV is what you got. Now, what bracket are they in? Well, they didn't quite make 25, so we're at the 15% level. Okay? Multiply that times 0.15. What do you have? You have to pay out $684 per leg. But you do that 3 times, right? And what's your total payout is $2,052, folks. But what did you receive? $3,468. Well, this month, it's a little bit better because this month what you did was you collected $1,415. That's a significant difference in the first scenario, isn't it? What does this demonstrate to you? Width is where your profitability is. Okay? Width is profitability. Everybody follow that? Okay? Now what do we teach you to do in this business? We teach you to go 12 wide, don't we? So we teach you to do 100, basically sponsor 12 people, groups of 3s and 4s. Alright? Now what happens if each one of these do about 616 PV? Well, that's 7,400 plus your 100, 7,500. Congratulations, you're a direct this time again. But this time your payout's about $100. So what your net gain is, I'm not going to multiply it out, is about $2,200 that month. So you see, in all 3 scenarios, you're a direct distributor. Naturally, you make the most money here because you do it all yourself. But most people won't do that. But if you watch the power of width, when you go wide profitably, the business is exciting. When you don't have the proper width, you don't make the proper money and it's not as exciting. Does that make sense? Have you guys ever calculated this out? Some of you? That's good. You know what you should do? With your new people, you better get this on the board quick. So that they understand that the game plan is you want to put in 12 legs as quick as possible. Follow me? All right, now, what's the next thing we show them? Well, the next thing we talk about is I tell them this. I said, what I've got now is I've got a pop quiz to show you. We're going to test, see how much you've been paying attention. All right? Now, here's what I want to show you. Each one of these legs is doing 1,000 PV. Each one of them. All right? Except this leg looks like this leg looks like this, and this leg looks like this. Now, which leg is going to do 1,000 PV every month?
Third one.
The one that has the most people in it. Right?
Right.
Because if this guy gets sick one month, PV's gone, right? If this guy and this guy do 1,000, this guy gets into argument with this guy, and they have a fight, and they both quit. If you've got depth in your organization, that's how you stabilize your volume, is with depth. You stabilize depth, or stabilize PV with depth. So you see, width is your profitability, depth is your stabilization. So here's what happens. If you ever run into somebody who says, you know, I was in an Amway thing before, but the only problem is you can't count on the income. It's up one down one month and down the next. Up one month, it just never seems consistent. So really, you know, we just kind of got frustrated and quit. Well, what does that tell you about that person?
No depth.
They didn't have any depth, because if your volume goes like this, you don't have enough depth in your organization, folks. You've got to stabilize your volume with depth, driving depth. Follow me here? So this is what I call my width and depth speech, and I let people know this right out of the chute. And it protects them against all of this negative that's floating around out there, because if somebody asks them, well, I didn't make any money in the Amway business, so well, how many checks were you paying out? And they go, well, I don't know. Well, they know immediately what it was. So if you let people know there's a game plan, then they're less apt to get blown out. Does that make sense?
Right.
Okay? All right, what else do we have here? Well, let's talk about this. Let's talk about what Bill teaches us. This is the third phase of my width and depth secondary follow-up speech. Okay, now this is the fun one, all right? Then after this, I'm going to show you guys how to go direct for 4 months. No problem. Okay. All right, now, what I'm going to show these people, what I'm going to show you is 12-8-12, basically. You guys have all heard 12-8-12, haven't you? But I don't know if you guys have stopped to analyze this yet. All right? And I teach this to new people right out of the chute. All right? The first pin that you want to get when you're in the Amway business is a Quicksilver pin. Okay? A Quicksilver pin. And I tell them that's the very first pin that you can earn. How do you get a Quicksilver pin? Here's what you do. This is you. You go out here and you sponsor 6 people in a 90-day period of time. Okay? And each of these 6 people, there's one leg that you drive 5 deep. Okay? And you have a total of 15 kits in the organization. Count them up. And the other 5 kits can be, the other 4 kits can be dispersed any direction you want. You understand what I'm saying? But you're 6 wide and 5 deep. Why do we have Quicksilver set up that way? Because if you go 6 wide and 5 deep in one leg, then that tells us that you understand width and depth. Do you follow us? You set this up at a 90-day period of time, and here's what's going to happen. We pat you on the back, you get a pin, you get recognition at the functions, you get set up front. We know that about 85 to 90% of our Quicksilvers go direct. So man, your direct is probably a done deal for you. And then here's what we do. The second 90 days, we ask you to do the same thing. 90 days. We say, pat you on the back, can you do it again? Well, I think so. Okay, no problem. Go out there and do it again. 5 deep, 1 leg, and then you have your kits, okay? However, scattered. 90 days. Now, what's going to happen when you do this? Well, you do this 90 days and then 90 days, like Bill teaches, Quicksilver back to back. The second pin's going to come into you, and you're going to go what we call PSDD, profit sharing direct distributor, but you're going to go direct in about 6 to 8 months, no problem. And when you're a direct distributor, you're looking at about $60,000 per year. That's what a direct's making this year, $60K. So all you got to do is go Quicksilver back to back, and you're looking at direct in 6 to 8 months, profit sharing in 6 months after that, and you're talking about going into $60,000 a year, folks. What would you got to do an extra 60K? You know what I mean? Is that really true? Yes. Yes. It's no big deal. Okay? Now, what happens after you go direct? What do we tell you to do? Well, we have a party. And we say, okay, congratulations, you're a direct. Now, do you want to see what's behind door number 2? Okay, no problem. Let's go to door number 2. What's door number 2? Well, what we ask you to do, after we see that direct is stabilized, you hit that, you've got 12 wide, you've got direct in the bag, and you go over direct a month or 2, and it's stabilized. What's stabilized? That means you're running probably about 50, 55 standing orders. You've got about 80 to 100 people in your total organization, and things are looking good. When we see that, then here's what we say. Okay, what we want you to do is we want you to go out and put in 8 more people. Can you do that? And you say, yeah, that's no big deal. Putting in 8 more people. Okay? When do you do that? Like I said, after direct is stabilized, how long does it take? What we do is tell you to do it in about 4 to 6 months. 4 to 6 months. What's going to happen when you do that? Well, you're going to move into the 3rd pin, which is what we call Ruby volume. When is it going to happen? Probably going to happen to you about, I'd say, 12 to 18 months from the time you open your kit, provided you're following this game plan. And what you're looking at is about $85,000 a year. $85,000 a year. Ruby volume. But it won't happen until you bring on the other 8 people. Do you understand why? Because the width is going to create the extra volume, but when you go wide, your group respects you. When you have width, they'll listen to what you have to say. If you're one-legged or don't have much of a group, even if you know everything, your group usually won't listen to you. Credibility and width are synonymous. You follow what I'm saying? So width is very important because here's the deal. If all I have is one leg, Craig back there, you know, he may like me and everything, but he's probably not going to listen to me because even though I know everything, he's going to be like, you know, this guy doesn't have much of a group. But when you have 12, 15 legs bouncing off each other, coming to probably pick up, one is looking at the other what they bought, you know what I mean? And here's what I generally do. If I've got a real hot leg, I'll let the dead leg carry out the hot leg's products. I say, hey, can you give these guys a hand? They need some help carrying all their stuff out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Say, hey man, ask them what they're doing on the way out. You know what I mean? Okay? Listen, folks, people watch each other, don't they? When you have the right width, things happen. Okay? But there's a thing called going too wide, too fast. So what we're showing you is the right increment of effort at the right time. Because timing is everything in the Amway business. Okay? It really is. Because I've seen people get in this thing and go 50, 60 wide in a year's time, and the following year they have nothing. Nothing. Because when you sponsor 12 people, what you're looking for is 4 working legs, and you've got to be able to stabilize those people when they identify themselves. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Because if you don't stabilize your group, you're going to have a revolving door concept where they get in, they get out. They get in, they get out. They get in, they get out. And Amway becomes a major frustration, buddy. Big time. Okay? Now, after this happens, you know what happens? You put the other 8 people in 4 to 6 months, and you stop going wide. You know what you do? You work depth. Probably going to be tearing out of the first strong leg here, and you'll be working with 3 or 4 other legs. And when you're working with these legs, you know what happens? The 4th thing happens, which says this. 3 of these legs from the original 12 will probably go direct on you. And when will that happen? Well, I say it's going to happen. You're going to go into Emerald qualification, go Emerald, and it's usually going to happen anywhere to the neighborhood of 18 to 24 months from the time that you open your kit. How much is Emerald? With the new money that's coming through, if you've got 3 legs that go over 12 out of 12 months, they're talking $180,000 a year. That's 3 legs over 12 out of 12. You follow me? That's what they're talking. At least 150. All right? Look, folks, it's 2 years from the time you open your kit. You broke 3 legs over, you're talking a 6-figure income strong. Does it really work like this? Yes, it does. But the timing is critical. You understand this? And knowing how to work depth is critical, which we'll talk about that briefly. But look what happens here. After this happens, we have a party, right? And then we can say, okay, now what do you want to do? Do you want to stay where you're at, or do you want to see what's behind door number 3? Okay? And then we say, okay, here's what the deal is. Remember when you went Quicksilver, when you first got into business? You go, yeah. Can you do that again? What do you say? Piece of cake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? And you drop 1 leg, 5 down. Okay? And then you put a total of 15 kits in a 90-day period of time, just like you did before, right? And you go back and do it again. But you do this after you've got Emerald stabilized. Emerald's in the bag, and it's looking like it's stabilized. You understand what I'm saying? That's council upline stuff. Then you go Quicksilver, Quicksilver again. Bang, bang, bang. Okay? Same thing. Now, this is a 90-day period of time, correct? What are you looking at? Well, congratulations, because first thing that happened here is you're done sponsoring. It's over, folks. Game's over. You're finished. You know what's going to happen? 3 more directs are going to pop out, but only when you bring on this extra whip. Because these old tired horses up there are going to say, daggone it, I'm tired of this stuff. I ain't going to let these people pass me up anymore. I'm sick of this. And they go out and do something. That's what they do. They get a belly full of it. I can't take this anymore. They finally go out and get the courage to do something. You know what will happen? Is 1 more direct will break out of here, 1 will break out of this group, and then 1 hot shot will come on board to light your group up and break over about 6 months. Boom. And Kathee, have we seen this? Yep. Okay. And you know what happens? Congratulations, you move into phase 5. What's that? Diamond. What's diamond? That's where you have 6 directs. When's that going to hit you? Probably about 24 to 60 months. You ever heard of the 2 to 5 year plan? Now, why is there such a large variance in the 2 to 5 year plan? Why is there a 3-year span? Because it's a direct proportion to how well you do the 8 steps. Because if you don't do the 8 steps, the deal is off. Okay? Let me say it again. If you don't do the 8 steps, the deal is off, period. Okay? If you don't do the 8 steps, deal's off. That's it. The deal's off. Okay? You follow me? Alright? When is this going to happen? 24 to 60 months? And how much money are we looking at? Folks, look, I'm going to lowball the figure, but at least $250,000 a year minimum. I mean, that's a baby broke diamond. Okay, $250K, $250,000. But you know what happens? You know what you set up? By doing this 12-8-12, like Bill's taught us, you know what happens? You'll move into phase 6. And 3 more directs are going to pop out. Where do they pop out? 1 will pop out here, 1 will pop out here, and 1 will come back from way back here. Way back from the original 12. Remember that incubator that you tried to get to make the list and wouldn't do it? And you tried to get them to go to the functions and wouldn't do it? Wouldn't buy their own products, they just hung around, but they wouldn't get off standing order. You know, hey, look, why don't you just get off standing order and quit? No, I like the tapes, you know. They just stay on the tapes, and then they come back, boom, they're your 9th direct. So you break 3 more directs, and you know what you do? You go into EDC. EDC is 9 direct distributors. When is it going to happen? Probably about 60 to maybe, 85 months from the time you open your kit. What are you looking at? $500,000 a year. That's for a baby EDC. $500,000 a year. 5 to 7 years, time start. What else happens out of that 12-8-12? You know what happens? Last phase kicks in, number 7. 3 more directs will pop out of this mess. Alright? You'll get one from these incubators again. Good old incubators. You'll get one from this group, and then you'll get one more from this group. And then you go into what we call what? Double diamond. Double diamond, 12 directs. When's it going to hit you? Probably about 8 to 10 years from the time you start. Open your kit. How much money are you looking at? $1 million a year, double diamond. $1 million a year. Folks, I'm lowballing figures, okay? I just showed you guys how to make $1 million a year. It's no big deal. But what you got to do is do the 12, 8, 12. 12, 8, 12. Okay? And you got to do the 8 steps, because if you don't do the 8 steps,
The deal's off.
the deal's off. The deal is off. You follow me? Okay? This is what I show people from the time they open their kit, man. You talk to my new people, they know what's happening. Okay? And they're excited. You know why? Because they see a game plan here. And then when you show them these kinds of numbers, buddy, they realize they got a tiger by the tail. This isn't some penny ante, nickel dime operation. You get what I'm saying? All right? Follow me? Okay? Anybody have any questions?
Where do you teach your new people that?
I teach this usually after they've gotten their kit. Right after they get their kit, and I say, okay, do you want to build a network? Yeah. Then I'll do the 4x4x8. I'll do the width and depth speech. You know what I just showed you earlier, and I'll do this part. Now, I take a separate night out and do that. In person, man. Me and them. Now, usually when things are really moving fast, I'll get like 3 or 4 people together and do it on a board. All right? But man, I let them know this stuff right up from Jump Street. Okay? Yeah. Okay, we're getting into depth questions. I'll move on. Let me move on to that because that's a different matter altogether. Okay. All right, everybody follow this. Believe it?
Yes. Yeah.
Do it. You guys want to make some money?
Yeah.
Do it. It works. It works. Okay. All right. Now let me show you how to go direct 6 months. Okay. Here's the deal. You guys ever seen this drawn out like this? Right?
Yeah.
Where'd you see it?
Go Brett.
Brit School? Okay. Good stuff. Alright, well I'm not telling you anything new. That's good. Alright. Okay. Now let me show you something here. This is you starting brand new, okay? I'll say brand new. Now here's the thing about 12-8-12, all right? Timing is critical in this business. You've got to look at your business sometimes and draw a line and move on and maybe reestablish your business. The whole deal about building this business to direct is you want to identify 4 working legs as quickly as possible. The whole issue behind going 12 wide is not only to develop profitability, but mainly to find the 4 working legs. Because you can only work with 4 working legs at any one given time if they're truly working legs. You understand what I'm saying? Some people can manage 5, and I've heard 6, but man, I have a tough time working with more than 4. I believe me, okay? Now, the trick to this is what is a working leg, all right? And we're going to talk about that. But here's what I want you to do. Let's say that this is, here we go. This is August, right? This is August. What I want you to do when you start off brand new is in the month of August, I want you to put in 4 people. The whole deal is this, is that your minimal effort is looking like this. Let's take it over here. Your minimal effort looks like this. You want to be doing at least 15 phone calls a week off your list per week, okay? 15 calls per week. Because if you call 15 people, what's going to happen? You're going to schedule about 5 to 7 appointments, okay, per week. You follow me? And you know what's going to happen out of 5 to 7 appointments? You're going to actually get 3 to 5 people that see the plan, and you're going to sponsor at least one sponsored person per week. And that's really kind of lowballing the figures, folks, in my opinion. But that's a minimum. So if you make 15 phone calls a week for yourself, you're going to get 5 to 7 people scheduled. A couple of them are going to cancel. 3 to 5 are going to see the plan, and one person's going to get in. A week. You follow this? So in the month of August, what do? You make 15 calls a week for yourself off your list. Now that means if your list is about 50 people good, callable names, you've got about 2 or 3 weeks worth of list, right? So the ideal thing is to replenish your pool and make about a couple contacts a day so you're always replenishing your pool of names to draw from. You follow that? Alright? Now, when you sponsor 4 people in the month of August, what's going to happen in the month of September? What do you do in September? Okay, what happens in September? Okay, in September, what you're going to do is you're going to go out and sponsor 4 more people, right? This is September right here. What else are you going to do in September? Out of these 4 people, one list is going to be a killer list. It's going to be a hot list. It's going to be a list you can drive, okay? Out of these 4 people, you're going to have one person who looks like they're on track, who looks like they're ready to go, who's coming to a few things, getting on staying order, that kind of stuff. You know what's going to happen? In the month of September, you're going to find that person out of these 4 legs, and then the month of September, while you're putting 4 more legs in for yourself, you're doing 15 calls a week for this person, scheduling 5 to 7 appointments and doing 3 to 5 for this person, so that you're moving 1 kit per week here and a kit per week here. So you're moving 2 kits a week now. Boom, 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 boom. You understand what I'm saying? And your efforts go like this. In the month of August, we've got 100% of our effort is going towards width, right? In the month of September, we have about a 25% split of going to depth, and 75% of our effort is going towards width, because width is still the most important thing. Why? Because we have to have the width to get our profitability and to find the depth. You follow me? Okay, everybody with me? Now, what happens in October? In October, here's what's going to happen. You put in 4 more people. How do you do that? Make 15 calls a week for yourself, right?
Right.
Okay? So in October, you put in 4 more people. But what else happens in October? Is there going to be somebody here that's hot? Yes. You go down here and you make 15 calls a week for this person off this person's list, because you're going to get at least one person that's got about 30 to 50 names, and you're going to put in 1 kid a week for this person, October, 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 October. But what about these people? What's going to happen here? Huh? One person's going to be ready to roll again. And you're going to do this. Boom, 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 boom. So that means in the month of October, what's happening? Kid a week, kid a week, kid a week. Moving at least 3 kids a week for yourself, or 1 kid for yourself, 2 for your downline. You follow me? And what happens in November? What happens in November? Huh? You're 100% depth, because you're 12 wide. Don't put any more people in, because that's just about all you're going to be able to work with. You follow what I'm getting at? A 4th person is going to pop out of here probably, but in November, here's what's going to happen. November, you're going to do this number. You're going to put 4 more kids down here, right? Is that right? November, 4 more kids here, right? Okay? And then November, you're going to put in 4 kids here. You follow me? Now, here's the deal. While we're doing this, let me ask you a question. If we call 15 people, if we show 3 to 5 people to plan each week for each leg we're working in, correct? How many people are seeing the plan each month in each leg that you're doing? 16. 4 times 4 is 16. So 16 people are seeing the plan, is that right? Per month. Everybody follow that? In other words, right here, to get these 4 people, 16 people saw the plan. Right here, 16 people saw the plan. Right here, 16 people saw the plan, and you're doing it. You follow me? Okay? Now, if you caught on, you're doing a few more than 3 to 4 people a week. Because you're going to be up as high as 8 to 10 people a week seeing the plan. But it's no big deal because you're working off other people's lists. You follow me? Huh? But now watch what happens. 16 people see the week. Now guys, this is where you got to get good at this to make a difference in your volume. I want you guys to get good at priority service. I want every single male in this room that's doing the plan, doing follow-ups, to learn priority service big time. And I carry a priority service packet with me when I go do follow-ups. You want to know why? Because if they don't get into business, what happens to them? They become a customer that night. Now, I will do the priority service out on them so fast, and I'll say, hey, look, I realize you don't understand the business, that's fine, but I need some business, I need a customer. If I can show you a way to save money conveniently with 100% guarantee, do you have any objections? Well, no, yeah, show me what you got. Take me 15 minutes. Buddy, I get an order that night. I say, hey, look, bring your wife in here. You're getting ready to go to the store this week, aren't you? Yeah. Well, let's try a few products here. I'll give you a deal on it, 100% guarantee. It'll be delivered right to your house. Let's go ahead and start this order. If you do it tonight, you'll get a free gift. It's easy, folks. Here's what happens. 16 people see the plan. 4 people get in, right? 4 people sponsored for that month. What does that leave you with? 12, right? Out of the 12 people that do not get in, about 3 of them are going to be bone ugly negative. They're going to be bone ugly negative. The 9 of them are going to be very receptive, and I would venture to say that with your efficiency, you're going to get at least, you'll drop the ball on 2 of them, but 7 people will be customers at least. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for each level that you created 7 customers right here. You follow me? 7 customers here, here, and here. And 7 customers here. And 7 customers here. Now, what I'm trying to get across to you is that 7 customers means this. The average customer, I would say, buys at least 5 products a month once you get them on it. Is that fair?
Well,
5 times 7, or excuse me, 5 products a month times 7 means 35 products, right? What's the average PV per product? It's about 5.25. The average PV is about 5.25. We've got a little deal we did. That's what it adds up to be. So roughly you're running about 180 PV per layer each month that you're doing here. You follow? Now, in just this leg alone, what do we got? September, October, November. There's 12 people here, right? Would you say about 10 of them will use their own products? And when they're using their own products, how much PV are they really doing? I'd say out of this batch, if you teach them right, you're going to get at least 8 of them that'll do at least 300 PV. Would you agree with that? Right? So what's 8 times 300? 2,400 PV, right? Plus you got this 180. This leg is going to produce about 3,000 points right here as it sits. What's this leg going to do? This leg with the customers and everything is going to do at least 2,000 PV. You follow me? What's this leg going to do here? At least about 1,000 PV. Alright? Add that all up. What is it? 6,000 points, right? You got some spare volume, don't you? And what you're doing yourself, folks, August, September, October, November, you're bumping direct. Do you understand this? And what happens the next month? Take it down one more level, and I'd say it's going to kick over, wouldn't you? So that means you're direct in what, 5 months? Does it work like this? Yes. Yeah. And we aren't accounting for what anybody else, you basically did it all yourself. You see this? You did every bit of it. Now, when you're driving depth here, though, this is where things get fouled up a little bit. Because people get confused as to what is a working leg. A working leg is not somebody who's on standing order, who goes to functions, shows up to every meeting and has no list, has not a list. That's not a working leg. Those are incubators. A working leg is a leg that has resources that you can get into and sponsor people with. The 11th commandment is, thou shalt not jibe thyself. Because so many people think they have a working leg when all they've got is an incubating leg. That's it. A working leg is a leg in which you can move a kit each week. Because you can make 15 phone calls off of the list, it's viable, and you can get 3 to 5 people in front of the plan that week for that leg. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's a working leg. You with me? Okay? Now, if you don't get 3 to 4 working legs out of this 12, then guess what? You're going to have to put in a few more. But the deal is 3 to 4 working legs. How we doing, Kevin? Okay. You with me? Everybody, you guys awake yet?
Yeah.
Okay, now there's going to be other kids moving through this organization because, see, when you're driving depth, you're taking this person with you, aren't you? And eventually, you know what's going to happen? This guy's going to go out and be helping these legs. They're going to be doing some QIs or one-on-ones or whatever they're doing. And they're going to be moving kids too. But man, in 4 to 6 months, you're going to set up DD and you're going to be going over strong in 8 months. Okay? A working leg is a leg that has a list. When I sponsor somebody, if I sponsor Tom, when I get Tom going into business, I really don't care what Tom does. I really don't. Now, does that mean I don't care about Tom? No, I don't care what Tom does. The only thing I'm worried about is getting Tom's list. You know why? Because when I get Tom's list, Tom may not have his priorities rearranged, but if he's got a list of names, I'll sponsor 3 or 4 people under him, and then he'll get his priorities rearranged. You understand what I'm getting at? Because I went out and sponsored 2 or 3 people for a leg. You know, like I've been down in here, and these people start, you know, this person starts flaking or this person's flaking. I call this guy up and I say, look, I need some help. What do you need? I've got 2 applications here I need you to sign. What do you mean? Well, you remember so-and-so and so-and-so off the list that got into business. They're excited. What now? What are you talking about? Yeah, they're excited. They got in. They're coming to the Open next week. Are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I'll be there. I'll be there. That's how you do it, folks. So all you guys have asked me the same question. How do I get this person jump-started? How do I get them to, what do I do with them? They're coming to this, but they won't give me a list. And they're doing this, but they won't get on. No. Forget that, man. Just get a list out of them and go put some people underneath them and watch how things change around. And by God, if they don't do it and they quit, then you're better off because you got 3 or 4 more legs. You see what I'm saying? That's how you build the Amway business. Look, here's the analogy I can make. If this is the sun here, okay, how many degrees is the sun? Anybody know?
A lot.
It's a lot. A lot of energy there. Now, let's say we have an egg here on the sidewalk. Have you ever seen an egg fry on a sidewalk? No, doesn't get that hot. With all the sun's energy, it's not enough to fry an egg on a sidewalk at this distance. All that energy beaten down, you know what I mean? Now watch this. If you've got a pan here, okay, and you've got a candle underneath it, just a little candle, will this egg eventually fry? Yep. I mean, that little bitty candle underneath that pan directly will fry that egg? Yes. What's the analogy? Man, you can just motivate people from the top down, and I can, Steve, man, you gotta go to this function. You gotta do this. Steve, you can do this business. I believe in you, Steve. We're brothers, man. This is a cause. You'll change your life in Amway. Come to the function. Here's the take. Anything I can do for you? That's what you guys are doing. Or the alternative method is this. Hey, Steve, you got a list? Yeah, I got a few people I can talk to. Let's sit down and make one out and see what we got, okay? So we sit down and make the list out. I said, Steve, can you make a team call? No, I got something to do it. Now, hey, that's no problem. Okay. Boom, boom. Kit. Hey, Steve, got a couple people want to sign up. Okay? Can you sign this app for me? Huh? What? Yeah. Yeah. Ah! Hey, Steve, probably a good idea to make that function there. You got these two people going, you know what I mean? What do you want to do? You just think you'll be able to make it? Hey, it's no big deal if you don't. Just, you know, be kind of nice or down on Steve. That's how you build Amway. You see the difference? Okay? But now when I'm building Steve's list, man, I'm working Steve's list over, buddy. I'm making it call. Steve doesn't touch that list. I do it. He doesn't touch the list. He makes a copy, I sit down and write down, I make a copy, and buddy, he doesn't see it again, so I've got 3 or 4 people going. You see what I'm getting at? All right? Now, you say, well, do people have problems with that? No. As long as you use the script, you don't alienate people, embarrass somebody, they're fine. Okay? All they're looking for is results. They want to be proven to, you know, you want to prove to them this thing works, right? And if you do, man, they're going to go way down the road with you. Do you think Steve's going to quit if he's got 3 or 4 legs out?
No.
You see what I'm getting at? That's my cue. Anybody have any questions real quick? We'll wrap this up. I know they got to get up the room here. You guys look stunned.
Question, Kirby. I got one.
Yeah.
When you're driving to death, what's the best way to, the people you're sponsoring for those people, what's the best way to make sure they're tying into to their sponsor?
What do you mean?
Like when you're driving deaf and you're putting those 4 in, then 4 in, how do you go about making sure that the 4 you're putting in are tying into their sponsor?
That's a good question. Okay, every 4 to 6 kits we move, we do a potluck. I got this guy and moved 4 kits. I'll probably do a potluck here, and I'll do it at this person's house. And then I edify this person, and then we get them tied in. Kathee comes in, she teaches how to do paperwork, that kind of stuff. And incidentally, wherever I go, Kathee's goes, so that at each person I sponsor here, Kathee's right in behind me teaching this person how to do paperwork, how to do all the details. We're plugging them back into the open. Now, to get them all tied together, to answer your question, usually we'll do a potluck whenever we got 4 kids moved. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And we edify the person, do all that. Yeah, Kath?
Tell them what you have, what kind of food you have at potluck.
Okay, when you do a potluck, under no circumstances do you have any negative food there. Period. Period. Better all be BLI, man. I told people, if I come in and do a potluck at your house and I see negative food, I'm walking out. I ain't doing it. You think I'm kidding you? You think I kid about stuff like that? No way. Would you really walk out? Yes, sir. I say, here's a marker, go to it. Because you don't need my help. Because you're not serious yet. No negative food at potluck. Alright? Man, I'm hard on this 100% stuff, man. I'm a hammer on that, buddy. I don't like it using negative product stuff. That makes me mad. That makes me smell my blood boils. Okay? Alright? Everybody follow that? So you guys but I'm not in his group, man.
More.
Well, I mean, you know, it's like this. They won't make it.
That's right.
They won't make it. Do you understand? It's a waste of everybody's time. They won't make it. If you don't do the 8 steps, no, the deal's off. The deal is off. The deal is off. Right?
Right.
Because one of the 8 steps is 100% product use. Okay? Any other questions? This is elementary, people. It's elementary. It's not hard. It's just you guys got to give up your little closet habits you have. Some of you. You understand what I'm getting at? You got to be pure to the bone, man, in this thing. You want it to work. That's the difference. That's why some people never get it to work, because they're not willing to give up some of the little habits. Yeah.
Kirby in that first leg.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you've got all those people that you would basically sponsor.
Right.
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 Aren't all those people looking at you almost as their sponsor?
Well, see, that's where the potlucks come in. That's where you edify this person. See, I take them with me, and you know what I mean? You let the system take over and the edification take over. Yeah, they'll look at me naturally as a hero, but then that's up to me to start transferring that out. Because see, when we're like 2 layers deep in here, whenever this guy is asking some questions like, you know, well, how do I get these lists together? Blah blah blah. Something simple. I won't answer it. I'll say, well, listen, why don't you talk to Joe up here? He knows how to do that.
Same with products and customers.
Yeah, all that stuff. I start transferring information quickly. Yeah, Kathee.
Even when I'm doing like the follow-up with them and teaching them details, I always say, okay, so you're gonna call into Linda and you're gonna give your paperwork to Linda, and Linda, you know, you're gonna do pick up through her. The whole time I'm telling them this is how it's gonna be. You're gonna be working with your sponsor. You know, I'm just Kirby, you know, down here helping everybody get going, and I'm helping. But Linda, you know, this is who you're gonna be working with. And I just tell them the whole time what the situation is, so they know. And she can handle it, you know, but they're working over here right now, and just so you can let them know.
Transfer
Go say that in
critical.
the mic. Just put that in the mic, Kirby. That's correct.
Okay, yeah, come on. Yeah, anybody else? Somebody else real quick while she's walking out? Yeah, go ahead.
When you go down to that first leg to show that, like that first set of 4 people, does Kathee go with you?
No, Kathee doesn't do anything with me.
Okay.
Not build to death.
All right, you
You know
show
what I
the
mean.
plan, and I know. And they get in, okay, those 4 people are in. And you go for follow-up, you go to follow-up?
I do everything.
Okay.
I
And
do
she
the
comes in and does a separate follow-up.
the secondary follow-up is a separate deal.
Okay, that's,
The PV follow-up rather. PV follow-up where she does all the detail stuff, that's a
I
totally
mean,
different
that's
deal.
not where you
And
both
see,
go together.
no, we hardly ever do the appointments together like that, okay? Where we come together is at the open, all right, and at the functions, that kind of stuff. Now, if you want to do it that way, it's fine. Some people believe that's part of the magic. Personally, I don't believe that. But some people swear by it,
Kirby,
okay?
show what you mean by secondary. You know what I mean?
The secondary,
I don't know what order. You know, all the stuff that you guys gonna lay out. So you do one-on-one.
okay. Well, go ahead and answer what you,
Okay, they were asking about as far as like transferring leadership to the sponsor when we're working down in depth, and you were asking like, okay, what we're doing, he's doing like the one-on-one or whatever, they sponsor the people, he does a kit opening, after the kit opening, and I do this detail follow-up, PV follow-up, and he goes back and does a secondary follow-up, so that's sort of the order of that. So I'm getting with the gal at secondary follow-up, and then we do like nuts and bolts or, you know, these cover dishes, we both do that as a team with the group. And a lot of times, like with our frontline, we'll might come over and sit down and sort of teach them how to counsel with each other, how to discuss business together. That's basically the things we do together. As far as like when I do the PD follow-up with the people down in depth, the whole time I'm telling them, you know, you're gonna call in to Linda, you're gonna pick up, you know, you're gonna come to my pickup, but you'll be getting your products from Linda, and that's when I, you know, draw the group out and sort of show them where they're at in the lineup. And so they know what's going on. You know, just let them know that yes, we're working down in depth, you know, with you guys right now. We're helping you get you started, but Linda's more than capable of helping you, and you know, just let them know what the story is and how it works.
so that sequence is a matter of days.
Yes, yeah, the PD follow-up should be done within 3 to 4 days after the kit opening. And that's another thing too that I think another place we were letting the ball drop is we were letting too much time go between the time they opened their kit and the time you got them ordering. We were losing a lot of people between the cracks. We were moving loads of kits, and then the people either they would order stuff and they'd be fine, and then you know start building the business, or they wouldn't order and nothing would happen. So this woman, I said, you know, I think there's too many questions they have in their mind. They're trying to shove too much into the kit opening. Let's separate this out and make it 2 separate things, and get you know with the gals and go over all these details and stuff. It needs to be done fast. I mean, you want to get them ordering as soon as possible. The sooner they start ordering, the better their chances of sticking in there and building a business.
A 2-part question. With the kid opening, Kirby does the kid opening, you don't go to that?
I don't go to kid openings or house cleans or anything unless it's a personal leg. Not a personal leg, a personal, period. Somebody would sponsor personally.
Kirby, right up there next to that SDT, right, K.
Okay, I see what you're saying, yeah. All right, here we go. Kirby.
But you go if it is personal.
If it's a personal, you know, a direct, somebody we're sponsoring directly, yes, I will go to the kiddo meeting. And I don't usually go to the one-on-one though. I don't go
Where do you work at that?
when he's working deaf. No, no.
The second question I have is, do you do the PD follow-up also if they're working in this definite children?
Uh-huh.
Do you do the PD follow-up if it's a single guy?
Yes. Yeah. Whoever's gonna be handling the details and ordering. Wherever Kirby is, I'm going in right behind him. Wherever he's doing follow-ups,
How do
I go and do PD follow-ups for
you
people.
handle
That's fine.
doing it with a single guy? Where, do you meet somewhere or do you not meet?
Is that Kathee or Kirby and Kathee?
What?
PD follow-up.
No, it's just me.
Okay.
I usually do the PD follow-ups at my house, because that's where our office is. They need to know where pickup is and everything, so that's the easiest place to do it. Plus, if they have any other questions, I have my literature and stuff there. Obviously, not everybody's in that situation,